Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the up yell, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. With the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need a little something from me. You got spirit, baby, you got heart. Hands are bad, but we can fix that part. Time for you to know what you could be. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Push through the pain, you can go all night. Breaking limits, set the world alight.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Fire to yourself. Remember, darling, don't look for me. I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. 'Cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry. 'Cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me. I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. 'Cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me. I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. And when we're gone, everything goes on. I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to LEC Spring for week 4 of the regular season. A new set of games, 2 best of 3s today. We're done with 3 best of 3s on the first day for the best league in the West. Actually, the second best league in the world, kind of.
True. For the time being. We're going for first. You know, MSI only around the corner. We know where we're going.
Absolutely. Just scaling and start here for the league. Guys, how are we doing?
Very good. I mean, excited for another week of games, and it's do or die for some of these teams now.
Already, actually.
Already?
Yeah. Let's take a look at the standings here, because we know that some teams have played more than others, but looking at the standings right now, it kind of feels like we have the 6 teams that might be in playoffs already.
I think it's pretty fair. I think it's pretty fair, especially, I mean, with SK playing today. If they lose today, I don't know exactly if they're fully out, but it's like, you know, they've played a lot of games and they're already off to a pretty rough start.
Yeah, Heretics and SK do not have good schedules upcoming. It's not looking good for them, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, you're saying this, but looking at the schedule that we're going to have today, of course, things are starting to get serious for GX. They're standing in the top of the standings right now, but we'll see with Navi and Vitality what happens. But SK, they could do the funniest thing today.
I'm kind of hoping for it, because look, G2 have not looked the best. Still a little bit of a hangover come back from first stand.
Hangover?
Yeah, a little bit of a hangover.
Yeah,
true. Look, I don't know. They had a great time at first stand. You know, that lasted a little bit longer. But I think they've said it themselves as well, that they have not been playing the best. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what SK can do here.
It's just G2 being silly. Before we get into this, they're going to be the second best of series we're going to have today. I want to play a game with you guys. Actually, we're going to have a budget. We're going to go over there, if you guys can follow me, to the board, and we're going to build a roster. You guys have been given the great budget of 15 euros. You know how it is if you watch Pop Quiz. We've been doing this game quite a lot.
I thought I got to keep this money. Is that not?
I mean, if you have spare, you can, I guess. I know teams do that usually. So you have, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Ooh.
You can build however you want. If you want to play at home as well, you can, of course. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Jack? Okay.
€4. Wait, this is €4?
Yeah.
Yes. €4 for Jojo Pyun. That's a steal right there. I'd pay any amount just to see him get 20 CS lead in lane.
Yeah, I think I might follow you on that one, because...
As well?
Yeah, because the whole league revolves around who can beat Caps in mid, right? And I think the only people that can really do it at the moment are Jojo and Yehu. And I don't see Yehu on this. And Jojo's cheaper, all right? So I gotta be good with my money. I gotta I can't be splashing too much.
Okay. I'm going with Yike for €3. I don't know how he ended up on €3. That's an absolute steal. I'm going with that.
Okay, Yike.
€3 there.
Okay. I'm gonna think about the rest of my guys for a second, but I'm gonna go I'm going to go 5 for Naknako. This man, we've already seen not a single top laner in the league can stand up to him, so I think it has to be him. I think I have to go all out for the boy.
All right,
I think it has to be done.
Naknako.
Oh.
What do we have next?
I kind of want Naknako as well, but I'm going to pivot away from
make it
top.
more fun.
I'm going to go Busio for 5. I like Busio. I think Busio, very good player. I'm dropping money everywhere. What's happening? Did you put the money in my...
No, I did nothing. I don't know what you mean.
Okay, well, that's 5 for Busio now.
Well, the whole Fnatic budget is on the floor, guys. Let's not do it. Wait, so
I thought that was the Fnatic.
You're not taking Alvaro?
No, I'm taking Busio for 5. I'm feeling Busio.
Okay.
I'm feeling good. I mean, actually... Yes, Busio. It's KC's jungle support. It makes sense.
Fair enough.
Yes.
I am a little sad because I don't think I can afford Busio anymore. But Busio is like my favorite player to watch at the moment.
Okay.
So I'm kind of with you, but I think Naknako is just kind of like so far above everyone. That's where I have to spend. So I think if I'm looking at supports, maybe how much do I have left?
I've used 12,
I think I'm gonna follow you on Yike. I think I'm gonna follow you on Yike here. I think the three for Yike is criminal.
Okay.
Like, I don't know who did this, but Yike is
that's a steal.
Top 2 at the moment. Like, this man has been absolutely insane. So this is looking fairly decent already. Okay, where are you going, Jack?
That's a strong team you have.
I have €3 left.
I have more
ADC
faith in your team, actually.
And top.
That's because I bought all the expensive players so far.
I think.
Come on, honestly, Wonder has been playing really well.
Maybe, but
a bit of an investment here in the old guy.
I go for Wonder.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, if we're going to go for the cheating players off of SK, I'll take Yappa. Because Yappa, I think, has been one of the best performing AD carries at the moment. And the fact he's only €1 is a steal.
That's
insane. And then I think I got 2 left.
Yeah.
Yopa, where is he? Hold on.
And I think I want to go for Yopa as well. I could go for Ice, but I kind of like this.
Okay.
I think I'm going to go for Yopa as well. make that. I still have €1 left over. Like that, you can take that if you want.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Okay.
That's
I think I'll go for
GM.
humanoid then. I'll go for humanoid, and then I think I also have €1 left, so we can just go down to the pub and
Yeah.
congratulate ourselves in a good time. You know?
Humanoid support?
Humanoid. Oh,
I mean, we can.
True.
You
No,
wanna
Paris.
see-
I'll go Paris. Paris. Yeah. I don't want any of the sports, actually. I'm going to go with humanoid again.
All right.
I forgot I had JoJo, yeah.
Paris support. Okay, what do we think?
Beautiful.
What do we think?
Two pretty solid rosters there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Same.
defend this team and the synergy you
No
have.
language barrier, so
Okay.
that's already pretty good. And we have incredibly strong mid laners here, two very good players.
Yeah.
And then I'm a little bit gapped in top, but I make up for it in support.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
And I support jungle, the two most OP roles.
I think that's basically all we've done is that, like, I've gone, hey, this top is so much of a gap,
Yeah.
and you've gone support is so much of a gap.
Yeah.
And I don't...
We'll see who can carry harder.
Yeah.
You
I think
guys-
Paris has been kind of smurfing it a little bit, though.
Paris is not
like,
bad.
compared to last year, I think this guy's really stepped up. So that's why I think I'm happy enough to take the hit, because I don't think it's as big of a gap as I think Nak was just...
You both
getting
went
above
for
everyone.
the same jungle mids. You think they would
€3 for Yike is insane.
That's
This
actually
man
true.
has the longest win streak of any player ever in the LEC when
right.
it comes to titles. Like, what do you
Guys,
want? Like-
let us know who won. There's a player on the board that has not been picked, though. It is Jackie's, and I believe you want to talk to us.
I do
About
want to.
GX's
Yeah, I wanted
mid
to break down some Jackie's gameplay here, if I can get the telestrator working. So, what I've really liked about watching Giant X is that before it was very obvious that it was kind of the Noah and Jun show, right? That was kind of the only real way that they ever seemed to win games. But what we've seen from Giant X this split is that a lot of the times, even when Noah and Jun are actually behind, Giant X are able to pick off wins, mostly off of Jackie's and Isma. So, in this game, Shifters had a really good early game where Paduk and Trimby got a huge lead, and they're playing Yunara Lulu, an infamous combo where it's incredibly hard to fight 5 versus 5 because the Yunara Lulu can just run you down. They have higher DPS due to the fact that Paduk is so fed. So Giant X, they know this. They want to try to group up, find a numbers advantage, and Jackie's the one leading the helm, finding picks where they can take down Trimby, and then immediately afterwards, now Shifters, they've regrouped, they're TPing in, they want to fight, but Giant X, they got what they want for, they're already leaving off of a pick that Jackie's got. And you see it here from Trimby's POV. I mean, there's not much counterplay. Jackie just comes out of stealth and just completely one-shots him. And we see pretty much the same play here, where again, Shifters, the one, they have full control. They're forcing them out of the jungle. So Giant X know we cannot win a 5v5. You can see how hard they're losing. They have to tunnel out, Lot is getting chunked, but Jackie sees that Paduk is once again a little bit isolated from the rest of the team, and that's how you punish this fed hypercarry with the Lulu, because now Paduk and Trimby are so far away from the rest of the lineup that the rest of Giant X can click forward, take down Paduk, and it ends up being a pretty big throw from Shifters that's enabled by the fact that Jackie's kept finding these good picks back to back to back. So, really well played by Jackie's here. And in general, for me, Jackie's and Isma have just been such great leading forces of this team that has made Giant X much more exciting to watch this year.
Especially in the game 2 of that series as well, when Jackie's was on the rise, all of that focus was on bot lane, and Jackie's was involved in every 3 of those 3 kills that existed in that bottom side. He played absolutely spectacularly. Like, it doesn't matter whether he's on something that is like this burst-heavy mage or something that's more roam style. Like, he just seems to be taking over in the mid now.
Jackie's is exciting. GX is exciting as a whole, honestly, but I'm just wondering if things are not going to get a bit spicier for them moving forwards. When you see the teams that they've been facing off, it feels like the first real big challenge they're going to have is going to be this week, and it starts against Na'Vi today. And in that sense, Rilech Isma, I'm really excited about the matchup.
I think both players are really fascinating to watch, because you have Rilech, who's kind of like really consistent, always able to play for Drakes every game, and then you have Isma that's really creative and has been struggling to find that consistency, and both players are looking to get to the same endpoint, but they have different things that they really need to work on.
Yeah, it's weird, because like so much of the team revolves around them having pushing lanes to enable these junglers in different ways, right? Like when you look at Isma, it's he wants to go for invades, he wants to kind of play for that more selfish style, and that's a lot of where Giant X's attention goes. Whereas when you look at Rilech and Na'Vi, it's much more about like, can we find skirmishes in and around Dragon? Can we look for dives on the bottom side? And much more about him and Paris working together as well.
Looking at the beginning of the split, I know that Na'Vi wanted to go away from this one-dimensional style that works so well for them in Versus. Do we feel like they've been successful at this? Because it still feels like Relech in the driver's seats, and then the rest of the team trying to have enough prior for
I
him
don't
to
know
be
if
good.
you need to leave the one-dimensional style. I think just playing for Drakes and kind of playing good fundamental League of Legends, which is what I feel like when I watch Na'Vi, that they just kind of have a game plan. And as long as that game plan works, everything works out. For me, the only thing is the adaptability that I would like to see them improve, but not necessarily try to reinvent the wheel.
And I think they have improved on that a little bit. Like when you think back to the series against ICE in particular, where it was the Bard and the Pantheon, where they were just like, okay, throw the Bard ult down. We're going to get the Pantheon play. We're going to bring this game back from the brink. Because Shifters had firm control of that game, but it was that kind of pick style that got them back into it, which is very different from what we've seen them in the past.
All right. I want to know what the man in the jungle thinks, actually, as I caught up with Relech ahead of today's game against GX. Relech, thank you for joining me ahead of today's game. How are you feeling? How many picks have you cooked for this week? What's the state of Ezreal jungle? I keep on reading about this.
Thank you, firstly, but I didn't count actually. There's a lot of, like, it's more than maybe 10, 15, 20, nobody knows.
All right.
We will see.
We will see. Yeah, especially coming into today's matchup. I think it's going to be really interesting going up against Isma because he's a lot on the invade, early aggression. And he actually said on my stream earlier this week that Na'Vi is all about Relech. They need the jungler to be ahead for them to win. Otherwise, the team doesn't do much. What do you think about this?
Kind of, that's our play style in winter, but not this split. I think this split, I think we can win through top, through mentor carrying, through Poppy carrying, through bot lane carry as well. I think we have more variety in this split. And today's match, I think Isma will try to look for early games, I'm sure of it, but we will be ready for it, and we will smash them.
How do you play? Oh, you smash him. Okay, I love the confidence. How do you play against a player like this, actually, knowing that he's always going to come and try and get you?
I mean, you just respect one turn, and if he doesn't get something, you know you will get ahead and you will snowball into snowball. We will just be careful what he's gonna do about early game. And one time he does mistake, we will punish it.
All right. Focusing a bit more on you and Na'Vi, as you said, you want to be more versatile. And I know that you said in an interview with Sheepy Sports recently that maybe you've been burning some steps in learning how to play together. What have you progressed on as a team, would you say?
I think like burning out was like kind of when I said we are doing so many steps, they are trying to do so many steps at once. But recently we dropped it, like we are working on some like specific areas to improve, and I think it's going better, and I think we are doing better on this as well.
Okay, you said that you're going to smash GX. Is that a 2-0 or are you giving them one game?
Maybe one game just to make them happy.
All right, let's make it interesting. Thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck today.
Hello everyone and welcome to the LEC Spring Split, where we're here in week 4? Week 4, is it? I think
it's week 4.
I feel it's
right
week
there,
4, getting ready for Na'Vi versus GX. It is myself, me, I, and Finn. All four of us, indeed. We're almost a full M+ team, man. We just need one more person.
A little healer coming along, but yeah. I think today is exciting because they kind of have a similar style, GX and Na'Vi. It's the junglers are the engines, and I think it's going to be really fun to track the early game because to me, Isma is one of the most creative junglers. I wouldn't put him like the best jungler, but in terms of working himself out of weird positions, I have a lot of faith in him, so I want to see how he kind of navigates the early game, and there's a lot of fun ahead of us.
Yeah, I agree. I think his problem solving on the fly is very, very good. Relech, on the other hand, when he gets ahead, very hard to wrench that lead out of his hands. We'll see if Giant X can do that today, or whether Na'Vi will continue their winning ways. Giant X currently sitting at 4-0 in the league, although some people would say perhaps that's a little bit fraudulent. They have only beaten Fnatic, Shifters, SK, and Heretics so far, who are widely regarded as the bottom 4 teams in the league.
A win is a win, Medic, and you shouldn't downplay it. I think they're kind of running the gauntlet right now. They got their warm-up in the first 3 weeks, and now they're kind of going into the later half of the competition. Now, Na'Vi, I think, is a great stepping stone for them. Beating Na'Vi today would be a great showing for them, and also be a good confidence builder going up against the teams like MKOI, KC, Vitality, G2, the actual heavy hitters in our league.
Oh, I totally agree. And for Na'Vi, what a win this would be going into their roadshow, or the roadshow they are going on in every next week. They have 3 series in 3 days next week. So a win here here would take them to that 4-1 scoreline, and then really you're looking at one more win to not fully guarantee playoffs, because there's still too many permutations to talk about, but definitely get yourself in a spot where playoffs are very much more likely. And for both these teams, I think the aim no longer is just playoffs. I think it's top 4.
It's elevating the level that you have right now, because both of these teams really want to get out of that, like, almost a bench warmer, but like gatekeeping position of the league. They're clearly better than our bottom 4, and right now also clearly worse than our top 4, and they're both sharing that spot. So going up against each other, I will be a bloodbath, I hope. And as we're about to move into draft, I wonder where it will take us, Medic.
Probably very similar to previous drafts. 26.8 was a nothing burger of a patch. We saw a couple of nerfs, a couple of buffs. Mundo jungle maybe slightly weaker than it was. Lucian AD carry maybe slightly stronger than it was, but still nothing to justify you picking the 0-15 Lucian here in the LEC. Let's get through the bans. Na'Vi on the blue side had second pick of whether they wanted side or first pick. GIANTx chose to take second pick, so blue side first pick is where we'll be. Nautilus, Jarvan, and Ashe, the bans from Na'Vi. Orianna, Ryze, and Aatrox, the bans from GIANTx.
Yeah, Estral first pick coming out there for some D. I'm a little bit surprised, because the conventional first pick with Ashe ban would be the Yunara Lulu combination, picking either of those. But actually going into the Estral shows a lot of confidence, and then I think Estral is a really strong laning champion. Some would say a little bit too strong at laning. The fact that you can just push with an extra attack speed by hitting your Qs on the wave just gives you a lot of control, and does kind of line up with that fact that we know Na'Vi, they like the early dragons. Estral gets bot push equals early dragons. Big vibes ahead. And it's going to be a Kai'Sa looking for Noah, a classic. When I see this Kai'Sa Vi with Noah, I think back to that Fnatic roster who draft Kai'Sa, Vi, Nico, this full dive every single game 1, 2, 3. So definitely a lot of comfort for Noah.
And GIANTx stating their intentions very early on in this draft, saying we want to kill your backline at every single possible opportunity. As you say, comfort for Noah, also comfort for Isma. His most played this split has been that Vi. And for Na'Vi, they took the Ezreal away, but also it is something that we've seen a lot from somebody in the past. Nothing this split, but about a 7 percentage point increase on win rate on the Ezreal over his career win rate, about 57% or so. So something that he has had a dab hand in playing over the years. Pantheon, the next lock for Na'Vi. I did wonder if we'd see the Mundo, but that's going to be left on the bench for now. And alongside that Ezreal, it looks like it might be a Nami. I was wondering about Karma. Karma always an option if you just want to find that pushing lane so you get prio down towards the bottom side.
So the thing about Na'Vi, when you play against dive comps, is that it's actually a lot easier to dive a Karma than a Nami, just because Nami can buffer the tidal wave and really block the follow-up on Vi. If you say Vi goes in on Nami, she flashes back and ults the follow-up. It's actually really hard to follow on that Vi engage, whereas Karma, you're kind of just locked down in place and doesn't really have a lot except for the Mantra shield, so kind of makes sense in that context. But here we do see the Nico, as we kind of highlighted earlier. It will be full dive, big circles, big damage, is going deep onto the backline. But playing an Estral is probably one of the more nice rated characters to play in a comp like this.
It is an interesting idea from GIANTx to saying, oh, you're playing an AD carry that can dash over walls, that can dash and then flash, get away in multiple different ways. Immediately, we're just going to go full dive and try and take you out. I was going to ask you, where would you go for bans if you're Na'Vi? Rumble does make sense, get rid of the equalize on the backline, but you know what GIANTx want to do. How are you trying to scupper that a little bit in this ban phase?
I mean, if I had to choose, because right now we know Jackis, he's been playing stuff like Aurora, LeBlanc, Ryze, but I think the target you need to take out is the Ahri, especially with this Lissandra ban coming out. Really wants to shut down or really secure himself that Ahri pick with the Vi. The Vi Ahri, classic combos. I would be really surprised if they actually let the Ahri go through here, because I think that's just giving GIANTx exactly what they want. But I think we're going to see actually a Renekton ban, so I'm 90% sure we're going to see an Ahri coming out there from GIANTx, and we're going to see what they have in store, because this is quite telegraphed.
Yeah, Na'Vi must know. Like, this is very obvious Ahri angle, as you say. Vi Ahri, something we used to see 1-2, like just picked very early on in the draft. And I wonder where Na'Vi will go in response. The Azir is still available if they want to play a little bit of front to back, but they don't really have a tank front line to do that. Pantheon can do it to a degree. They could look for the Ahri themselves.
It's gonna be a LeBlanc. Okay, that's very exciting. I think LeBlanc as well. It's similar to the Ahri, where she has great follow-up on CC, a little bit stronger in lane, a little bit weaker in extended team fights. She doesn't get those Spirit Rush refreshes when they kill something, so it's a lot more kill one target. That's everything that GIANTx wants to do.
I think LeBlanc finds it slightly easier to get around Nami on the disengage. Like, Ari, you're spirit rushing forward, and it's like, well, you can get slowed, and then Aqua Prism, and you're kind of a bit more telegraphed, whereas LeBlanc, if she's good with the double distort, can dodge away from the bubble a bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, in general, for the mid laner, it shouldn't matter too much, because the mid laner should go from a flank always. If you're playing front to back, Ari LeBlanc...
I've watched enough LEC, man. Like, I've watched enough LEC.
There's been quite a few of them, but yeah. The Renekton ban and Rumble ban clearly setting up the Ambessa for Mainter, blinding that. Not really on a tank today. The Ambessa is his choice of champion, which I do quite like, and the Galio locked in for Poby, which kind of matches that. You're gonna get Dove. What do you want? You want a big gargoyle bouncing down your entire team, as we see the Jax lock in against
it's a lot special, man. This is what he really rose to prominence in the ERLs for, was this Jackson for Mainter as well. The Ambessa, these aggressive bruisery type champions, rather than the tanks we have generally seen him on in the LEC. So both teams bringing out the big guns in this game one. We talked a lot about the draft as we've gone through here, Finn. Can you kind of explain to me how you expect this match to go? Like, going through laning phase into team fights, how do we expect the teams to have to butt heads with these drafts?
I mean, I think both side lanes will be quite static. I think Ambessa Jax is quite slow until later on, where there will be a lot of interaction. Bot lane, we can kind of expect the same. When you have enchanters and range champions in the bot lane, it's a lot of a ping pong game where you bounce waves back and forth. And I think Vi really likes that. She just wants to get her level 6 spike. It's gonna be around mid where the action happens. As LeBlanc against Galio, you don't want to go 50-50. You really want to set up those ganks with your Vi, with your Nika roams, and really try to shut him down early and get a lead. Because if Galio scales up suddenly, it's a lot harder to play. But in the team fights, it's going to be all about that GX dive. Can they actually reach some D? Can they shut him down in fights? Or will the peel from the Na'Vi and the Galio be too powerful to deal with?
A lot of dive into a relatively strong amount of peel coming out from Na'Vi. We'll see how Giant can wrangle their way through the laning phase and in towards those team fights. If they can get Jackie's LeBlanc ahead, 11 games on it, 64% win rate as we make our way onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of week 4 here in LEC Spring. Two teams on the rise, but as you said earlier on, trying to show themselves as more than just gatekeepers to the top 4, trying to show that they belong amongst those top dogs here in Europe. And I think for Giant X that you want a little bit more generally. Like, Na'Vi came into the league obviously at the end of last year, but really rose at the start of this year, making it into playoffs, doing really well in the regular season, then losing to Giant X 2-1 in that elimination match of the playoffs. For Giant X, this is a road that has been trodden quite a lot over the last couple of years, and you want to see just that next step from them.
I mean, Giant X still was one of the 3 rosters that actually stayed together from last year. So while Na'Vi is kind of a new project, Giant X has had a lot of reps below their, I'm not going to say belt, but I don't know.
Yeah, you can have reps below your belt, it's fine.
What turn I was going there. But we actually have seen a cheeky little Raptors invade here from Real Edge, putting the pressure on Isma early, because Vi early game is one of the weakers. So he's now going to go back to his own jungle, take the little chicken nuggets from Vi, and just going to eat his own while he's there.
Yeah, you could see for a moment Isma was thinking, okay, well, perhaps I can go through behind the Dragon Pit, you know, around here, and just Vault Breaker over and steal away the red. But with Relech moving across so early on, it's harder for him. He also has a pushing bot lane.
It's also hard when he doesn't have Vault Breaker.
Oh,
it's
did he
quite,
not?
quite tricky when you have...
Well, he hit level 2, so he could have leveled up
he could have taken it, but
right?
Famously, Vi level 2 is really weak. You only have the WE or QE or QW. Like, no matter how you skill your points, you're not very strong level 2. You really want all those free spells to kind of go. Top in a little bit of trading already. Mainter spacing the Q really nicely onto Lot. I was a little bit surprised to see the Jax, because I expected them to pick like a dive tank, not a dive tank, but like a tank that could follow up on dive. Like an Ornn would be nice, maybe not into the Ambessa, or a Sion that can kind of run in. Because the Jax, while he can work in an isolation versus Ambessa, there will be a Galio ult, there will be Pantheon ults coming your way. So playing that side lane will be a little bit tricky for a lot as the game goes on, because you're never really 1v1 versus the Pantheon.
That is always the risk. Grand Starfall just does so much work, as does a Hero's Entrance, as you say. Relech also getting out to this early lead. Isma was actually on Law's stream earlier in this week and was talking about how shutting down Relech is vital to taking out Na'Vi. He said he's a versatile player that can play anything, has amazing mechanics. Also said it's difficult to get Mainter off of these tanks. Here, he's not on a tank, right? So we'll see if he is able to have as much impact as perhaps Isma expects him to on a more bruisery type of pick, or whether Mainter again is I don't want to say relegated to the function of just being CC and such in team fights, but that's kind of where he has been a lot of the season so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough right now for Isma. He's a little bit homeless. You see, he actually only got... he missed out one camp, right? Because he didn't get the chickens.
Yeah.
And now he actually cannot contest either Crab, because Rhythmic has pushed in top, has Galio pushing mid, and his bot lane has been very strong. Rhythmic might go for the repeat invade here, is looking for something, but Galio is hovering. I don't know if he wants to take this fight, because he's 2 components down. Look, Ruby Crystal and Longsword for the Vi, and only a little jungle item for Electro. This is a little bit risky from him.
Yeah, Jack is already moving across as well. We'll have those chains spotted out with the Scryer's Boom.
He does have a fat smite with that spear though, but here you see Jun already covering here. I don't think GX will give this to Navi, but he's so adamant about it.
I mean, that's why the ward is important as well. Does spot out Jun. There are the chains onto LEC. Flashes away. Aegis Assault could be used. Now goes down as Paris comes to join in the fray. Good double taunt out of Poby into the Winds of War. Will chunk away Giant X, but a lot of time wasted there for Navi.
Yeah, bold by Rhythmic trying to invade with 2 components down. I think if he just clears all his camps there, he's a very happy Pantheon. Clear your camps base. Give Isma that bot side Crab, because it's not that important. You're still up at least 1 camp, so a little bit greedy by him, and now he's gonna have to suffer a little bit. He's gonna have to take his time, clear his camps. While Isma once again got out of this early game with a creative idea, I guess.
The creative idea was, hey, don't let him steal my chickens.
Pressing recall and buying 2 items.
I mean, that works. That works. Didn't contest either of the early Scuttle Crabs, so got himself in a position where he could actually contest around those Razor Beaks when Rhythmic was looking for the steal. Rhythmic's still going to be a camp ahead. Can go down towards his bottom side and clear out. We'll see if he gets anything more than just a longsword and a Ruby Crystal off this back. He does. It's a tunneler instead. It's the 1,100 and gold recall that you sometimes see from junglers with that extra camp afterwards, giving you a small upgrade over your opponent.
I hate buying Tunneler. This item does not feel good to buy. It feels like you're just buying nothing.
It feels better than a Rectrix, man. AD carries a curse sometimes.
I don't know what a Rectrix is. That's a
exactly. No one knows what it is because it's so bad. Or the Scout Slingshot.
I mean, I feel like we kind of passed out the days where we have actually nice early components. I think
hey, just you wait for the next patch, Finn. Yeah, we're going to have the Omnivamp boots and Doran's whatever. Haven't looked at all of the changes yet, but it's going to be an interesting one. Doran's helmet?
Yes.
Is that actually an item that's coming into the game?
Yes, I think they're releasing Doran's helmet, which is like a Doran's item with armor and MR, but here we see Isma looping around there. Mater does have a ward though, Space is out of the Counter-Strike. I think he will be fine.
Yeah, Mater being 6 makes it much harder to gank him towards that top side. It almost has a level lead over Lot in the 1v1, although he is behind in gold, as Lot was able to pick up a plate. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Samdi has a similar lead in terms of gold over Noah, although not in terms of experiences. This Ezreal Nami lane has just been able to harass out the Kai'Sa early on, which is expected. Kai'Sa's very short range. The benefit of her into an Ezreal is ability to chase.
Oh, he really wants these Raptors. Look at him once again. Rhythmic is back here to try to contest the Raptors. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 5 times in a row, well, I'll be damned. Isma will try to defend them, but he does get them with a big spear. Really nicely done by Rhythmic. And proving that these are his chickens.
That battle in the jungle one that we really want to keep our eyes on. So much of Navi's success is predicated on a Rhythmic getting ahead as Jun looks for the Tandil barbs. Roop's coming down as Jackie's going in for the chains. Ismo with a great flash. Rhythmic joins in, but now he's in a 1v3 and has to use the Aegis Assault to get out.
I would love to see that again. I'm pretty sure the Justice Punch was blocked by LeBlanc's clone because something made it fizzle out. Something made that Justice Punch not go all the way back, forcing him to flash, and then he was stuck there with no mobility, so the Q flash by Isma was quite easy, and is a really nice first pickup here for GX.
I have another look at it. So Poby is just a little overextended considering where Isma is. Jun's still in base right now.
Look at the Justice Punch here. We need to see what happens with Poby's Justice Punch.
You have a look at that. I'm going to have a look at the fight in the rivers. Counter-Strike comes down. Aegis Assault used by Rhythmic just to force Lot away. Okay.
It was blocked by Jackie's when the W's forward. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then chains come out, Root comes out. And at that point, Isma with the flash, it's a pretty done deal on the kill.
The deal is done indeed. And here Jun wants to get a little bit of control here as we have some supportal combat here. Jun, you are not level 7, you're not fooling anyone, you're still level 5. Doesn't matter how your peacock feathers fancy look at it.
Would have fooled me, Finn. Gold leads though for Giant X now in top lane, jungle and mid. About a 600 gold lead in totality. Samdi is doing a good job into the Noah matchup, has about a wave advantage down there, but Giant X with the early game lead as Isma is spotted going up towards his top side camps.
Dragon has been left dormant though, no one has really went down there, just because of how big the Raptor focus has been. both times junglers are there, both have been kind of left there kind of low after, doesn't really dare to start the dragon, so might not be the earliest sold this game, but we'll see where this takes us.
Yeah, neither team actually prioritizing that, which is weird. We usually do see both these teams like to go for those Drakes relatively early on. I want to talk a little bit about the jungles. I know we've talked about them a lot, but now we see level 6 from both of them. You talked about Vi wanting to get to that level 6, obviously Grand Starfall for Pantheon, a game-changing ultimate. How do you expect them to now play around each other, knowing that these ultimates are available?
So I think for GX it's very simple. You make sure Jackis can push mid. If Poby walks up, he is dead. So Jackis will either get perma-push, or they will just gank Poby with the cease and desist and try to shut him down again. Now, when Jackis has that mid-push, where do you go? Well, there is a very nice target in the bot lane. There is a Nami, there is an Estral. And I expect us to see GX try to transition this eventual mid-push into the bot lane for either Dragon, which looks like they're starting now, or a potential bot dive a little bit later. Does not quite reach Jackis there. Really just trying to pounce through here, but that dragon is done and dusted and is an ex-dragon. He is deceased.
Bereft of life, he rests in peace.
Yes.
If he wasn't nailed to the river, he'd be pushing up the daisies. Great stuff there from Giant to take that in exchange for the grubs. They'd seen Relech on the grubs on the top side. Navi's win rate actually drops quite dramatically, about 17 percentage points when they don't get the first dragon of the game. Still 50% win rate, 2-2 after losing the first Drake. But if they do manage to get the first one, they are 4-2 across the course of the season, or the split. So for them, that's a big loss, but we also saw them kind of expecting it to be a loss at that point. As soon as you see Relech on the grubs, he's spotted and he stays on the grubs. It's like Na'Vi aren't fighting a Drake if it comes up.
Yeah, it's a free Drake, yes. We have a little bit of a black and white pause here as Jack is maybe missed the cannon.
Is it black and white? It's sepia to me, you know?
That's a fancy word.
In movies, we call it the
English
Mexico
is not my first
filter.
language, man. You can't use those fancy words around me.
You learn more fancy words than I do per day.
Okay.
Yeah, you do. And you have your whole word thing.
Yeah, I got the word of the day. The word of the day, I don't know actually right now. As we investigate the pause and hopefully come to a quick conclusion.
Yeah.
As we can only think about, did Jackis miss a cannon and did it pause out of rage?
I mean, sometimes you have to do that, right? I do that in our M pluses sometimes. It's like, man, didn't press obsidian scales quickly enough. Can I pause, please?
My defensive wasn't cool down there, guys. Oh, it wasn't apparently. I just didn't time it. As looks like we are going back into the game. And here we see that mid push by Jackis that we highlighted before. And he will now try to rotate down the river and make life hell for this little fishy fish Paris.
Yeah, at the moment, Na'Vi not really finding too much on the map. Giant doing a good job of keeping Relech warded out and spotted on his movements.
I mean, Relech basically had a 30 seconds window where he was before the Vi, so now Vi's gonna clear her camps. Now she had an option. She could go down here and kind of take back this vision or try to defend this, but she also has some really nice topside camps that looks quite tasty. She will probably take her golems here and then either probably base behind the Jacks and open bot or just chill, walk around. Look at the scenery.
Yeah, Relech sitting on a chunk of change as well. You can see Tunneler to Tunneler plus Caulfields plus Ruby Crystal from Isma with only 150 gold lead. I wonder if Relech is just going to farm up his Wolves and his Gromp and then reset, look for that first completed item. There are a couple of windows for him. Could go up towards topside. Lot has been pushed in for the last little moment. Maintenance struggling a little bit to really push Lot back.
Let's see, if he gets Eclipse here, he's in a really good spot. The Eclipse is really where this matchup turns, because suddenly that short trade by Jax, the auto W with the grasp, becomes really difficult to trade into just because that shield by Mbessa is so powerful. Also the CDR makes her Q rotation so short, she can kind of weave in and out very freely. We'll see if Lot actually gets a Triforce, because then I think he will be fine. But if he doesn't base with a Triforce here, he's going to be pushed in for probably 5 more minutes.
That's an expensive purchase from where he is. Yeah, you can see the Phage coming out. Pop Blossom immediately as Jackie's just deletes Paris with the help of Jun. And that's the power of a roaming LeBlanc.
Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about, that Nami will have such a hard time getting vision. If she's walking in without Relech by her side, she is the easiest target alive. Doesn't matter if it's Isma, if it's Jun, if it's Noah, if it's Jackie's, anyone can go on an isolated Nami, and you need to be more careful.
Yeah, you really do. It's so difficult as well, though, for Paris in this situation, because who is coming with you to step into that jungle? Like, Relech is the most obvious one. He's not incredibly tanky. Aegis Assault can do a lot of work. It's shielding yourself from some of the damage coming out, but if Relech is caught with a chain, He's then flashing away, and you're kind of just a fish out of water as the Nami at that
I will
point.
say, back when I competed and I played with Pantheons, they were like, support, you can go take vision. I can ult. I can save you. Like, it's fine. I'm Pantheon. I will be there. And it's been, there's an Enchanter face checking a Vi, Nico, LeBlanc. I don't think the ult will matter there, buddy. So
you're just stomping me into the ground at that point with the Starfall, man, bulldozing me. It's a good play so far from Giant X. We asked if they could continue their winning streak, and so far they're showing it's not just against the lower tier teams that they can have this level of competition. Obviously, Na'Vi, you don't put in the same breath as a KC, as a G2 right now, but
danger, danger, danger.
3-1 as they go in with public execution here. Kobe in with a hero's entrance as well. TP coming out to try and help out. Jackie's jumps onto Maino, who uses that repudiation shield. Lot gonna dash back with a leap strike, but the Justice Punch finds him, and Poby takes Na'Vi's first kill of the game.
That's how it goes. No Triforce, no trades. The Eclipse versus the components is just too big of a differential. And you see Mainter took so many good trades there, really set up the dive nice. And with the Galio to boot, was an easy pickup for the Jax, or for the Ambessa in the end there.
Yeah, good play all round from Na'Vi as Isma goes in with the cease and desist. Noah and Jun on their way across. Poby looking for the winds of war on the enemy jungler, but Isma surviving through it. Sundered Sky and Triumph rocking enough to keep him alive. Pop Blossom finds Poby. It's gonna be 2, and the True Shot Barrage does not sing true. Na'Vi lose 2 in the river off Isma, just being really aggressive.
I mean, you see why they drafted this. Vi, Nico, Kai'Sa, 1, 2, 3. The synergy of these 3 champions is just exquisite. Vi and Nico can do whatever they want because they know they have the backup of the Kai'Sa as long as she's around that fight. It's such an easy way to create a numbers advantage, and that river is not so safe anymore. It doesn't matter that you have the Aegis Assault and will not block all that damage that is incoming.
Really nice stuff from Giant X as Samdi had a lead earlier on, now 600 gold behind because Noah picked up that double kill. Mainter, the only person with a lead now for Na'Vi. Isma here, knowing that he has the backups, like, yeah, we can take this fight.
And it's a really nice map open by Noah and Jun. You see, they completely already pushed out bots, actually dropping this wave down here just to open through mid and look for this play because they knew the crab was spawning and they knew that Village really wanted it, and they knew they had the CC to shut him down should he go there.
But Dragon of the game has been started. Yep, okay, part of this is Isma's not here. He's resetting Na'Vi using a good window there where the timing from Giant X wasn't sublime, and because of that, Na'Vi able to take their first Dragon of the game.
Nice little trade objective there from Na'Vi. I think they're quite happy with getting that Drake, really giving themselves a little bit more time. I think they need to play around Mainter right now. To me, Mainter is the strong point of their comp. The fact
Top
that he's
says top lane is strong, okay. More news at 10.
I mean, usually it's the opposite, no? Usually top lane is complaining that role is useless. And here I'm praising Mainter because he has a lot of agency in this game right now. He has a Pantheon, he has a Galio with TP, and he needs to kind of make those resources work because he, right now, is the only pressure point for Na'Vi. That Ezreal is getting pushed in by the Kai'Sa usually. That Galio will not have a lot of things to do by himself, so we'd love to see Relich and Poby try to set up a side play eventually and kind of set Mainter up for success.
Yeah, part of the risk of that is Poby is dealing with this Jax down towards the bottom side, and actually like Giant X's assignment, saying, okay, Jackies, you go into Mainter, who has the lead for Na'Vi in terms of individual matchups. We'll send Lot down towards bottom side because Poby can't really punish him. He only has some magic resist. And so, because of that, Grand Starfall then becomes a lot weaker, the Pantheon, right? It's like, who am I going on? Am I trying to run a Kai'Sa down in mid lane? Very difficult to do because mid lane's so short. Am I trying to drop on a LeBlanc in top lane? Very difficult to do because he has Flash and double Distort. Or are we trying to force a fight around a Rift Herald where they're TPing in for it? There's Giant X are all in the back of the pit. Pop Blossom out from Jun, flashes in, Relech flashes out, but again, the Nami is fish food. Jackie's able to flash out towards the backside. Isma getting out through the Rift Herald as well as Relech dives onto the backline, but the rest of Na'Vi are nowhere to be seen. Noah takes the kill. A charge away by Isma, still gets the Herald into the tower as Giant X play the fight perfectly.
And GX makes it look so easy. They are there early and they pull the trigger the moment Na'Vi shows any interest of contesting that Rift Herald. Really nicely done by GX, and I love how unified they were in their formation. I think the difference maker in this team fight was look at how compact GX are playing and look how split Na'Vi is. You will see the Ambessa going in really deep here as Jun engages here on the backline. and now the fight is completely split. Now Poby tries to join Mainter here, but this Nami is completely left alone. Pantheon is ulting in, but the fight is already over. You're a little bit too late. If Pantheon ulted in there with the dive, maybe it would have made a difference. But the fact that Nami goes down so early without using flash makes that fight a tragedy for the Navi.
Yeah, Samdi's uptime was basically non-existent as well. Like, he gets a couple of Mystic shots off and then autos a Rift Herald, right? He just doesn't have the time to do any damage. And there's so much damage on the Giant X composition. Jackie's bursting people with this Luden's Companion. You've got the Kraken Slayer already complete as well, as Jackie's does jump forward. Oh, Acroprism there from Paris. Just shy of clipping onto Jackie's heels. Jun here to protect True Shot Barrage. Will clip him! I thought Jackie's was safe from that one. I think he did too, as Isma quickly runs across to try and protect his mid lane. A lot's going to take a tower in the top side, and it's a sea of red down towards the bottom. Na'Vi looking for Moses to try and part that with some blue.
You know, if I'm Jun, if I'm Jackie's there, I'm looking at Jun with his heal up. I'm like, did you really know that wouldn't kill me?
Calculated, man.
Did you really know that wouldn't kill me?
We all thought it would miss, dude. You know, like...
Oh yeah, Jun does hold his heal, and Jackie's does make it out there with 1 HP. Well calculated by Jun and well calculated by Jackie's. Was a little bit sketchy. I thought that Acroprism was really close to landing on the LeBlanc, and that really would make life difficult for him. But it's the fight for the games we're on. You see, Mainter's just sitting here waiting. He's really scared to walk up, and there's no one really there, but he doesn't really know that because the vision is very lacking. Now, Medic, why is the vision lacking? Well, you have a Nami against Vi, LeBlanc, Kai'Sa, Nico. She cannot walk up to get vision anywhere. So the map will constantly be this dark for Na'Vi unless they can make something happen through their side pressure. So Mainter here is trying to push out top, but you see Blot already going there to match him. Will probably not be able to find anything there, and the map will stay dark here with Jackie's having so much information already in the bot side jungle, can just slowly but surely get that bot lane tower. You see Jun going for some really deep angles here. You are alone, Poby. Be a little bit more careful. Yeah, flash out by him. Sucks, but that is life when you don't see anything.
Compositionally, it just sucks for Na'Vi as well. They're the ones that want to apply side lane pressure. You have Hero's Entrance, Grand Starfall, and you can't get into a position where you're off vision in the jungle, so you can actually get into a Grand Starfall or get into a side lane, or your side laners can push up and actually apply some pressure in the lanes, because Giant X have played this early game so well that you are just massively behind in every role.
I mean, kind of what you have to do right now is just leave your Estral mid by himself, send Nami and Pantheon to a side lane and try to create pressure there. But that doesn't really lean into what Pantheon wants to do. He wants to stay in fog, he wants to farm and be ready to join any fight that's happening. But any fight that will be happening will be bad for Na'Vi right now.
Look at the positioning here.
All back by lots.
Just gets walked straight into the backline. Pop Blossom going out, and again the fight is so split for Na'Vi. Giant X dissect them. And Paris quickly going to become Sashimi. He's being gobbled up by a lot. Na'Vi lose 3 immediately. And Giant X's team fighting.
That's a ward!
Really nice to watch so far. Jun pops into a ward.
And they're not thinking about the Dragon Medic. They're moving over to the Baron already. 3 men down on Navi's comp with a Saya or with a Kai'Sa to just completely go through this Baron really fast. Fantastic team fight there. And you see the formation from Na'Vi so difficult. Why? Because you don't know where to walk. But here, Mainter's trying to do something.
Killer Instinct was still available for Noah. If he clipped onto either Mainter or somebody may have dived in. They do stop the Baron, which is big for Na'Vi, holding on to some semblance of life in this game, but 5k down at 20 minutes. Giant X are putting on a clinic.
GX might regret not going for the Dragon there, because now going for the Baron, now they have the base. This actually might be a Dragon opportunity for Na'Vi, unless Lot wants to be a hero together with Jackie's here.
Na'Vi, Paris is dead! Paris is dead!
Where did he go?
Flash the wall! And now the Dragon might be Na'Vi's downfall. It's a public execution going in onto Noah, but he still had the Killer Instinct, so he jumps across the wall. Noah and Jun keeping Mainter, Relech, and Samdi busy, while Poby finds himself in a 2v1 towards the bottom side. Giant X find 2 again. They may regret it. I think the ambulance was called for Na'Vi instead, as Giant X 11-1 up. And now with a Hextech Drake in their pockets.
It's just pure carnage, Medic, right now. Every single time a member of Na'Vi walks up, they are getting one shot, having to flash out or just getting bursted into oblivion. Right now, it's just Jock, Lot, and Jackie's walking up here 2v5, but it does not matter because Paris is just turned into dust the moment they step up. And now suddenly the boys are here to back them up. And the fact is just an easy cleanup here. Probably you can try to make it up, but you have no flash. Your phase rush won't save you, and you will also end up perishing.
Yeah, credit to Isma as well. You talked about his creativity. A couple of times in these fights, he has found really good flank angles. He's found the way to get... he went round Poby at the end there, which is something he could have easily chased towards the top side where there were 3 people. It's like, no, guaranteed kill is better than chasing for more. And overall, having a really good series has definitely shut down Relech so far. 1.4k gold the lead in the jungle. Almost 2,000 for Jackies, and he's got himself the book. 10 stacks on it right now. He is currently taking Na'Vi to school and giving him homework.
I kind of want to roll back the tape a little bit to that second Raptor invade that really propelled GX's early game, because that was really the point for Relech to get ahead. He took the first Raptors, he was ahead in camps, but by missing that second Raptor invade, the game slowed down so much to allow GX to scale and to allow them to come online with their ultimates and to allow them to look for these picks constantly onto Poby and Paris. So maybe back to the drawing board a little bit, and maybe a little bit more discipline from Na'Vi is what we would like to see.
Yeah, I agree with that. If Relech hadn't gone for it, perhaps they would have managed to use that Grand Starfall a little bit better. I can only remember seeing it once so far this game, and that was jumping up towards the top side of the Rifthold. And yeah, the rest of his team was already dead at that point, which is not really when you want to be using your Grand Starfall. Overall,
that's a matter of preference, isn't it?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
some people for sure would like that, okay, Medic? We shouldn't shouldn't build those people.
I'm coming back to Earth. Please don't be dead by the time I land. It's Relech's mantra so far this game, but he's the one who's being put to the screws. Poby sitting at 1 and 4 as well. Powers at 0-4 as Relech is caught by Isma. They dive in with a killer instinct. Lot looking for the counter-strike. Mainta had a flank position, but couldn't land a public execution. Pop Blossom down, only finds one. Hero's entrance coming in as well, as Na'Vi just dive in to die immediately. The Hero's exit quickly taken in a body bag. Giant X find another 2 in the red side jungle.
Oh man, it's so tough for Na'Vi. You see GX kind of butcher the initial engage. So much damage blocked by Relech with that Aegis Assault. And they were like, okay, maybe we can take a fight. Instantly shut down, instantly one shot, and instantly blown into smithereens as GX try to now move over to this Baron. And I do think this time it might be theirs for the taking.
I think it definitely is. What though?
Oh, danger, danger.
Oh, Paris, you don't want to show your face here. Counter-strike in. Sandy dives forward, trying to take out Jackie. He's trying to get that bounty. But he's getting gobbled up. And some Snickers coming out from Giant X. We'll have another look at this. As you say, Relech does block a lot of damage. And if this public execution hits, maybe the fight is different.
Yeah, you see Noah has no flash, no cleanse, and they're like, okay, maybe we can hard commit to Noah, but the E creates so much distance between him and Mainter. And now you've committed too far, you've dug too deep, too greedily in this team fight. And you don't have the damage to back it up, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's been pretty one-sided, Finn. I thought this was going to be the close series of the day. But Giant X have really taken the bull by the horn and said, well, we can gatekeep one more team out of the top 4 for now, at least. That's Na'Vi. They said their run so far, wouldn't call it fraudulent, but hasn't been fraught with the most difficult opponents. But a performance like this against Na'Vi, who have been consistently good, is definitely putting Giant X's name in the hat, at least for top 4, if not higher.
Absolutely. It does seem like GX is the mountain that Na'Vi really needs to be able to climb and ascend, because that is really what's stopping them here, as Mainter is being went on by Isma. Jack is coming up here. Nice try to block with the cease and desist.
He's dead,
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you mechanically try to pivot or maneuver that fight. No matter what you do, you will end up dying when there's 2 people with that many items on you.
And that much mobility as well. Like the chase potential of a LeBlanc and a Vi is pretty disgusting to watch. 18 stacks on the Medjais now as well for Jackies.
He's well read.
He is. He's very...
There's a lot of pages
Or
there.
he's written a lot. Because I mean, maybe he's just writing the name of each person he kills, and that's four pages, and he's just writing in really big letters.
That's true, yeah.
It's just main, 1 letter per character, 1 letter per page, 2 letters per page, sure. I can't do maths. I'm here to talk good, not do the maths. Noah gets taken out by Sandy. Grand Starfall coming in as well for the chase onto Jun. Two-shot one doesn't quite connect onto a stun target, but still Jun will go down. And the gold lead has been cut dramatically from 9,000. Na'Vi get a K and it's down to 8.
Death, taxes, And AD carries dying on mid waves. You know what's coming. No matter where the game goes, you can always expect an AD carry to overstep on that mid wave. And now Navi is really happy. You really need to make the most out of this sequence. Try to get this dragon and try to delay this game a little bit more. Huge play by Samdi, landing so many crucial missile shots there on Noah and really finding a miracle in a very desperate time of need for Navi.
They just need a few more of them if they're going to find it back into this game.
What are we looking for
So
here,
Noah supercharges forward, auto attack, Essence Flux, Arcane Shift. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's good play from Samdi, but honestly, Noah kind of ints that one a little bit by going as far forward as he did.
Easy for Samdi to kill him, but that is also the result of last fight. Remember, Noah used Cleanse and Flash to kind of escape the Ambessa last fight. Walking up on midway without Cleanse and Flash, gotta be a little bit more careful than that, okay?
It's a 3-item AD carry now with the Endless Hunger complete onto Samdi. The only bright spot amidst Sea of Darkness at the moment for Na'Vi. They have slowed the game down and the gold lead cut to 7k. They managed to get a Drake as well, which means Giant X aren't on soul point. Noah going in as they dive forward, but immediately they get onto the backline. Paris kills off Jun, and Noah dies as well. The killer instinct, an instinct to die. Instead, it seems Na'Vi find two. Jackie's trying to get onto Paris. He gets him with a Storm Surge and the chains. Lot stepping back in here as it looks like Giant X want to take the 3v4.
Right on Jackie's
Hero's entrance. Jackie's trying to get onto Samdi. Double distort, not going to be enough. But with the Bolt Breaker over, Isma will find it. A counter strike, a counter punch from Giant X. As in a 3v4, they take down 3.
And you have to have sympathy for Na'Vi. You found a miracle fight. You caught out Noah and Jun, and you thought, okay, we're 5 versus 3. Surely we can push our advantage. Surely we can get one ward in the river this game. Surely we can get a little bit of control back, but no. A really well executed fight by Jackie's Isma, and Lot completely nullifies the attempt of Na'Vi.
Insane bait from Noah and Jun. You just got to give credit for like, I can't believe they thought it all the way through. TP a possibility here for Poby. Grand Starfall towards the mid lane. Jun's going to try and get away. Relech doesn't have flash. I don't think he needs to bait. Turns into Vi and walks away.
Okay, it's fine. He's good. He's cool.
Let's have another look at
this bait by Noah and Jun. Let's see how they masterfully craft this bait and engage. As Noah jumps in on this, but doesn't really pay attention to the potential Ambessa and Pantheon that can just go on here. And here I thought Na'Vi, great job. You got the picks, but here, look at Jackie staying in Fog of War, picking up Paris first.
Oh.
And here he's back again. No, Paris, no!
Jackie's like... needs to work in a sushi restaurant or something, man. He's serving these up on a silver platter. 25 stacks now on the Medjai's. 806 on this LeBlanc. He's having a pretty fun time, a whale of a time, you could say.
He's having a whale of a time at the Izakaya right now, just slicing up fish left, right, and center. Lot is trying to push out there. Still not Baron for 40 seconds, so will just probably be a bunch of wards in the bot side jungle and a bunch of camps in the pocket of GX. As they will look to start that Baron pretty soon, the moment it spawns.
Yeah, it's Baron into win. That's the play, right? Your siege isn't exceptional. You have a short-range AD carry. Jax can put pressure on a side lane, but if you have a Baron, it makes it so much easier, right? You can just walk in the waves and then look for a dive as the tower gets chipped down.
I think Na'Vi right now is praying for another Noah Jun bait. That would probably be their best course of action to find that. Because you are in a little bit of a pickle. I will say, if Mainter does end up getting his death stance here on the bot wave, he will be very strong. A free item Ambessa is not to be toyed with. It's very dangerous as Samdi checks the Baron. Yes, it is indeed started. Now you know what you're going to do about it.
Look at where Jackie's is, man. Just hiding on a control ward. Paris going to step forward. Jackie's still there. Tangle Root's coming out. Just Paris forward. I mean, Paris has... Oh,
what can he do?
What can he do? Thinking about it. He can die is what he can do. The season this is there for the follow-up. The hero's entrance was stopped by Jun with a wonderful pop blossom. Public execution out from Mainter, trying to kill off Noah. Relech will get him in the end.
Mainter is out. He's taking a walk. He's taking a mental health walk right now in the enemy jungle.
He needs to go get some sun.
You get your vitamin D, King. Enjoy it.
Unfortunately, the walk in the sun turned into sunburn as Giant X are going to wrap out this game. 31 minutes long. It's been done for a while, except for a couple of mistakes. And 12,000 gold lead for GX. in an absolute demolition. Jackies and Isma really put on a show in this game.
I mean, this is the new GX. It's the Isma and Jackie's show as you highlight. Isma on engage, Jackie's on a burst mage. One more for good measure, you know? Just to really hammer the points in before next game.
Get the soy sauce, man. Paris has been dipped, seasoned, shipped. You're going to send it off to a delivery right now. We'll leave for whoever you want. Law is standing by on the sidelines, though, with Isma. So we're going to hand over to an interview.
He is indeed. Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining me here. So ahead of the series, LEC said, we're going to stomp them. Anything you wanted to say? No.
I think it's the opposite way, no?
Yeah?
I think it's the opposite way. I mean, I don't know, we play our game, it's working, but it's only one game, right? There was still, you know, like Giant X moment, but at least we are playing, so I'm really happy.
So you're usually the one invading people, but you got invaded this time around.
Yeah, but since I invade people, I know how to react as well, right? So I think it's a bad thing to do to me, but it was a fun game, so it was good.
As you said, one game, we'll see for the rest. I'll let you join your team for now. And Jack, tell us how the early game went actually for GX.
Thank you very much, Laura. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the macro of Giant X. Now, macro means many things, different things to different people, really. Macro just means big. And some of these plays were quite small. But in essence, for me, what macro really means is being able to predict what your opponent will do and how you act accordingly. So if we roll this clip out, you can see that it starts off with Jackies and Jun pushing in mid. Now, Jun knows that since Paris shows on mid, if we pause it now, Jun knows that Paris wants to rotate back to bot. And Jackies knows this too. So you can actually see the pings on the minimap here. They both ping on the minimap, trying to see if Paris rotates to bot, we want to pick him off and find him. And they place a nice ward here that then watches Paris. You see Jackies now waits here, waiting for Paris. But Paris kind of knows. Paris knows that something is wrong. But if we could pause really fast, I mean, Paris is already dead. But what Paris did see is that the Vi that you see on the minimap is now showing on mid. So Paris thought, because Giant X's jungler was not there, that he was completely fine. But even with that info, because Giant X were really patient and knew what Paris wanted to do, they were able to punish him. And now with the second player, kind of a little bit of the same thing. Giant X, you can play out the clip. Noah and Jun recall from bot. They're willing to drop a wave on bot here to get tempo elsewhere. If we pause now, you can see that the minions on bot, you can see that enemy team pushed out bot, so that means that Giant X are going to lose a full wave, but they're fully fine with this. They're going to drop that wave. You can play the clip to generate a numbers advantage elsewhere. And you can see that now, because that they're here, they're able to turn a fight for Na'Vi that would have been losing for Giant X into Giant X's favor. And LEC was not expecting enemy bot lane to already be there because he thought they were matching the tempo of the enemy tempo because Na'Vi's bot lane had push. It's a lot of mind games that goes back and forth and builds upon each other, but it's really about being one step ahead of your enemy and kind of predicting what they're going to do so that you can make the better decision accordingly. And that was a big reason why Giant X were able to get a lot of leads in the early game, which they then transition into really good team fights, in which they eventually won the game, even with some Giant X moments.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was super impressive. And I think alongside like good movements from Jackies, I think the standout performer for me in this game was Jun.
Right.
I think this man was absolutely incredible. Like, using the push they had in bot lane, he was constantly rotating around the map. He was using his ultimate in really good ways to separate out fights. And like, when you get that early lead that Jack just showed, I think it came down to Jun helping to solidify that win.
And this is where Nico really becomes deadly, because once you have Prio all over the map, you have this roaming potential and the action that this champion can get. It's actually really hard to do anything, even on your own side of the map.
Yeah, it's nearly impossible. And even especially when Jun is playing like this, where, again, watch these fights, how he just ends up splitting up the fight so effectively. As teams go in, he immediately pulls the trigger to stop any sort of follow-up to come in. And this comp is designed from Giant X, from Na'Vi, to all dive in at the same time. They want to have this 1-2 punch that comes through, but it's denied every single time. And I think he just played absolutely perfectly on this pick.
Yeah, I think really nice to see Jun coming back into form. When I think of Jun, I think of Rel, I think of Nico, I think of him landing these huge ultimates. And pretty much every fight, as you say, Rob, he was able to find at least a 2 or a 3-man Pop Blossom that ultimately led to every fight looking pretty easy for Giant X, that they could always just run down the next target. Even when Noah got caught in the earlier fights or something crazy happened, Jun could always run them down.
And you can see the damage from Jackie's there. I think this was like the reason Jun could find so many successful flanks was because how does anyone approach on Navi? Like you walk up and everyone's getting one shot by this Fed LeBlanc. Like there's nothing you can do. So Jun was just in the perfect situation every time where you could just play around vision, play to disrupt, and the whole thing just works so well from Giant X.
I don't know what happened to Jackie's. That's not the same Jackie's that I'm used to seeing, bro. Like, I think after he just locked in and playing these like assassin champs that have high agency every single game, and he's not playing any of this Azir or Rihanna, he just finds his style, and it works so well.
But that's his style. For me, when I think about Jackie's, when I think about the specific champions that made him good in the early days, I think about champions like this. So I'm happy that they're able to draft around this strength now.
Yeah, but it doesn't even, to me, feel like this is the same Giant X. Like, we were kind of looking at them last year going, they kind of do some things, but don't really know what they really want to figure out. Now we're seeing Isma and Jackie's playing for Invase. They look absolutely fantastic. We were saying we needed to see Noah and Jun step up.
Yeah.
They're now playing absolutely spectacular. Like, look at Noah with that Jin game last week. It feels like it's all coming together for Giant X. And I don't want to say it, but I think I'm starting to get excited about Giant X.
Yeah, the E word. That's what I like here in the LEC. And I want to know, there were still some doubters from GX, especially given the teams that they faced off so far. Are we convinced now, minus the oopsies, because they're not going to get rid of that?
I mean, I feel like Jackie's is just playing... Jackie's and Isma, for me, are playing at a way higher level than we saw in a long time, which makes me think that, as you say, Rob, as long as Noah... I'm still not fully convinced on Noah. I think he's still slumping a little bit. Like, even this game, he's still making mistakes that I'm not used to. Like, if Noah was making these mistakes with the old Giant X, they would have been a dumpster fire, right? But now, if Noah and Jun can really be, like, one of the best bot lanes in the league with Isma and Jackie's playing like this, then this is a top team. It is a top team.
I think it's because of what Isma said in the interview last week, where he was like, look, we understand that we're going to, like, the mindset they're going in with is we want to make plays, even if it goes bad, even if it completely messes up the game. We want to be doing things rather than sitting around and doing nothing. And I think that's what we're starting to see, right? Like, even that LeBlanc play that you broke, or at the end of the game with the where you hit on the control ward and ended up picking off Sam D, that wouldn't have happened with the old Giant X. But it's players going, no, we can make these individual plays. We know how to try and set something up. And I think that's the beauty of what I'm watching with Giant X, is that they're willing to do things, whereas we just didn't see that from them last year.
Closing thoughts on Navi?
We didn't really see much from them this game. It kind of felt like it was Giant X's show the whole time. I think Relech needs to be more enabled than what he was. I think the Pantheon, it's really all about ulting to a side and then finding a pick, but it doesn't have that much individual power. It's like decent, right? It's kind of like the Sin Sao, where it's like a decent fighter, but it's not like a carry. And for me right now, I think Relech really needs to be the carry for this team.
And I think it's actually something you said backstage that really stuck, which was the lack of pushing lanes. Like, I think that's really where Relech kind of needed something that could enable him for the invades, enable him to play through his strengths. And without that, like, I think you're right, Laurie, that just isn't the same Relech.
Let's see if they can make it happen. Next game, is it going to be the Relech show being back, or can GX get the clean sweep and 2-0 against Navi? We'll see after the break.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. I gonna swing like tomato chandelier.
Attention.
Nice. So Galio no flash, guys. Galio no flash, no win. Galio no flash, no win. You will die.
Is it? Will it? Nice, he said low.
A lot is killing everyone because why not?
No place, you didn't. No place, you don't. Just nice job.
It's
You guys are good or what?
Yeah, the true zoo is
This is the top side, motherfuckers!
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been with enough practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked till my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling this so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow, get it together.
Welcome back to LEC Spring, where we're here for Game 2 between Na'Vi and Giant X. And what a Game 1 it was. Na'Vi really just turned into fish food, honestly. It was pretty one-sided for Giant X. A couple of masterful baits from Noah and Jun evened out the score a little bit in the mid-game, but still, ending the game in 32 minutes with a 12,000 gold lead is pretty successful.
I mean, yeah, masterful in the sense that that's the kind of bait you would see in Master Tier in League of Legends,
yes,
where it's a little bit rough around the edges. But we are now getting into drafts, and already we see GX heavily targeting the mid lane pool. And I think it's clear that they have noticed how they win games. We put Jackies on a burst mage, and we do not like playing against champions that burst mages are bad against. So they take out the Ryze, they take out Orianna, and try to set himself up. Now, first game they did ban Aatrox here, so we'll see if they actually leave that open for a ledge or if they continue targeting other picks. But it will indeed be the Aatrox ban to keep the brand going.
Getting rid of the Aatrox means that Aatrox, Vi, Pantheon, and Ambessa are all unplayable in this game because they were picked in Game 1 or banned out, and that means Relech will be falling down to his 5th most played so far in LEC Spring. And Ashe is the first pick for Na'Vi. Ashe Seraphine, a very common combination that we see, although not something we have seen so far from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, you see them really setting the Ashe Seraphine up as well. They take out the Nautilus, which is the best support against it. They take out Jarvan, which is the best jungler against it. And also take out the Bard, just for good measure. Now, cute little Seraphine over here by Lot. Are we actually going to separate the duo here? Because you could play Seraphine bot with something like either a Senna, or just whichever support you like. You can also play Seraphine as an Enchanter support. It gives you a lot of options. So I do like this separating the duo queue, or the duo, but now what do you pair it with is the real question.
I quite like Seraphine Tristana. I think the burst potential from it is actually really strong, and you can just jump on the Ashe on repeat. Obviously, if they pick something like a Braum into it, it becomes a lot more difficult for you to play that, but I do like the idea of just, we'll punish the fact that you have a very low mobility AD carry.
Yeah, and on that brand, they look in the Nocturne, which is another great champion at punishing a low mobility AD carry. Personally, I'm a big fan of Misfortune Seraphine. I think it's a little bit underutilized. They make it rain into the root, into the alt combo. I think it's really juicy, obviously very immobile, so does need a little bit of help from the rest of the team. So we will see how Na'Vi now responds to this anti-Ashe comp that GX is trying to put together.
I mean, you pick something like the Lulu if you just want to go an Enchanter, right? So Lulu here works okay into the Nocturne. You can wild growth whoever the Nocturne's jumping onto. Also, if he isn't using his Shroud of Darkness effectively, you can polymorph him when he's in the middle of you. Does still have that Fear Tether that can go off even while he is polymorphed. But I do like the Lulu when you don't have the Seraphine as an option for that bot lane.
I do like the concept of a squirrel running at you really angrily and fearing you.
I mean, that is like elephants are scared of mice, you know? Anything can be scared of a squirrel from time to time. It looks like Na'Vi are going towards their mid lane, leaving jungle open for more bans from Giant if they want to. Aurora, the pick here for Poby, his most played this split.
Yeah, Poby Comfort also a takeaway from Jackie, who's had some fantastic Aurora games, also does fit the things that he likes to do. And here you have a choice as GX. Do you pick your Seraphine pairing now and drop your mid and risk losing those burst mages that Jackie really likes playing, the Ashes, the Anis, not the Aris, I mean, not the Ashes pick, but the Ari and Anis. But they actually do seem to lock in the Ari now, but that means you will drop your AD carry or support, depending where the Seraphine goes, and seems like they want to really stick with their identity of putting Jackies on these bursty mages.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, Jackies is having an incredible split so far. 4 player of the series votes, possibly 5 if he does what he did in game 1 again here in game 2. Giant X, as you say, dropping their AD carry. Na'Vi dropping their jungler until that second rotation, and because of that, you see Giant X saying, well, we're going to get rid of some of them. Xin Zhao already off the cards. Could look towards something like Jarvan, the Mundo. You could even ban away the Zahen if you're worried about it. Those are things that we often see come out of Relech. Mundo's nerf, I mean, Mundo jungle is still strong. It just takes you much longer, a little bit longer to farm through it right now. It's monster damage mostly, so.
It is quite chill to drop jungle against Nocturne because you don't really care what jungle you're playing into Nocturne. Nocturne is more scary for your laner, so you will probably find the champion that makes sense for your comp. I'm kind of thinking a little bit about, you know, Olaf already. Like Olaf into Seraphine, it's good into Nocturne. You have a Lulu to kind of help you go in. That's my like little intuition talking right now, but we'll see where GX takes these bans. Shinsha being taken out, Graves being taken out. I think it's very bold. I don't think that's a great Graves game here for Relech, but showing the respect. Maybe he has popped off in solo queue, maybe he like ganked Lot 15 times in solo queue with Graves, and now Lot's like, I don't want to play against Graves. Yeah, we don't know the stories. We don't know why the Graves ban is there, but it is there.
Graves much better when he has an Enchanter behind him as well. Like Graves with a Whimsy or with the Help Pick Shield or the Wild Growth does a lot more work. Nah could be the final ban hit from Na'Vi, and it is. I know you talked about your intuition. Your intuition makes you play Dusk and Dawn Gnar, so I'm not sure how much I trust your intuition at times.
Okay, it's into tanks, Medic, and it's to get the fast hyper procs, because against tanks, most of your damage is in the hyper, so getting Dusk and Dawn gives you more hyper damage. Okay, I don't expect the support player to get it.
Look, man, I'm not saying it doesn't work, I'm just saying it's a little odd.
Yeah, Na'Vi clearly setting up for Renekton blind here, or a Cassante is fine as well. The Cassante, Renekton both kind of wants the Rumble and Gnar taken out. So you have your options, but it will be a Jhin paired up with the Seraphine bot. So Jhin, Seraphine, Nocturne bot side here, picked up by GX. We saw some excellent Jhin games last weekend, both by Supa and by someone else.
Noah?
Noah, exactly. Yeah. It was Noah on Jhin that absolutely popped off, so really excited to see what he can do with it. As the Rek'Sai is being hovered, it's a little bit surprising. I would really like to see a Cassante Renekton here to kind of give them a little bit of front line, because Zahen needs a lot of time to scale up. Yeah. A little bit more selfish, but it will be the confidence pick here by Mentor. Just locking that in, and
something tanky would make the most sense. I was thinking Sion as well for that top lane. Could take Aurora top if you really wanted to.
It's also probably Zahen jungle, of course.
Yes.
It's probably Zahen jungle, knowing this team, and it's still going to be a Cassandra Renekton here locked in.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Don't get excited.
I'm not excited, man. Never. Live in a state of expectant pessimism. Renekton is locked in the end. So Zahen jungle coming out for Rilech. We talked about that. He has already brought it out once this split.
Ew! I hate Varus tops. No!
Okay, no.
Don't cheer for Varus top.
Finn, this is where you need to separate the caster side of your brain and the solo queue side of your brain.
I will never praise someone for playing Varus top. This champion requires no skill, wins every single matchup, and does not require a brain to play. All he does is hit minions and just doesn't think. You can't do anything. I played Renekton against Varus the other day. I could not play the game. I feel nothing but pity for Mainter right now as he's loading into this game, having to play against the Varus with a Nocturne behind him at all times. This top lane matchup will be tough.
And it's only the second time we've ever seen Lot bring out the Varus top. Last time was in the EMEA Masters Summer 2 years ago when he was playing on Team Go. He went 6-3-6 on it.
And he also built Locket of the Iron Solari, so that's very interesting.
I mean, but there was also, what was the support item that you could go, that when you ulted, you got a bunch of health?
Oh, that one.
Radiant Virtue?
Yeah, Radiant Virtue. Yeah, the Maokai item.
Man, classic. Classic!
I mean, Varus, I didn't even say that, but he can buy any single item in the game and still do way too much damage.
Dusk and Dawn is what I expect to see. He is very powerful, and as you say, it's going to be a hard matchup for Mainter. I love the fact we're seeing a little bit more inventiveness from Lot as well, right? This guy has often been looked at as one of the weak links on Giant X. He's a guy that is often punished in games. We saw the Jackson game 1, a staple for him, but he played it really well. And now we're seeing the Varus come out as well. A bit more creativity, even though you hate the pick. It's a bit more creativity.
I mean, you're absolutely right, Medic.
Yeah.
I mean, it is nice to see, because seeing Isma level up, seeing Jackis level up, we will love to see Lot join that as well and create a super strong topside for GX. And seeing this Varus puts a lot of pressure on his shoulders. You really need to make this work, but he has the tools. He has the pushing mid, probably, and he has the Nocturne behind him. So I want to see how he navigates this laning phase.
So is that the intent for Giant X, is play mostly around the top side of the map, getting to mid-game with just a couple of strong AD carries?
I mean, that's the thing, you don't really need to. You're not going to see them play for really any lane early game, as it's all about getting Nocturne to level 6. And I think Noah and Jun will be fine in the bot lane. I think Jackis will be fine in the mid lane. And I think Lot is going to have a lot of push. So hopefully either securing a double crab for Isma or just allowing him to get through the early game, get to level 6 with that paranoia without any lanes bleeding is already a huge win for GX.
Interesting to see then, when you know Lot's going to have push, that Rilech is pathing top to bot. Because often, like, you path into the low mobility AD carry on the top side to try and trade into him. Is this purely a we don't win a 2v1 versus Varus kind of idea?
I mean, it's possible. It's also the fact that, like, he's just like, okay, Mainter, I'm gonna mute you, okay? I'm gonna mute you on Discord. I'm not gonna listen to any word you say. Good luck up there, soldier. I'm not coming, so help is not on its way, as Mainter already being shot by arrows every waking minute. Let's see how many CS he gets on the first 3 waves. I'm gonna predict 7.
Okay, he's currently at 3. We'll see how many more he can pick up underneath
probably
his tower.
Probably a 7. That was a little bit unfair. Yeah. Probably like around 12.
The thing with Renekton is you do have that Cull the Weak, right? So you can get up close and personal, and then Cull. Hawkshot going out is not going to spot Isma, but that ward has deep ward enabled, so he knows he's spotted.
He saw Rilech do it to him game 1. Now he wants to get the chickens back from Rilech, but looks like they're already cleared, so he's angling for this red buff. See if Jun also wants to move up here.
Yeah, like, Isma maybe will go past. Oh,
he was spotted.
Seen. Pings, question mark.
Take notes.
From Rilech. Take notes, says Isma. As he comes across, Jun is moving, as is Noah. There's the fear. Long-range captive audience is going to find its mark as Isma will chase Rilech out of the jungle, and Rilech has to flash, and Giant X once again living up to their game plan of put the enemy jungler behind.
And it's a fantastic game plan by Giant X, invading the bot side, forcing the Zahen to go into top side, where he knows there's nothing but despair, as the Varus is going to have his Renekton under the tower. You're going to see him try to run towards the red buff here. You could, in theory, let Jackis push his mid and go look for him, but I doubt he's going to get all 3 of these camps, because this is quite a scary predicament to be in for Rilech, but he has no other choice right now.
Yeah, if Isma takes Scuttle Crab, resets, and then just runs out, he'll have an item advantage as well. Looks like it might just be Scuttle into Duskbringer, come up and try and fight. Rilech on the Zahen just takes the Krugs. puts a ward down towards that red buff and has to satisfy himself with a single camp stolen for a single camp, but a red buff slightly more valuable than the Krugs overall.
Yeah, but I love to see these early plans by GX. Actually making plans around invading on your strong side while having the Varus on the weak side still pushing, as we see Samdi pushing forward here with the big arrow volley thingy.
To be careful. Flash into the root. They already had the slow. Paris has to flash away. Noah looking for the deadly flourish. Can't land it as Paris sidesteps it. Samdi going back in with the orders onto Noah. Noah running cleanse, as is Samdi in this matchup. So we're out of battle summoners. Instead, we just have the utility. Relech on his way down. And Noah and Jun wisely backing away.
Really attractive spacing there by Samdi, completely keeping Noah as at arm's length here. As Relech is really happy to have one lane with a little bit of pressure. Might allow him to walk up here for the Gromposaurus. Looking for that, because Jun is quite low. No flash on him. Noah is also quite low, does have all summoners. And I don't think Isma will be in time to defend this. So a slight solace in the despair that is Navi's early game, or Relech's early game.
And you take this if you're Na'Vi, right? The ability to get something back in the early game. Obviously, Lot is losing quite heavily, as is Samdi over Noah, but Samdi was able to catch most of the waves. So
Samdi had cool spacing, okay?
He had really
that's
cool
worth more than CS right now.
Oh, Na'Vi need the solace, because they have a pretty difficult schedule coming up as well. Over the next few weeks, they play KC, Fnatic, Shifters, G2. Fnatic and Shifters, I think people will put them as the favorites in those matchups, but Charm. G2 and KC are going to be hard. Charm hits from Jackies. Paris looking for the polymorph, does bring him out from Isma, but Kobe will just be able to walk away from it.
I mean, it is as you say. I think Na'Vi and GX both are looking at a very difficult second half of their split in terms of schedule. So
GX especially.
Yeah, I mean, GX as well. Look at the teams they're going to be playing. Na'Vi today, and then Vitality this weekend, and then leading up to a grand finale, MKOI G2 KC Gauntlet over in Madrid later.
In Madrid. In an arena. That is going to be so tough for them.
Yeah.
But if they can go there with, like, if they can go into the Vitality series with 5 wins under their belt, you have a little bit more freedom at that point. Oh, the steal from Isma.
Oh, he has no flash as well.
He's not going to be able to chase him too much further. You can see the move from mid here from Poby and
Paris is here as well.
Isma's going to try and Dustbringer his way out. Shroud of Darkness down as well, as Paris doesn't really have the mana to chase any further, but Isma's flash is the cost of him going in and stealing away that wolf.
Lost the flash, but got the wolf. Well, you can argue if that's worth or not, but definitely cheeky. Cheeky by Isma, as he will now clear his camps and probably going to get his 6 in just about a minute. He's still 1 full level away from that, but not the slow early game I expected. I like Isma trying to push whatever lane leads he has into getting some kind of pressure, kind of making them second guess always every single camp. Is Isma there to smite it or seal it with a Duskbringer? You never know. But he is lurking.
Yeah, you talked about his creativity at the start of game 1, and he's shown it a lot during this series. The level up of this jungler as well. Only a couple of years ago, he was seen as very much the weak link. Now really beginning to shine alongside Jackies in the mid lane, who continues to show off this split. Okay. Exhaust down, Dominus Pot with the cleanser coming out as well. Kill him, you say. Chain of Corruption into the piercing arrow. Maintenance now has to be careful. Relech comes in, look at that dreaded return pullback. They flash forward, they get it. Na'Vi kill off the Varus for first blood.
Yeah, okay, huge. Varus is down. His reign of terror is over, and I think Mainter is very happy. The fact that Varus used Exhaust does still have the flash. I don't think Mainter, this is not going to shift the matchup in Mainter's favor, but it will be really nice for him. Might look to get the Mercury Threads here, which will be sweet, as he might be able to close the distance now. But honestly, good creative angle there from Relech, walking all the way around, knowing that Lot was overextended. Gave once again Na'Vi a short avenue in an early game that is tricky to navigate.
Also gives Giant the first dragon of the game. They got it in game 1, and they won that game. Na'Vi only a 40% win rate when they don't get that first rate. Curtains open onto Samdi.
And they're close.
The arrow comes out, and as you say, the encore quickly stopped there. No one applauding for Noah.
Yeah. Well, was a mediocre show, I guess. Stopped.
Just don't back right in front of them, dudes. Like, oh, Paris going to be slightly off time.
He had a rough game 1, okay, Paris. I can give him the.
Oh, this way actually he gets to stay around and hold the wave for his AD carry.
Yeah,
so
he knew that.
Doing the Lord's work. Little Lulu help fix for the shield. A couple of pings coming out. Paris like, oh, I don't think I'm in too much danger.
This is a riveting game to right here.
Look, man.
He's standing there.
Okay, look, this is what top laners do for the majority of the game. You're like, no, if I hit the ranged minions, then they'll attack me and the wave will push into me at the right time.
I talk bad about one support play saying it's boring and you insta-attack my entire lane. Okay, that's just kind of...
when Varus top's being played in your lane, you know something went wrong somewhere down the road.
Oh,
looking for another gank,
he
dodges
avoided
the
a vision here. Lot has no exhaust, does have the flash though.
Has the Chain of Corruption as well. Relech has the dreaded return. Can go in. Grim Deliverance ultimate as well. Does make you unstoppable.
Oh, sidesteps the W there from Relech.
There's the Grim Deliverance though, and Lock can't sidestep. It doesn't matter, man. It was a great sidestep on the dreaded return, but as you say, doesn't matter after that point. There's enough CC amongst this Zehen and Renekton combined to take the kill. 2 now to Na'Vi as Samdi caught with a deadly flourish that looked like it wasn't going to clip him. No one able to force him away.
The weak has been called by Mainter as Jackie's got a nice charm chunk here on Paris. Will just be the electrocute proc and still 50% of his health.
He can't safely go this way, Paris.
I mean, you think he would learn that by himself as a tiny little Lulu, it's
just go
dangerous.
Round, dude. Like, there's no way you can ever walk.
Think about the time he would save if he took that route.
The time you'd save by not walking towards the tri-bush, not being able to go there, having to sidestep back.
Yeah,
your jungler's on the top side of the map. The only way it can work is if you're like baiting that your jungler can be there. But he's on vision, dude.
Well, now you're just argumentative.
Okay, that's true. That's true. But look.
Okay.
You got me into the mood with your Varus tirade at the start. Sometimes it's fun. Good body block. Encore going to find 2. Samdi stepping out of the curtains as Jun takes a chunk. But Samdi, the spacing not so good this time, has to flash away. And now with a Nocturne in rage, Paranoia might be coming to get you. But Na'Vi will wisely back away. Paris steps back forwards. Zehen on his way across. Paris now has the wild growth. And Isma deciding that they don't want to go for any further play after taking the plate.
And I love Noah on this Jhin. He looks so comfortable in the Ashe matchup, showing that blinding Ashe is not quite as simple as most people thought it would be against Noah. I think he's always making good use of this Jhin. He seems so adept at navigating this matchup, and it's constant push now. 15 zeros up in the 1v1 and just constantly having pressure, despite the fact that Relech was behind them early game. I think it's immaculate.
Yeah, really good overall, especially since somebody was winning the bot lane matchup in game 1, right? Had a CS lead, was the only lane really winning for Na'Vi. Now we see the rest of the map relatively even, apart from Relech with those 2 kills on the Zehen, which is often a good sign for Na'Vi. When Relech gets ahead, the team often wins. But we'll see if they can actually use Relech's advantage to much end, because right now he's being
open behind top.
Paranoia coming out as Lot's going to get chased out towards the top side. There's the charm onto Zehen, but they dive onto Isma. Deadly Flourish coming out as well from Noah as he looks to join the fray. It's a 5 Jumps in with the Grim Deliverance. Isma able to flash away. Poby looking to go between worlds. Jackie still had the Spirit Rush. Mainter on Lot will take him out in the 1v1. Jun flashing away. Meanwhile, Isma goes down, and Na'Vi begin to collapse. A wild growth, the double knockup into the polymorph. Noah having to flash out. And not quite enough damage from Poby with the weirding.
What is the Crocodile doing up in Minnesota? He's right behind the lines there. He chased the Varus so far into his red buff and manages to kill him. Look at the journey he went here. He saw Lot in his screen and he's like, I will not back down. One of us is dying and I hope it's you.
As you see, 5v5 is crazy at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you see here, really good ult there, but Relech forces out Isma. But you see this Mainter just running down Lot here slowly but surely, and GX don't really know how to adapt to it. This is a 2 for 0. Make that 3 for 0 in the favor of Na'Vi.
And Noah having to flash away. Polymorph duration reduced because he just cleansed, and so the follow-up on the rest of the CC not as strong. But Na'Vi with a big win in the 5v5. 3 for 0, as you say, 1,000 gold lead now for them. Drake up in 17 seconds. Relech is on the top side of the map with that Triforce complete, but I expect he's making a beeline for the bot side pretty soon to get that Infernal Dragon.
I mean, we talked about the strong, stable lanes of GX, but it's actually the skirmishing power of Na'Vi that finds these positive avenues for them in these fights here. The reason they're 5-0 is just good creative pathing by Relech and just great clicking in these team fights.
Also, decision-making from Na'Vi to take the fights when they are. Like, Poby is building up towards a rocket belt. I don't know what components he'd had finished before that last fight. Probably didn't have the full rocket belt. But Jackie's has a catalyst. Like, that Ahri is tickling at best right now. Like, the fur on her tails is doing all the damage rather than any actual orb of deception or anything. Whereas Poby actually has some AP behind him, right? So it's always going to be hard for Giant X to win a fight like that when you are really down an entire player in terms of damage.
I don't like this. I fully agree with you. Coveted is an Ari when Jack has been popping off on these burst matches. Yep. I don't really know why he goes for this build because I don't think he's in that big of a danger in this game.
Agreed.
I don't think they're going to be diving the Ari this game, so I would love to see him build a little bit more damage, but as you say, his Ari is purely decorative in these fights. She does not really bring a lot of damage unless she gets multiple Spirit Rushes resets, which will not really be her. How do you say it in English? Medic.
Way of playing?
In Swedish. Can you translate for me?
What was it in Swedish?
Förtjänst.
Oh, her prerogative.
What is it, yeah?
I just picked a word that I wasn't quite sure if you knew and hope it's correct.
Yeah, that sounds great here. Yeah. As you see, Noah and June opening behind on Lot here. As they want to get a Chain of Corruption here onto Mainter, followed by Deadly Flourish and then a Gin Ult. Yeah, but will Mainter give Lot the angle here? Because it seems like they're expecting it. Look at Ash and Lulu opening up behind there as well.
There's the angle goes down. Arrow coming out as well as Mainter was looking for the play and might still just make it. Lot almost turned to stone. Tries to answer onto Mainter. The curtain course comes out. Paris blocks 2, 3, and 4. Blocked by the Lulu.
Perus, yeah. And both places open behind their top lanes. What a silly game we're playing right now. I love the mind games going on there. Both are super aware of where the other team will go, and they're just gonna be there to block it.
Smart stuff all around. You can see that's probably the most explosive lane right now. All the rest of the kills have been picked up from fights and skirmishes. LEC looking for Jackies, who has the Spirit Rush and should just be able to use it if needed. Dodges away from the dreaded return, and then didn't need to use his own ultimate in response.
But still a big chunk there. Means Jack is probably going to have to TP back the moment he has the Rod of Ages, and still won't be a lot of damage coming out of this Ari, and I feel like LEC now feeling really confident.
Oh, Noah! Oh, Dreaded Return doesn't hit, the Paranoia out, there's the Grim Deliverance onto the back line, and Noah goes down! No arc to save him as Isma tries to get an answering kill. Samdi flashes too late, Isma going in with the Dustbringer, chasing onto Paris, polymorphed, and no one's scared of that squirrel. 7-1 now to Na'Vi.
And LEC is gonna be a monster in this fight. You see why the Aatrox is banned, but it still has the other Darkin in his pool, locking this ahead, just completely dominating this early game. Now with the Triforce, 4-0-1 on the Zahen now will be an absolute problem to deal with, because I don't think GX has the damage to kill him before the revive.
Oh, it's going to be so difficult, especially with Paris in his pocket, right? This is one of the benefits of an Enchanter when you're playing a Bruiser jungler or Bruiser anywhere, is they can just stop enchanting the AD carry and start enchanting you instead. Noah here stepping up. Just a little greedy overall.
I mean, he was trying to bait for the Nocturne, but once again, like, it doesn't matter if you bait for the Nocturne if the other guy has the same amount of numbers as you. LEC is here as well to match the play, and Isma gets a kill on the Ashe, almost gets this Lulu as well, but gets turned into, I think that was a little mini whale. I don't really know what.
Sure, some sort of critter.
Yeah, tiny little critter he was turned into. Not very frightful one at that.
Not at all. First items being completed across the board. Hex Optics for Noah. Sam D went Kraken Slayer, Rocket Belt for Poe. We already talked about it. Rod of Ages is now there for Jackie, stacking up, so we're looking at a 25-minute spike on the Ari. Huge. Dusk and Dawn for Lot. Talked about that as well. Even 0-3-0, he will output a lot of damage if left alone in fights. And both the junglers going for their Triforce and Experimental Hexplate, respectively. LEC going to take this Rift Herald without too much of a skirmish. And I wonder if GX have just said, okay, we take our foot off the gas a little bit. We can scale up. We don't mind waiting for later game fights, because like, in terms of 5v5s, it's going to be really interesting how these teams have to play it out.
I mean, I'm really worried for GX Comps as I'm holding my breath here as the Charm comes out. A lot of damage by the Roe Ari. Not really. But the problem they will run into...
Oh, I hit him again, though. Look at that.
Okay, now we use
that was at least 10% of his HP, dude.
The problem they will run into is that how does GX start fights? They find one-shots of CC. So either a Deadly Flourish, an Encore, a Nocturne Catch. And that's really difficult to find when there's a Lulu included, because suddenly the damage threshold you need to reach is a lot higher. And if you don't find that one-shot, suddenly the entire fight will fall on your head, and the Zahen will run Rampart, the Aurora come from the side, the Ashe will kite. So they really need to be quick with it, or just really try to play for side lanes where the Lulu is not. Because if Lulu is there, finding a one-shot is really difficult.
Good little side step from Lot. Did have vision towards the Razorbeak pit where Samdi was ulting from, so if he hadn't dodged it, it would have been more of a misstep than a great play. You know, sometimes you just have to chuck out the arrow and see what it connects with. Not everyone can be William Tell, as next Drake up in 20 seconds, and Giant X trying to set up vision around it. Actually, using the gates here.
This is the side lane place we're talking about. You need to play on your Varus lane, and it's exactly what GX is looking to set up here. No one is here to defend.
Hobie has no TP.
He has flash. Can they get out?
Flash, Spirit Rush, there's the charm follow-up, and Isma can't get through the Dominus with the help of Jackie's.
Where's the damage?
It's not there, Finn. It's not there, man. It's like where I check the meters as an Org Evoker and say, look, it's not all shown in the details,
but no one is getting buffed. There's no scale commander around. I feel like this is the problem that you run into as GX, as we highlighted. If you're playing a one-shot comp, but you can't even one-shot one target, what are you trying to do? They're doing the right things. They're trying to attack side lane because they cannot one-shot the Ludus there, but Mater is running up with a shield and an ult.
I think that Dominus still going as a visual bug more than anything else. That's his ultimate is not still running at this point, as Na'Vi took a tower in the top lane, tower in the mid lane, and now reset to take the second dragon of the game for themselves. And Giant X, I mean, it's looking a lot like game one, just with the roles reversed. 7-1, 3k lead. Na'Vi now the ones on the chase, and Jun doesn't have a way to escape. Hobie goes between worlds, and Jun is sent to the next, as Na'Vi find their 8th kill of the match.
I mean, it's exactly as you highlighted. It's literally the game one just reversed. Now it's Na'Vi dominating, finding picks onto Noah and Jun in the early game, ganking a lot, setting him down to make sure Mater has a solid early game, and now it's just an easy game to play no matter where you go, no matter where you want to find a fight. Whichever fight you may end up finding will be a beneficial one.
And this is why we can't be game one, Andes. This is why we can't judge everything off game one, because we were saying for Giant X, you know, going into the rest of their games, if they can beat Na'Vi, they're then looking at possible top 4, you know, they can challenge.
We got to be game 2 Simons. Okay, Na'Vi, this is huge.
Exactly, this is huge for Na'Vi. Well, a comeback so far as Paris flashes away from the chain of corruptions. I'm not quite sure if it was going to connect on him, but don't blame him for flashing, especially with terrain being the way it is and elevation being the way it is in League of Legends. Na'Vi, though, I don't expect them to be punished for the lack of Lulu's flash, and Nocturne can jump on her, but again, you don't really have the damage to follow up effectively, as Poby is going to get charmed. He's just looking to clear out the wave, and the charm doesn't even get through the shield from his Merc threats.
I will say, still one dragon for GX will give them a little bit more time. It's not like they're looking at a 25-minute soul point just yet, so maybe you can slow down, maybe you can find a little bit of side push on lock, maybe you can find anything that can delay this game. But now it is Na'Vi looking onto Jackie's. He does have Spirit Rush.
He's got to rush away from this, because Na'Vi are on the collapse, and there it is. 2 charges used. Dominus not even needed so far in the mid lane as the encore goes wide, man. No one is standing and applauding for this Seraphine pick as the arrow finds Isma, and it's good Shroud of Darkness to stop it. Mainzer going back in with the Dominus himself. Relech looking for a catch, isn't going to find anyone with the dreaded return.
It was hard to watch. This is the second time they try to kill Mainzer, but he's just too big of a crocodile. He doesn't die. The Mercs is really crucial here, not allowing them to be CC locked. Just dashing out with a stride break and movement speed, just being an agile little reptilian.
The Merc treads obviously would help if he was hit by the CC. But he wasn't really hit by the CC, dude. So, like, well, the Merc treads helped, I guess.
He walked quite fast.
He did walk quite fast. Arguably, Swifty boots would have been more advantageous in that situation.
I mean, yeah, if the skill shot will go that broad.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's hard to connect with them. And Giant X at least trying to do something, but Na'Vi are stymieing them at every opportunity. Like, Na'Vi are playing really well around the fact they understand if we make a play bot, something is going to happen somewhere else on the map. That's the power of Nocturne, it's the power of paranoia, right? So Na'Vi and Mainzer especially has been really aware of when he needs to be willing to do that slice and dice defensively, as we do have a pause coming out. Quickly, the pause in game 1, by the way. Noah knocked his microphone a little bit too far away from his mouth, and so his team couldn't hear him properly. So we had to pause so he could put his microphone back. This one, we'll see what it is. With
now it's too close. He's very loud right now, and they cannot focus.
Guys, we can't hear Noah. We can't hear Noah. Oh, wait, it's because he hasn't actually said anything for a little while. It's a bit of a struggle currently for Giant X. Na'Vi in a very strong position, and you'd expect them to be able to close out the game from here. But we have seen throws from 4,000 gold ahead at 21 minutes. It's nothing.
This is Europe we're talking about, okay?
Exactly.
This is Europe.
Exactly.
Anything can happen. Crazy is our game, and we need to kind of go back to the drawing board here for GX, because now they've made 2 Nocturnals onto Renekton. Hasn't really worked out, and the game is just falling out of their hands slowly, but very surely as well.
Yeah, so on this drawing board, does it just say help, or do we actually have some plans that we can draw up? What would be your suggestions, Master Architect Finn?
Well, I would give it away, but I don't want to see the Varustop winning, so I'm going to keep him.
Oh, understandable. I mean, they can't hear us, though. They're not listening backstage.
Yeah, but like, who knows?
We don't have the words of wisdom
I for
from
one,
Finn.
am just overjoyed that the Varustop is struggling, so I don't have to see it in my solo queue game when I get home.
Man, that's
all I care about.
There's no way this game of Varustop affects the solo queue ratings.
I mean, if one Varustop gets scared of playing Varustop because of this game, that's a win for society as a whole.
That's understandable, I guess. Yeah. That's understandable. I hope as well we don't see Aries with Rod of Ages in solo queue.
I mean, we have seen quite a few over time in the leaders.
In this composition especially, I don't think it makes a huge amount of sense.
I mean, it could be that he thinks into the Aurora matchup, he kind of can just guarantee side push by being so tanky that Aurora's burst window doesn't really affect the Ari, and he kind of tunnel on the side matchup, where in fact he kind of needs to play one shot in his comp. But it's a hard call to make, and in the end, this game is not on Jackie's. He's not the reason they're losing this game, and his Rod of Ages is not the reason they're losing. They're losing because the early game was really sketchy. The Varustop got ganked a lot, and I think Noah and June, despite having some really good plays, kind of got shut down by all of Na'Vi as a whole.
Yeah, I think the main difference that you see between this game and Game 1 is in Game 1, Giant X did a really good job of shutting down Relech.
Yes.
Right? Like, Relech wasn't able to be impactful on the map, and here we saw them trying to do it again. Like, Jun walked past the Razorbeaks as Relech walked into the bush, as he just got out of vision. We saw them trying to make plays to stop Relech in the early game as well, trading camps, right? But it just hasn't worked. And when it doesn't work and Relech gets ahead, Na'Vi are an entirely different beast to when Relech doesn't have that agency.
Yeah, no, I would kind of liked Na'Vi, or GX, if you go back to that invade by the Nocturne, to kind of, I would love Isma to tell, okay, Lot and Jackies, if you go into my jungle now and check my camps, we win the game.
Yeah, we just kill him on cross.
Zahan will not play the game. He has 20% HP, level 3 with a blue buff. If he does not take 2 of my camps right now, he will not be able to play the game. But in the end, they didn't really commit to the bit, which is, in the end, a choice. And Lot and Jackies did have solid early laning phases, but yeah, the early game just went out of their hands. And now you're looking down a 8-1 game and just 4K gold. It's so difficult to come back in a game like this, especially with a comp like GX's.
Yeah, the composition is quite hard to execute in terms of how you play around in team fights. You talked about it, right? You have Chain of Corruption and Charm, really, to engage, or a good Deadly Flourish. So we'll have to see how they can adapt, and if they can adapt, because, like, in all honesty, this game is Na'Vi's to lose, right? They are so far ahead. They have an Enchanter with a really fed Bruiser jungler, and then, like, only one person on their team has died, and it's Samdi. And even then, it's like, how do you actually get onto him again, right? He has Cleanse, he has Flash, he has a Lulu. It's going to be really tough for Giant X.
Look, I want to see if he can base and get his Death Stance soon, because when Relech gets Death Stance, Thunder Sky, and Triforce this a hand, and especially if he gets to level 16 later, he gets an extra armor pen from his old passive, it's going to be tough.
Oh, Jackie's Actualize a second.
Okay, this is a new build I have not really seen.
Yeah, nor have I.
Not super familiar with this. I do like it. Actualize did get buffed. It had its gold cost reduced.
Yeah, so that was a little while ago.
That was a hot while ago, yeah.
But I guess it makes more sense with the Rod of Ages. You know, you got a bit more mana.
Yeah.
And so Actualizer, when you activate it, increases all the costs of your mana, cost of your spells. But mana cost of your spells, sorry, but then also increases the damage they do.
Yes, it also increases your CDs by 30%.
Paranoia.
Goes out
into the cleanse, into the flash, into the wild growth, and now Isma is on the wrong side of dodge. Good double. Relech. Grab coming out from Relech into the encore. Jackie's trying to get in with his Spirit Rush. Grim Deliverance from Relech. Half his health goes, but he's got that passive built up. A good fourth shot from Noah will put him into the Cultivation of War recharge. And Paris dodges everything. The flash from Jackie's all with Deception. Finds the damage in the end with a Foxfire. But Paris the only one to fall for Na'Vi as Noah flashes and gets smited!
Smitten smote! A little kitten has been stopped from going and taking the portal by Relech, and here you see the issues, you see the problems we've been highlighting all game long. They use everything to shut down Samdi, but in the end he cleanses, splashes out, and then they have nothing left for the onslaught that is Relech. A massive flash W lands from both Noah and Jun, and here he is just unchecked, unstopped, and unrelenting in the pursuit of the GX backline.
Yeah, just needs to be on top of a lot there. Slow him down, make sure that Poby can chase. Jackie's looked for this, but Paris with some great side steps. Delays for a long while means that Jackie's doesn't get the Spirit Rush recharge and can't then dash back out. And then Noah, this is a great smite across the wall. Flashes.
Oh, he flashed as well for it. Oh no.
Tries to get the Hexgate, but that turtle did not make it to water, unfortunately, as now Na'Vi will get their third Drake of the game. And Giant X are well and truly down a well without a rope to climb out.
Hey, the roll is soon ticking to 10 stacks, baby. We're getting our money's worth. Game is not over for as long as the row is stacking.
Okay, and then when it's stacked, it's over?
Well, yeah, but I mean, doesn't sound as cool now.
That's true. I'm sorry, man.
So
I forgot about the rule of cool when it comes to
rule of cool is all about all that matters now. So Baron is on the menu here for Na'Vi, looking to set up topside, and what they went through game 1 is now what Jake's is going through. It's really difficult for Isma and Jun to get any control there as Mainter gets tickled by the fur. Walks out.
He does. Man. Good thing he's not as ticklish as some of the champions.
If he was really ticklish, that would be really
it would have been awful. It would have been awful in that situation. Okay. I think we have to set a new goal for Na'Vi. Obviously, win the game is the be-all and end-all, you know, like, obviously you want to win the game. But when you are this far ahead in this sort of game state, I think they need to close the game out by 29 minutes. I think that should be the intent. I think they should do it cleanly. They shouldn't lose any more fights. Paranoia going onto the backline as Isma tries to jump onto Sandy, takes him low. That's the first part of the fight lost. Lot looking to piercing out onto Poby, can't quite land it. Noah chased out by Mainter as Poby dashes back with the weirding. Now Paris the new target. And Paris survives! Taken out by the final auto attack. Na'Vi do win out the fight. Extend their gold lead to 8K, and there's a Baron in their eyes.
And it doesn't matter how many of Na'Vi they kill, as long as Relich is standing, they will all die in the end. Nice try there by GX, to be honest. They really tried to find an avenue where Na'Vi was a little bit split. They tried to catch him off guard, but in the end, Na'Vi just walks over and kills them, and that will be the Baron and an eventual potential game-ending push here by Na'Vi.
Yeah, so I still think it should be sub 30 minutes. Like, you have Baron for the next 3. That puts you 29 minutes.
It's going to be all about this push here, especially the pro view of Relich.
He just kills him. It's good play, right? Grim Deliverance is great. Chase it onto Lot, gets a smite for the slow.
Another auto attack, auto attack Q. W? No W, just auto Q.
Doesn't use the second Q, importantly, so he could have knocked someone up with it. There we go. And yeah.
I'm compelled, man. I'm compelled. I mean, he's just so fed right now, no matter who he goes. 2K in the bank as well after this fight.
Yeah, Jackie's not going too well this game. After such a performance in game 1, still always aiming to kill the enemy support. Game 1, he had 5 kills on the Na'Vi.
It does seem quite personal against Paris in that fight. He was really going for it.
Okay.
So you said 29 minutes,
yeah,
okay, Medic?
So I think the important thing is, Giant X, when they had a big lead, had a little bit of a throw, right? Noah and Jun got caught a couple of times, and everything slowed down. I want to see Na'Vi win the game without doing that.
Well,
and
great news.
Yeah, the first step to doing that is killing Noah, okay?
Fantastic news. Noah will always bait.
This time the Flood wins, it seems, as Relich is looking for a little bit more. Isma coming in with the Paranoia as well, as the inhibitor tower in mid is low. Paranoia turning off the lights, but it looks like they're going to get switched back on in a second as Mainter able to slice his way towards safety. Second inhibitor tower, Relich flashing forward, and Chun is just popped. Oh God, what is it with enchanters this series? They don't get a moment to breathe. A minute 30 on the clock for Na'Vi here. Can they do it sub 29? I think the answer is
I think you have it, Medic. Isma just end up looking like a faulty electrician there, coming to save the day, but just turning off the lights. Oh, the health bars are going down.
Can we show this? Is this not like post-watershed sort of stuff? Na'Vi on the Baron push with the 2 waves, a minute remaining. Close out the game and take us to match 3 in this best of 3.
And it's a 13-kill game by Relich. And you heard in Isma, he said you need to shut down Relich if you are to beat Na'Vi. And I think it's safe to say that that did not go according to plan this game.
Na'Vi played to their win conditions incredibly well. We're going to hand it over to the desk to break down that game too.
Thank you very much for our lovely casters here, and Rob joining me as well. As the game ended quite abruptly, Rob. It was pretty much the opposite of what happened in game number 1, where it was now Na'Vi just snowballing the whole game. And I want to talk about the draft, because neither of us really like the draft.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that the draft came through, because I don't like when you've got a Nocturne with a bunch of 80 carries you can't really play into the game. It feels like you want to say Zhuani or something.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was really hard for Giant X to not be caught out in fights because they had all these squishy champs. They had the Seraphine, they had the Varus, and then also with Jackie's going for the Rod of Ages actualizer build. Like, I'm not an Ahri main, I'm not an expert. I was an ADC player, but that didn't seem right. That didn't do a whole lot of damage. Even when he was landing the skill shots, that Ahri was not doing any damage.
Yeah, it just felt very strange to me, because I feel like when you've got Ahri and Nocturne, it's, we want to play dive. I want Mbesses. I want Kai'Sas. I want Ezreals. Things that can play to actually invade onto the backline.
Yeah.
But with the style that they had, that's not what we got.
Yeah.
Instead, you end up trying to play this style of Nocturne, turn out the lights, half dive, half play, but you can't really do anything.
Yeah.
So it just felt very odd to me. And I think you had to play this as get the solo lanes ahead.
Yeah.
If you get the solo lanes ahead, you can play for side lanes, you can try and play with the Nocturne into that position, but they never got that opportunity because Relech played so well.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, Relech played really well, and in general, Na'Vi played really well. I have a clip. I don't think I have it on Telstairs. We'll have to do.
Yeah.
It's almost ready, so we'll have to buy a bit more time.
But I'm happy
It's
I'm happy to just chat about Relech, because I think for me, Relech was the insane part of this game, because you get invade early, you can't really do anything, and instead what we end up seeing is that Relech then plays for these like super cool ganks, ends up going for these plays that gets him into a position that's in a lead, and even the way he was able to steal away camps I think was super important.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about Navi's macro, because a lot of things, what we say is that Na'Vi has really good fundamentals, but what does that really mean? It kind of feels like a buzzword at times. And what it means is that you're able to play the easy things of macro well. So what we're about to see here is what's called a shift, which essentially just means that you're putting 1 point of pressure, in this case top lane, and you're shifting it from mid into bot lane. So if we can roll out the clip, you'll see that Mainter now pushes in top, and then he moves to mid, and that means that now mid can always push in because they have the move for Necton, so Giant X are scared. And then Na'Vi, bot lane, will shift to bot, where they will now get the bot push, since Jackie's now needs to respect, and they loop all the way around him to force his ultimate and now secure the bot tower. So you can see how all the pieces of Na'Vi are playing for the same thing, and even though Mainter here is a bit far up in the mid lane, he knows his limits pretty well, so that he actually buys time and denies any sort of cross map that Giant X could have, because Giant X invests the Nocturne ultimate into trying to go for this mid play. So it's just a really good showcasing of how if you have good macro fundamentals, you can kind of play out the map in a really nice way that sets a cohesive unit for the whole team.
And I think that's something that Na'Vi does incredibly well too, right? Consistently we see that they have an understanding of, hey, this is our strong person on the map, we want to try and play through that style, and you got to see it there, which was to shift into those positions. And I think the person that was on the map here, that was the strongest, was clearly Relech.
Yeah.
Like, this man was fed as all hell as this game started to roll out. And again, I think it was so cool the way he set things up. Like, he got the early invade in towards his own jungle, had to try and respond to it. To set that up then, he goes towards Krugs, steals away Krugs, resets, takes his own Krugs, then takes another camp, and then gets the ganks that you're seeing on the screen at the moment off, which were just absolutely fantastic. It shut down Lot entirely.
Yeah, I think Relech in general, when he's on these carries, like we said it after the first game, I think when he's on something like the Zahan, like the Aatrox, maybe it's just Darkin champions in general, then he seems way more comfortable because he has more like, not just personal agency, but like personal carry potential in these team fights. He has enough damage. You even saw he got the quadra kill doing like the majority of the damage in a lot of these team fights. And he's such a leading player for this team, but in a different way than a lot of other junglers are, which is interesting. Because in a lot of other teams, you have the jungler as a leading factor, but it's all about the early game, right? It's really about getting the lanes ahead. But when you watch Na'Vi, it's not, Relech is not ganking to get his laners ahead. He's ganking to get himself ahead. Because once he gets a lead, that's when he carries the game.
And I think it's so sick to see him, particularly when you've got these like pairings with Paris. Like, you look back to the game versus Shifters, it was this Pantheon and Bard. We're going for picks with this combo. This time around, it's Zahen and Lulu. When you can get Paris and Relech working together, they just feel like such a well-oiled machine, and they're able to play for team fights. They're able to get Relech into position like 13-0-4. Like, that's absurd for a jungler.
That is really crazy. And especially, like, he was a part of every single kill nearly. He had super high damage percent as well, like 34% damage percent. That's the type of stuff you see from ADCs. not really from junglers. He did the most damage in this game on a melee champion. That's really, really rare that you get to see this. And it really shows, I think, well, how this Na'Vi roster functions. It's all on him. If he does well, Na'Vi does well. If he doesn't, Na'Vi doesn't.
But I think both junglers have figured that out, right? In both of these games, we've had hyperactivity towards the opposite jungle, trying to get invades, trying to steal away camps, and shut down the two main characters, it feels like, for the respective teams. So, like, do you expect now, as we come into this next game, that we'll see that once more? Like, do you think we'll see more pinch on the jungle pool for champions?
I mean, I think Giant X, they overcooked a bit, right? They took away the Seraphine, but the Jhin Seraphine, it doesn't have that much synergy. It's like, because the thing with Seraphine, you really want something to set up her route, because her CC is quite hard to land, it's easy to dodge. But it's the same thing with Jhin, right? It's pretty easy to dodge Jin's Deadly Flourish. So they really need better setup with this comp, and I think if Giant X just kind of locks that in, I'm going with them.
Well, we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan, but we're going to kick it over to a little bit of a teaser of the Pandemonium set that's coming up now in the future for League of Legends. So here's a little video to get yourself set up.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
From beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them?
We're fighting. I TP behind them. Flash. Looks good. I came in. I'm still going. I have loose land. I'm going back line. I didn't know ulti. Doctor no flash. Doctor no flash. Help. Hey, Bruno. Yeah? Let's kill them. Parus. You do Nesh, guys? Yeah, do Nesh. I see the ulti, bro. Kill us. Good job, guys. Thank you for carry. 감사합니다.
Welcome back to LEC Spring, where we're here for Game 3 between GX and Na'Vi. Been 2 one-sided games so far. Feels like the team that gets ahead kind of just stays ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you have Burst Mage on one team and Squishy Whittle support on the other team, turns out the Squishy Whittle support is having a really hard time getting vision against the Bursty Mage. And that's kind of what we've been seeing 2 games in a row now, of just like one team completely picking off the other little Squishy support on repeat, and it's working.
It is working. The question is, what Squishy Whittle supports do we have left? Because Seraphim's gone, and Lulu's gone, and Nami's gone. Karma isn't as squishy as the rest of them.
And not so Whittle.
She's probably Whittle. She's probably Whittle. Melio is the other one I was thinking of.
Yes, that's very true.
But yeah, you begin to fall away from the squishy Whittles and more towards the tanky strong calls.
Strong
calls, yeah.
Big support man.
Yeah.
But we're also falling away from the Bursty Mages. I think to me the one that stands out that's still left and available is the Annie.
Yeah.
That Jackis has been playing a little bit, and maybe we will see a little bit more traditional Asir Orianna Ryze, because Orianna Ryze has been banned, so you could actually go into this game free, leaving both of those up and available if you would like. But we will see where the draft takes us.
Also,
now, Yunara is still up and available, but there is no Lulu by her side, which is the conventional strong pairing for the Yunara. So we will wonder how she will fare in isolation without her with a Lulu.
I don't mind Yunara with a CC support. No, I'm going to be honest. I quite like you can put next to a Vakan, although laning phase is a little bit difficult there. Nautilus, Alistar, you know, anything with crowd control, I think is pretty solid. Still the Melio if you do want to go down the Enchanter route, obviously. We are getting into draft for this final game of the series. G2 versus SK up after this, so make sure you stay tuned. Giant X chose first pick and been put on the red side. And Na'Vi chose to be on the blue side once again. And the first ban is going to be a Nivea, which kind of hints towards a Ryze pick for Giant X. Na'Vi now picking up the mantle of we will ban mid laners and getting rid of the Orianna.
I mean, when I see a Nivea ban, I think about these immobile short-range mages. So it's Ryze, Annie, Cassio to me. That really stands out when you would really not want to play against an Nivea. So the Ryze will be taken out here by Na'Vi as we continue to see the Orianna and Ryze ban. I would not be surprised if we would see yet another Aatrox ban come out here, but it would actually, there it is. As like clockwork, it's there. So now, Na'Vi, where do you want to take this last ban of yours? It will be the Caitlyn, taken away from Noah.
Something we've seen a lot from Kaza. You haven't seen it yet from Noah, but is really good. Caitlyn Karma, crazy strong pushing lane, right?
Bard is still up and available.
That is true. That is true.
Nice pairing. So it will be the Xin Shao lock-in for Isma, one of these skirmish junglers with a 98% presence in Fearless PB. So not too surprising that it will be the pick, but still a champion that I expect to see soon is Rumble, because it's usually a really high prio. But now we're in game 3. And Rumble has not been picked. It was banned last game in 4-5, but...
And the first game one as well.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So still up and available. There is the Melio you were scheming about, already being hovered here for Paris,
schema,
and will be locked in.
We need some cozy campfires. We need some warm hugs.
Super mega death kick, or whatever it's called.
I think it's fire kick.
Okay.
I want to say
I mean,
super mega death rocket is where you were going with that.
Yeah, super mega death kick sounds cool.
There's a lot of super megas.
It's a Lucian.
Oh no!
Oh.
No! Don't do this to me, Na'Vi. Lucian is 0-15 in the LEC consecutively. The last 15 times Lucian has been played, he has lost.
It got buffed, Medic.
Man, 2 seconds on your E cooldown.
That's objectively a buff that fits the criteria of what's being called the buff Medic.
Okay.
So clearly he's back on the menu. Lucian Melio, a classic bot lane, kind of came into the scene kind of when Lucian Nami was popular. People were taking away the Nami. People realized, wait, Lucian can also dash forward, get extra range on the little shooties. But it will be a Bard answer into this, and I wonder which AD carry you would like to pair this up with, because you could go for a conventional little Corki. Corki Bard is a classic. Strong lane, allows Bard to have a lot of free time, move around, pick up his Veeps, gank mid, tilt his top laner, whatever he wants to do, he can do as long as it's a Corki, as his AD carry. You don't have to pick the Corki. No, Nora is also still up and available. Yeah. It's right there, and it will be picked by Noah.
And it is locked in there for Noah. I had a quick look in Master Plus. Lucian's win rate on 16.8 was 51%, and on 16.7 was 50.13%. So
that means he will win 1 out of 15 games.
Yes. Technically should have won more than that, but we'll see. It's the longest losing streak in LEC history for a single champion. We'll see if Na'Vi can turn the tables. They definitely managed to in game 2 as they're going to lock the Gnar.
Lucius Cube?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Gnar will be locked in here by Mainter, blind, quite safe in general. I would still expect to see a Rumble ban come out because that matchup can be a little bit iffy, and it's also just a really strong champion. You have the little Bard ult with a little Rumble ult on top of that, just really nicely set up. But he does have a lot of cheeky answers. The Jax is taken out from game 1, which is Lot's conventional answer into Gnar. Quite a nice matchup. You can kind of stop the double jump from Gnar if you time your counter-strike well, so we'll see where Lot takes this. I would not be surprised if it just locks in a tank, to be honest. Yeah, Sion into Gnar. I wouldn't pick Cassante into Gnar. That is a really miserable matchup. And I mean, I guess he played Varus last game, so maybe he is into masochism.
Just relegated to tank duty. It's possible. It's possible. As the Wukong is banned out by Giant X, they're going to keep pinching that jungle pool. Things like the Mundo, we've seen Relech bring out the Jarvan as well, possibilities.
I'm compelled. I feel like Relech is dropping for a reason here, because you don't pick Gnar here usually. Usually you match jungle here. So if you're dropping your jungle here, you're looking for something.
What could you be looking for? What does this composition
I don't know why my mind thought Neferi.
My mind immediately went Neferi as well.
Okay.
I was like, Neferi?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I thought. It's kind of Relech-esque. It's also kind of a Darkin, which seems to be his favorite.
Along the Darkin
route. He loves the Darkin line. He's just waiting for the little Darkin boys to play his Darkin lads.
What would Neferi give you, and why are our brains going there? Gives you some dive threat onto the Yanara.
It's not. I'm not thinking of fear anymore when I see the Victor. That doesn't seem like they want to do the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more of a beefy boy that can just kind of walk up here, because you have a lot of range in the Victor and the Lucian milieu. So you kind of want someone to play the bouncer, make sure they can walk up. Mundo, he actually has the exact same form as a bouncer. I think he absolutely fits that role well. He has a nice little suit on. He has phones. He has a little microphone, and he has a overzealous nature sometimes. So on brand for there. As Silas is being hovered. I love the Silas. That might be a Silas top into Gnar.
Oh, it's true.
It's a very good matchup. I'm not going to get too excited just yet, just because I love Silas into Gnar. It's a really volatile, fun matchup with a lot of snowball potential. And my hopes are immediately crushed as we see, am I going to go Cassante or Sion here?
We talked about
Gnar.
the tankiness. Jace? Jace would be interesting because, as you said, like the range from Na'Vi is there, so Jace kind of matches that with a little bit of poke of his own.
Okay.
And Lot has been allowed to play a little bit more inventive this series. Like, it's not just those tanks of old. We've seen the Varus, which didn't work. We saw the Jackson game 1, which is a staple for him, and there is the Jace locked in.
Well, I'm very happy that I didn't go for the Sion Horn. So it was banned in game 2.
It was, because Relech has been on an absolute tear in solo queue on this champ. He is having a whale of a time.
How does Graves' autos work with Milio? Does he just shoot super long shotgun blasts?
I don't think you ever want to be that far away. Okay, stop exciting us! And then picking Skarner.
I was thinking about cool interactions with Milio and Graves, but now we get Skarner.
Skarner does give the Impale over to the Silas, though, which will be nice for Silas when he can steal that away in team fights.
Big up Silas. So, looking at these drafts.
Hit me.
I will not hit you, but I will talk a little bit about how they interact. So Silas really wants to play around the skirmishes. Silas will get pushed in by the Victor, and if Silas does not get the boys in his lane, he will just be really sad. So we'll want to see the Bard and the Xin Shao go to Silas' lane so he can E on to the Victor and create volatile fights. Because Silas does not want to be in the mid lane, he wants to fight in the rivers.
Yes.
And top lane matchup is quite volatile early. We expect Jace to have push early, but the moment Gnar gets Tabai, or sorry, plated steel caps, it's 2026 now, he can actually start fighting back. And it's all about Gnar finding all-ins on the Mega Timer, because when Gnar is mini, he's very squishy, not very fun to play. When Gnar is Mega, Jace kind of gets blown up. So it's really telegraphed when Gnar wants to play aggressive, so you expect Jace to kind of wait out that timing a little bit. So kind of come down to the bot lane. Lucian Milio against Yunara Bard. I think bot lane push is going to be absolutely instrumental, and I want to see what Reledge and Isma can do in this early game, because it's all about setting up their laners. Isma needs to help Jackis be able to play aggressive, and Reledge is on Skarner, and he wants to make sure Poby does not die to a gank, they do not dive Mainter, and the Lucian and Milio can play aggressive. So he's kind of like a little daycare teacher right now, he's keeping his little kids in check in this early game.
See if he can manage to do that. It's been a while since we've seen Reledge on the Skarner. Last time he brought it out was EMEA Masters 2025, and he was still playing for BKR. He is relatively successful on it. Last 3 games he's played have been wins, unlike this Lucian. As we said, 15 losses in a row in the LEC. It's the longest losing streak ever for any champion in the LEC. Not the longest winning or losing streak, though. He's currently tied with Swain, who won 15 games in a row. Oh, surprising.
Swain won 15 games in a row.
Apparently, yes.
Impressive, very nice win.
So if Lucian loses this, it will be the longest win or loss streak of any champion pick in LEC history.
And he's the GOAT of losing. I would love if we can see how the top matchup goes here early, if we can pan over there, because Lotus went for the electrocute, which makes you really, it really obliges you to play super aggressive and volatile every single time you have electrocute up. So you want to make sure you can chunk Mainter on these waves, hopefully jump in with melee Q, and then eventually, once you have a little bit more spells, just go for quick burst combos without having any ability to trade back. So you're going to be tracking that. It's especially, I found, level 5, and you get a little bit more AD, that's when Jace really starts hurting into Gnar. Some dashes in, barrier pops.
Oh,
stun goes out.
Finally does get the stun. Noah looking for that cultivation of spirit passive built up. Reledge on his way across here. Has that Ishtal's impact.
Look at Reledge, he's here already. He's going for level 3, get the gank.
Behind them. Oh, Noah puts the ward in too late.
Reledge
is already here. Upheaval, flash, slam into the wall. And Reledge finds first blood for Na'Vi. It goes over to Samdi.
And the Scorpion says, get over here, and just puts him into the wall as Paris wants to make sure he gets his base off and he actually gets his topside camp. Isma is pathing down here, but he's gonna show up, but it won't be anything to do. I don't think he can deny his wave crash, and now Reledge is going to take his extra Ruby Crystal, walk up to the top lane, and now help his little Gnar. And as we said, he is just playing for his lanes. I love the creativity from him, just going for level 3 ganks. You don't see a lot of them right now, because if they do not work out, can turn a little bit sour for the continuing 1.5 minutes for the junglers, but really big pickup there from Reledge.
Yeah, it's going to be behind on Clear. You can see he's just finished his Wolves, now going over to Gromp and Blue, whereas Isma is currently finishing up his blue buff. There's a possibility of a double scuttle if Isma wants to run through that mid lane. Could even just look for the gank on Poby, try and burn the flash on the Victor, who, if he does have that flash burn, will start to struggle into the Silas because of the Epscond Abduct.
Yeah, but the Silas is super low if you see the health bars on Mader. Poby has full control in his mid lane matchup, so I don't think Isma wants to go close to there right now. Jack is just getting chunked on repeat here, being put under tower, and Poby still has quite a bit of mana to play with, so really nice laning by Poby is going to be quite ahead after this early laning phase.
Paris also with good pathing, opens mid, even uses the fire kick to check if Isma's around the corner, and now Isma's getting chased out by Paris. Here. As you say, somebody on his way across, audacious charge forward by Isma, trying to be protected by Noah and Jun, and because of that, Reledge, actually, he gave up his blue. He was doing his blue, sprints across to, defend his Raptors.
Yeah, he did not want to give up his Raptors. Now he's probably just going to do his Raptors, golems, either sit behind his bot or he's going to base and go topside again, most likely. So I think he's happy with this situation. He will be kind of equal in the farm and still sitting on his Ruby Crystal.
So the question is, for Lucian to win, is all he needed a relentless pursuit buff? Because that's all that happened on this patch. He did also get given first blood in this game, which probably helps a little bit towards getting the first win in 16 games. But will it happen, Finn?
Maybe he's in a Korean passport.
That's true, actually, yeah. Wait, let me have a quick look through all the Lucian players in LEC.
I don't want to be that guy, you know.
Had a Korean passport.
I don't want to be that guy.
You talk about stuff, Finn. You're so right.
Yeah, let's do a little passport check on all the Lucian losses now, as Lot will take a base now, probably come back with a straight to Dirk if he's lucky. Yeah, that's exactly it. So now these shot blasts will hurt as Jun gets a nice little binding, as Noah can't really trade back into the range here by Sunday, as he dashed forward in a huge chunk onto Juno, pushing back, and now you have a wave stack here. You could look for a dive, or just a threat of a dive to make Isma stay here, but Jackis is looking for something on Relech here. He's trying to go deep into the jungle, but he doesn't really find it.
Yeah, he doesn't get anything out of that. In the end, Relech able to smite away the blue. A couple of pings coming out as Jackis is across there. Noah's still healthy enough to stay underneath this tower. As you say, the dive not going to materialize because, well, there's no jungler over here, so
also,
Noah
there's no
should be able
support
to...
he kind of based. So the guy you would dive is...
Oh, you could still dive Noah.
I mean, that is true, yeah.
right?
That is true.
Your...
Absolutely right. Oh, as a big chunk of that from Kobe, using the little storm here for a chunk. Jack is taking it back, but I don't think he's too happy with this trade.
No, not too beneficial at all. Doran Shield will heal him up a little bit. We'll be running the second wind in that lane as well, but not having the best of times on the side. This range into melee kind of always goes this way early doors. So as you can see, Jackie's continue to get chunked out. Uses a stolen ultimate to try and clear out the wave. Relech on his way across is spotted on the control ward. Jackie's gets the final minion, now can just back away. With the waves about to crash in mid, should be able to get back here in time.
Yeah, so Skarner is kind of a champion is on the rise a little bit. He did get a nice buff, I think one patch ago, where they reduced the Q cooldown and buffed the damage a little bit, so getting a little bit of his clear back and also a little bit of his team fight damage back. We have seen a few Skarner tops in solo queue, but mostly it is in the jungle role. We will see him probably going for the Heartsteel, which is the conventional build. Is now somebody wants to dash forward into Noah here.
He just keeps dashing forward. Heal coming out. Look how low Noah is already as the trades continue. Barrier for barrier exchange. Noah having to flash away, and Sunday finds his second of the game.
Check his passport, medic. What does his passport say? That's a Korean Lucian Melio. Look at the aggression he's showing here, constantly keeping Noah on the back foot, putting pressure after pressure, dashing forward, getting chunks that's now translating into kills, and a 1k goal lead onto this Lucian.
Yeah, just pings forward, like Relentless Pursuit, light slinger, light slinger, light slinger.
Just looks easy, doesn't it?
When you already have a Sheen at this point, you are so far ahead in terms of damage. Flashes for the piercing light. As you say, beautiful. I will say, the Korean passport obviously helping out a little bit, but Noah, Samdi, and
second cooldown buff there on Lucian. It's a big deal. It's actually a big deal. It's not a placebo buff. When they nerfed it last year,
you need to stay closer to the mic.
That was what made Lucian. This is so intimate.
The Jack Spectre has ganked my casting desk and is now standing right next to me.
It's a big deal, the Lucian buff. Thank you.
It's a big deal. 2 seconds, massive. Apparently when they nerfed it last year, this is what caused him to stop winning.
That's the reason why Lucian's good now.
He wasn't this animated when we were in story meeting talking about having this graphic, dude. Apparently it's a huge deal. Well, I trust the AD carry.
Yeah, I trust him as well. His Mainter is now in danger here. Jack is with the ult into the wall, but a double
Counter back against the wall. Lot and Jackie's absconded. Doug Lot was not on the same page as this. Needed a couple of autos. Autos the tower a couple of times. Maybe they go in for the trade again. Mainter with the wallop. Lot's tanking it. Jackie's takes it, and Lot thankfully tanking the tower. Able to get Giant X out of that one with a kill and without losing any lives.
I held my breath there. I don't think Jackie's actually got the Gnar into the ult, but that was a beautiful Gnar squared sequence happening there. As a fantastic roam by Jackis gets his Jace ahead. And this is what you want to see when you have Jace into Gnar. You want to see your mid laner or jungler go up there, dive the Gnar, and give Jace a lead so he can actually snowball this matchup. Now with a Dirk and a 1k goal lead with Electrocute, he is gonna hit like a truck when he comes back with a full U-Moose versus the plated steel caps. Top lane is a chasm right now.
Well, there's a magical journey coming down towards the bot lane to try and shut down Samdi. Isma going forward, Cullen going wide, and Samdi going back to the fountain. Huge shutdown for Noah.
Maybe we need 2 more seconds.
Yeah.
Maybe we need 2 more seconds.
If he'd had another dash there, man, still wouldn't have got out. Great play from Giant X. Using that pocket of vision of the Tribush to magically journey behind Samdi, who didn't have the flash after using it to get his second kill of the game. Gold swings ever so slightly in Giant X's favor, mostly because we talked about it, that lead for Lot in the top side who has that U-Moose complete. Relech was able to pick up the first dragon earlier on, and now is going to take the all 3 or just 2 of the grubs, it seems. Doesn't want to give that notification over to his opponents that all 3 of them... Oh, no, there we are. Gets the smite in the end. Takes
so you see the swap coming up here from the Lucian Melio. Actually, on this stacked wave that Gnar has, they really want to get Gnar out of this matchup right now because it's going to be super hard for him to play now.
I mean, I think they want to keep him in the matchup for a second. Ishtal's impact knocked back from Lot. Dashes away, the Impale still finds him, and Isma realizes there is no help for Lot. Turn to stone. as Samdi gets his third of the game.
And Mainter doesn't have TP now, so there will be a lot of plates on the bot side. And it's actually the bot lane is going to base and go back. So the bot lane just walked all the way top, dove their top laner, and then went back bot. Why does this not happen in my ranked games?
Well, Samdi got 300 gold out of it, man. Samdi got paid.
What is this luxury treatment from Mainter? Okay, so super nice, kind of getting him back into the game, because laning with a plated steel caps against the full U moves will not be doable. So probably will get a Phage and maybe a Heartbound Axe or Sheen to kind of navigate this matchup a little bit better.
Noah getting that last plate, nice enough for him. Means the gold lead shrinks to 760 odd, which is still a lot, you know, it's still...
I can't believe their bot lane just walked all the way top, ganked, and then just based and gained Nard away.
If it works, it works,
so altruistic. It was a super nice play. I love the teamwork from Na'Vi. I love the problem solving when the matchups look dire. It's probably still pushing in there with a nice 100 gold lead almost, I said, but it's actually 300 as Jax is going for the Rod of Ages right now. Again.
Yeah, I don't mind it as much on the Sylas, I'm going to be honest. On the Ahri, it kind of seemed a little like you didn't have enough damage, but on the Sylas it does work. Have been informed, by the way, there were 3 Korean players in the 15 loss streak. Noah, Paddock, and Samdi all lost on Lucian. Okay. So it's not purely a passport diff. Perhaps the buffs, as Jack Spectra says, were impactful enough.
They were crucial. So now Samdi is still pushing his way. You know? Lot is going to jump in here, get a big chunk on Mainter. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, that is not nice for the mini Nah.
Took 2 tower shots though, so kind of not the worst trade when you look at it as a whole. Now Mainter will TP back.
Lot's just going to reset. No? Oh, uses the refillable. Yeah, there we are. Resets. Mainter doesn't even have to TP back in to clear this wave. Shock blast, shock blast, shock blast. Okay. He's going mega.
So this is the mega time we were talking about. Actually now Mainter will get the wave push out here and be in a pretty good spot. This Lot doesn't have TP. Mainter will push this wave and then TP back and kind of lane lock Lot. It's gonna be a bit awkward for this Jace now. Taking those 2 tower shots really doesn't.
They're gonna die.
Favors. This is a 2v2 dive.
Noah has the barrier. Samdi looking for Jun, tries to get behind him. Breath of Life comes out from Paris and death comes to Jun. As Noah now underneath the tower, he's going to try and trade back, but Paris can't do it because Paris tanks it perfectly. Na'Vi with a 2v2 double in the bot side.
That's aura. That's pure aura, just diving bot 2v2. Let's take another look at this. They see Jun so far away from the tower, knowing they can dash on him without actually being in danger from the tower. Flashes out there, gets the last hit, and look this. They are just like, okay, Noah, you have ult ticking. Noah does end up dodging the Piercing Knight here super well, but because Paris is tanking, does not end up mattering with a little shield, the little warm hugs there, keeping him safe.
Really nice play all round from Na'Vi's bot lane. 2,000 gold now, the lead for Samdi. An Ardent Sensor complete on Paris as well, just to buff up that AD carry as much as possible. Giant X realizing perhaps we need to find a way to play through someone else. They were playing through Lot before, but now Lot's in a 1v3. In the top lane, what can this guy do?
They do this again!
I think they're just playing for the tower, keep Lot pinned down as much as possible.
Poor Lot, man. Actually, this sucks. When your bot lane shows up in your lane and just takes over and you see the wave just dying minion by minion, it's a really, really sad feeling.
You didn't have the same feeling when he was playing Varus top. Why is this range top any different?
It's Varus top, okay? Let's not compare potatoes and tomatoes, okay? That's a different thing.
But they rhyme! Can't we compare them, Finn?
Let's see, Mainter is gonna take the base around the bot. This bot tower will slowly fall. Really, really slowly. I don't think he's gonna end up getting it. Yeah, somebody's gonna push on top here. Because of the grubs, the trade is just super nice. I think that's why they did it as well. When you have the grubs, actually that rotation, you make up for the time lost by moving all the way top by just hitting the tower a lot faster. So nice play by Na'Vi, keeping their Gnar safe. Once he gets the Triforce, he will be a lot more individually fine.
Yeah, self-sufficient.
Self-sufficient is a fantastic word that I was looking for. Feeling quite fine. But now he will push out bots here as Yunara is taking a base. But it looks like these lane assignments will be kept.
So is this what you expect? Like you talked about the lane assignments, you can see actually somebody working his way down towards the bottom lane. If you're Na'Vi, how do you continue to extend this lead now that the Lucian doesn't just have a lane he can sprint into and win 2v2s?
I love how Na'Vi is actually using the grubs for once, because most of the time we see teams actually get grubs but don't really play around it. Now they're just making the map really small, but just playing on 2 lanes constantly and just pushing, forcing them to kind of respond. And you see they are playing, GX is playing on 3 lanes right now, and sure, Jace is hitting this tower, but because Na'Vi went all the way here with everyone, they are just hitting them way faster due to the grubs, and the trade is gonna be favorable for them. Sure, they're dropping 1 or 2 waves on top, but the money and vision they're getting in response it's just more worth it.
Yeah, they've taken 2 towers and not actually dropped the tower for it. Isma and Jun looking to see if Paris and Samdi overstep, but Relech is here to cover once again. It's Jackie's and not Noah here for the fight, as Relech doesn't find anything more out of that play. Giant were able to take a Drake for themselves, so they've slowed that Soul win condition, but overall, really solid start to this game for Na'Vi. So far this series, it's been the team that gets ahead that tends to win. In fact, that does win. Usually around the 15-minute mark, the gold has been slightly more substantial of a lead than this, but Na'Vi still in prime position to take this one home, especially with 2 items complete on Samdi now.
Yeah, and it's not just Samdi as well. Poby is slowly growing now as well, getting his items, getting his second item here as Jack is pushing down bots.
I think that if Jack Spectre was here, right, he'd be like, oh, those flicker blades, it's huge. Because what it does is it
2 more seconds.
It's 2 more seconds on your dash. It's 2 more seconds. It's huge. Using those auto attacks to reduce the cooldown of your spells. Obviously, always been a great item on Lucian. Does so much work for you. Similarly on things like Xayah, which gives you all those extra cooldowns. And when you're playing these sort of AD casters, it works really well.
I mean, in general, with Lucian, if you play against a lot of range, you go for the rapid fire, but if you go against mediums, you go flicker blades. Now they're looking onto the Poby here, but he has a lot of boys behind him.
A magical journey into an immediate flash out from Isma. Jun still holding on to his flash and doesn't burn it to escape. The tempered fate, well, I'm afraid the cards came up with death for Jun.
Might be
the
a flash.
slow from the boomerang. Isma goes back in, looking for Paris. Painter with a good Nav against the wall, TP behind as Poby puts down the gravity field. Lot trying to get out of it, but still stunned up. Noah here as well. A 4v3 beginning to develop for Giant X. Maynard flashing away. Here comes Samdi. They're going to turn it around as Lot pulls low. Poby's still on the chase with the Ray. Samdi coming in as well with the culling as Isma dives in. They don't even need Skarner until this moment as Relech has pincered them with his pincers. A great double for Poby. Jackie's the only one of the first 5 remaining standing. Jun came back to life and almost had to sacrifice it to keep Jackie's alive.
I mean, I love how Na'Vi are opening their lanes. They're constantly opening behind side lanes here as Jackie's might look for something on the Paris with an R ult, but just ends up dying without an R ult, and that's a shutdown.
Yeah, on the Paris was 0-0-9.
Yeah. And like, so let's look at this play. GX is making play, but look at how well Na'Vi reads it. Mainter and Paris are already here, and now GX has overcommitted and overstayed the welcome as Jun falls down.
Importantly, Jun's flash was actually still down. It just looked like it was back up.
And the moment this Gnar boomerang hits, Isma and Jackies are like, okay, we need to go back into it because we're going to get pincered by this Lucian and by this Skarner. We need to kill them really, really fast. But Mainter baits it out, flashes the chain there from Silence, and now Samdi is here, and the Skarner is behind them, and it's just so difficult for GX to get out. You are dead here. No matter how you play, no matter how you twist and turn, it will end in your death.
Yeah, not really much that GX could do. Yeah, Jun has to flash out. There's the flash. The end gets him out alive on the second time Vaskin. Giant X really left wondering what answers are left at this point, right? You're 4,000 gold in the hole, 18 minutes into the game. You've tried to delay, you've tried to slow things down, and perhaps we're seeing Na'Vi taking this series, going to 4-1, relegating Giant X to 4-1 themselves. Paris caught out with the tempered fate, Cullen coming in from the side as well, and you can see you catch the support, but no one goes in. Crescent Guard used as exactly that, purely a guard, nothing aggressive about it.
They want more here. No, they don't want more. It's just going to be the Dragon here picked up by Na'Vi. Second Dragon for them this game. We'll use TP down there by Gnar, but I think they'll just adjust their lane assignments here. You'll see Kobe base and pick up top, while Mainter now takes over bot lane, and it's quite a simple game from here on for Na'Vi, as long as nothing extracurricular happens.
Well, they've gone to school so far.
Yeah.
Been handing in their assignments on time. It's a 4.0 GPA.
Playing some solo.
3.8, we'll say. Did you go to school with a GPA system, or were you grades? Like letters or numbers?
We had A, B, C, D, E, F.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
I had that and a GPA.
Well, that's just over the complicated.
Yeah, I know. But then it's like, the GPA is like an evaluation of all of them together.
Sure, we had something similar.
Yeah.
I'm a league pro.
Oh, yeah. I went to the school of the league, man. We're trained by Rise. That book, you know, it's got some good lessons in it.
All the books I read, Amplified Tomes.
Only test I take, Test of Spirit.
Yeah.
It's Alawi. You probably knew that actually as a top laner.
I'm one of the only Alawi players actually. I used to
You
really
and
try to
Jamada,
make,
man.
I really tried to make that work in Renekton. I had one game where I played Lawa into Renekton, and I solo killed the Renekton. But then like I pressed tab and I realized they have Senna and Azir, and every single team that I'm walking up and they're just hitting me, and I'm like, okay, maybe Lawa is not too suited for competitive play.
Wasn't there a thing with the top lane changes with the walls being a little further away? Actually makes it really hard for your tentacles to spawn in good
locations? Yes, but they buffed the range.
Oh, did they?
So they kind of gave them some solace.
It shows how little
get the
it's
same
played.
help. Camille did not, yeah, because she's actually quite tricky to land the hook shots on.
Yeah, but if they buff the range for hookshot, Camille would be absolutely broken. Right, let's be honest. We're already seeing it back in the jungle.
Let's give them some ideas. Let's give them some ideas.
I don't think they need them, man. We're seeing some big changes coming up in 26.9. Which happening in a couple of weeks' time as Na'Vi is seeing some big changes towards the top of the table as well. As they look to make their advance to 4-1, would tie them up with GIANTX, would actually put them second in the standing after 5 series, only behind Vitality, who have played 6 games, or 6 series overall.
And this does seem like the first real test for GIANTX this split, because they haven't really been tested by the lower teams, but now Na'Vi really showing and highlighting some of the flaws in their gameplay really, really well. I think especially drafting these strong bot lanes, that early level free gank by Village really setting the tone of this game, that is just destroy this Yunara Bard. Because Yunara without that Lulu isn't quite as safe as she usually is. And people, when they play a lot of Yunara Lulu, they get used to having the Lulu behind them. They get used to being able to push the advantage forward a little bit more. But now you have to play a little bit more safe as Village gets stunned by Jun and takes a huge chunk of damage.
It's also how do you play safe, man? A Cosmic Binding has landed in a lot of the dives, and it's just like, okay, we'll use Breath of Life, cool.
Yeah.
Where's your next bit of CC? You're going to Tempered Fate us? Good luck, we have a Lucian who can just dash and 2-second less cooldown.
Yeah. Speaking of Lucian, he looks quite strong. 3 items now, Flicker Blades, Essence Reaver and Infinity Edge. No matter who he dashes on, it's gonna be very painful for them as Real Edge has found Jun, but he's gonna portal out. So I want to see how you snowball with this, because the conventional Lucian gameplay pattern is just push mid, and if your mid is contested, cool them. Shoot them with your cooling, and then get a chunk, and then translate that chunk into an objective. So he will be continuing to push this mid wave, and I want to see where they transition this later, because right now the topside river is quite dark for Na'Vi, so probably have to retake that before they actually make any real play. So here will be a little facial here by Relech and Pyrus.
It's good to see Na'Vi as well winning in a way that isn't reliant on Relech getting like really ahead on a bruiser, on an Aatrox or a Zehen or something, right? Relech has been, obviously level 3 gank was amazing as Paris almost caught out with that Tempered Fate. Relech now the target of Isma. Culling not really doing as much damage as somebody would like, but they begin to turn it around.
It's going to be a Mega Knight
coming out as Relech pulls back. Jackie's into the middle of the team. He's going to try and Rocket Belt out. Maina looking for that Gnar on the backline, can't find it, but Poby now on a killing spree as his enemy mid laner has fallen. And Na'Vi, again, it's GIANTX pulling the trigger, and Na'Vi turning the barrel of the gun right back at them. They find another kill.
You saw Jackie's fought there. He was like, okay, we're going. And then suddenly Mega Gnar spawns on all 4 members of the GX backline, and then they all have to split away from that, kiting out Mainter's ult, using the Shinsha ult to kind of peel him away, and then just Jackie's gets left completely alone, and he just ends up falling here. And it's going to be full topside vision here for Na'Vi, and probably a Baron start here. But as you see, Tempered Fate goes a little bit wide, but GX still commits to it. But it's a little bit tricky now, because what do you do? Jackie goes for a montage player with a double impale, but it's just a little bit too deep here. No one can really follow when the TP comes in from Mainter.
Yeah, and you just don't have any damage as well. Like Noah, he is tickling at best, like breathing heavily towards Na'Vi and not really getting through any of the shields that are coming out from them.
And Asthma weaving.
What?
Asthma weaving on them.
Asthma weaving, man, dear God. I've seen Mistweavers do more damage than that. If he had a spinning crane kick, he'd be doing a lot more, right?
Just looking for Isma. Isma does have flash.
Gets onto Isma. Meanwhile, the rest of the team needs to be a bit careful. Poby's going to go down. He gets the Seeker's Arm Guard off just in time, and then manages to escape. Poby walks out of it, but now they don't have their mid laner. Relech with an impale back. Mainter trying to keep people at bay. Lot's going to take one. Noah falls for it, but the 80 carries on the floor. The chase continues as Relech across the wall with the upheaval, looking for a little bit more Cosmic Binding. Mainter with a good jump out.
And this shows exactly why this Skarner is so important for the Na'Vi comp. I will hold my breath as maybe we have a Dragon start here. The fight might not be over just yet.
Yeah, Isma, Wind becomes lightning to pull the Dragon out. Relech still looking for the flank position. No ultimates available for anyone on Na'Vi right now.
They don't have the Lucian with so many items. Mater's trying to stack his Mega a little bit as Kobe is back.
Jackies gets his hijack back. Who's he going to steal? What's he going to take?
So the Gnar ult is not available right now, I'm quite sure, unless... actually, it's a very short
see where Lot is? Lot's trying to catch the Lucian as he comes back out, but he doesn't manage to do it. He was spotted by a sweeping Scryer's Bloom, I believe. As the Drake goes down to Na'Vi, and now Lot, who is behind enemy lines, is quickly put in a body bag. Na'Vi find another, and with the enemy top laner dead, perhaps a Baron on the menu.
It's a bold attempt by him, but I think when you do it, you gotta commit to it. Because I think you just gotta stay there and wait for the Lucian, because now he was kind of half doing it. He was camping for the Lucian, and it was like, oh, we're getting off Dragon, I kind of gotta get back. And then you actually just run into the enemy team as they're retreating from Dragon, so... A little bit of a head scratch now as Na'Vi will look to take this Dragon Baron, and I don't think Xingqiu will be there to steal it.
A 5k lead, a soul point. A Baron for Na'Vi, and not much GIANTx can do about it. Let's have another look at this fight.
So yeah, look, Village goes super deep onto Isma here, trying to catch him out, but that means his backline is completely unpeeled. Hobi gets went on, and it looks like he's the one in danger, but here Samdi gets hit by the Tempered Fate and just gets collapsed on by Lot and Jackies, and Isma just gets put into the grinder. And you thought this would be the fight the GX needed, but ends up being actually the Dragon for Na'Vi. Now one Dragon away from Soul Point. And Baron taken by them in the end because of the later half of that play.
Yeah, and this will help with the... You talked a little bit earlier about how Lucian sometimes in mid lane is just like, well, if they contest, I just cull them and hope I can do some damage. Baron buff really helps actually push those lanes in. You can see Poby using it down towards this bottom side, as well as somebody is covering him to see if anyone steps too far forward. It's going to be a 1-4 split. Mainta in the mid lane takes down that turret. Relech and Paris just acting as kind of bouncers in the middle of the two packs.
Yeah, and I think right now GX is just trying to trade tier 2 towers. You're sending a lot top here to push, and you know you're gonna give this bot in tier 2. You gotta try to get some gold back, but actually, Mater being sent in good time will be able to defend that, and now has TP. Really nice 1-4 split to turn into 1-0-4 here by Na'Vi, so I do like how they're managing this. The storm will be taken by Jackies to kind of clear the wave, but I do think this tower will fall. I cannot
slowly fall?
Slowly fall.
Yeah,
what I said, slowly fall.
Well, you got marbles in your mouth right now. It's,
too many marbles.
As you say, yeah, it's just going to slowly fall. Cannon waves coming in, just chipping away at the tower. GIANTx low on range as well themselves. Like, you know, not the longest. Silas obviously not. Really on Lot, trying to hit it with an accelerated shock blast, but that is going to be the turret falling after these last two minions are cleared out.
Yes.
Lot and Isma are looking for top.
I don't think he's in any danger right now. Look, he has depleted Steel Caps and the Warden's Mail. He's very tanky. I do not think the Xingqiu and the Jace will prove any danger, especially considering the fact that Jace has no armor penetration just yet. So we'll just be the inhibitor taken here by Na'Vi. And now we're going to see them shift all the pressure into this top side. So the red buff will probably not be theirs, but they're going to push mid and then try to siege this top lane tier 2.
TP is coming out as well. They only have one wave really to play on. 40 seconds means that this next wave is their final push wave of Baron. And we'll see what they can do. Looks like Poby and Relech are going to team up in mid. Samdi, was he taking away a Gromp or a blue buff there? He wasn't taking the blue. He's going to path towards the top side. Didn't take the Gromp either. Maybe the Wolves.
I don't think you need Baron buffer to take this tower right now. I think you can send your Lucian up there and just throw out the cooling.
And inhibitor push, I think you might need it.
Yeah, inhibitor might be tricky. Will most likely be full wards, then base, set up Dragon, the standard gist. So will be the tower falling, will be the base by Mater. He's gonna go bot against the sidelines. I love how cleanly Na'Vi is playing, by the way. They are taking all the necessary steps. They're not skipping any step, not giving any avenues for a Bard to find a Tempered Fate on someone. Okay,
but that's the only thing.
Yeah,
right. There's only a Tempered Fate that you need to be aware of.
Exactly. Yeah,
and importantly for the Lucian
or Silas flank.
Yeah, or Silas flank. But his Lucian, I don't know if you know this, his Relentless Pursuit was actually buffed on this patch.
Wait, what, really?
Yeah, they took the cooldown down by 2 seconds.
That's huge.
It's massive. And so if a Tempered Fate comes out within that 2-second margin, you used to not have Relentless Pursuit. And now you have that dash. So massive, you know?
I will just say that we are at the precipice of a Lucian win right now in the LEC after a 0-15 loss streak. Lucian is slowly marching towards victory for the first time.
Man, it's almost been
15 games.
It's almost been a whole year.
It's been a whole year since Lucian has won a game.
It was the 2nd of June last year. KC beat Fnatic. The list playing the Lucian.
Now we are witnessing history right here in front of our very eyes as Lucian is setting up for the soul point. Probably will be an easy secure for them as it's spawning in 20 seconds, and I don't think anyone in GX can phase check all this vision that Na'Vi is sitting on. You see Ismas looking for a side angle, but he's being marked by Mainter. Noah stepping up on his mid-wave, but this mid-wave does not really matter. If you just want to sit in the river to start it as the cooling comes out on Noah.
Yeah, just looking for chip damage. You
He's
get Noah down to half
away.
HP or something, it's huge right at the start of a fight like this. Jackie's trying to step forward, Relech coming in as well as Isma dives forward. That's not the best time to go in. Nar stolen away from Jackie's, but can't land the up Duck pulled back with the Impale. There's a good Nar on the back line, but Samdi will fall first. Poby, though, with Mainter, jumps onto Giant X's back line themselves. A great Nar into Poby, just ripping through them all. And with Inishtal's impact, Relech's impact will be felt. The Mikhail's no Crucible to save you. Relech takes a double, and Na'Vi will take a double in this best of 3 and close out the series.
Fantastic gameplay from Na'Vi all in all. You see everything is used to shut down the Lucian, but that's when Poby and Mainter steps up, picking up the pace and cleaning up the fight at the back end after all the resources was put on the Lucian, who ends up falling but will be victorious. Medic.
Huge from Na'Vi, going to claim second spot in the LEC after 5 series. We'll see if they can maintain it over the next few weeks, but what a start for the second half of their split. Huge from Na'Vi. Disappointment, I think, for Giant X.
Absolutely, and this is the first roadblock in Giant X's journey this spring, so we want to see how they bounce back from this, because their schedule is not easy coming up.
Yeah.
But I really want to highlight how well and cleanly Na'Vi navigated these mid-games. The fact that they were shifting so well, opening on the sidelines where GX was trying to make a play, and just always having the foresight of being at the place where the play was taking place.
Yeah, really nice stuff all around from Na'Vi. You can vote for one of them, your key player of the series. Vote Mainter, Relech or Samdi are your options. I think a lot of people's eyes will be on Samdi because, you know, he was really good. Even in the Ezreal game, he was really good. Relech had a great Zehen.
A stellar Zehen game as well. I mean, I think it's between Relech and Samdi to me, but to me, the standout was the team play of Na'Vi. Yeah. The fact that they are just so disciplined on the map, and I just want to highlight it, the growth of this team. This is not something you usually see from a rookie team.
It's true.
Like, when I think about a rookie team, I think like Vitality kind of style, but what I'm seeing from Na'Vi is just sophisticated, proper League of Legends.
Yeah, it's really good stuff all around, and as you say, first roadblock for Samdi. He got stars on his face. Poby there just styling on us.
Star Guardian Poby.
Oh, we're giving them all their moment to shine in front of the camera. There's a... Oh, okay.
Take notes.
I like it. I like it, you know? We can...
Oh, the spin!
Oh, truly...
Gorgeous.
Truly next level spin there.
Did he just hit the 360 on GX?
Yeah, that's what he did, man. That's what he did. We're going to hand it over to the interview. Samdi and Paris are standing by, sitting by, one of the two.
Thank you very much, lads. I'm standing by with the victorious duo in the bot lane for Na'Vi. Congratulations, guys. Incredible series. The first thing I want to ask you is, I don't know if you knew, Lucian was 0-15 in the last several games in the LEC. Why are you guys just better?
I don't know, this guy just pulled like best mechanical game ever. Like he was ruler this game. I think it's strong bot. When Ashe Karma, like SRF'in Karma is out, we just picked, we had better matchup, and we played good.
Is Lucian a favorite pick for you, Samdi?
Yeah.
Yeah. What makes it such a good pick for you?
I saw Hansama playing Lucian Milio, and I copied.
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, they're pretty good. So, last time we interviewed Relech, he said Poby is the singer, Relech is the main guy. What are your two roles on the team?
For sure, I'm the yapper in the team. Samdi, he's just cool guy, you know, we just call him.
Are you the cool guy?
I think I'm NPC of
it. Why do you think that?
I'm not talking much, and yeah, I'm just
NPC.
Okay, fair. The last question I have for you is your now upcoming games are pretty tough. You've got Carmine Corp, Fnatic, Shifters, and G2. After this win, how confident are you going into those next games?
Most of them are not tough. Only KC is, you can say, tough. But I think we have a really good chance. We are playing good. Like, except first game, I think second and third game we played really good macro. We didn't give them any chance. We played good lane, so I'm pretty confident.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, guys. I'll let you go back to your team. And we're going to kick it over to a break, but we're going to do a quick preview of the Season 2 theme that's coming soon to Summoner's Rift, Pandemonium.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody you fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
Welcome back to LEC Week 4. Before jumping on to the second series of the day, our Kia player of the series was once again Rhythmic. 4th time that he gets it this split out of 5 games. So every time Navi wins, basically that's for him.
I mean, it was basically the same in Versus. The man, I'm pretty sure, had the most MVPs in Spring, in Versus as well. Like, he's just going to rack it up in Spring now, too, it looks like.
I mean, incredibly deserved. Yeah. One thing I did say was that when he ganks, he just gets himself ahead. But he proved in that game 3 that on this corner, he can play for his team, too. He can do everything.
Yeah, it was amazing.
He said it himself. He is the main guy. Now, moving on to the second series, we have G2 versus SK. What do we think of G2 first? Because I feel like we're back to regular season form G2, where they're just having fun so far. Not a lot of fun.
It's really hard to like come into this series with full confidence in G2 after they've lost the Fnatic. Yeah. It's like, now I feel like anything could happen, and it feels like we're going to get the G2 that wins against the best teams, loses against the teams that you'd least expect them.
It's all part of the plan, though. If you look at G2, that's their
I mean,
direction.
They did call it out. They said, hey, look, you are here into the regular season. How deep does the int go, though? Because, like, if you're an SK fan, you're really hoping it continues, because it is a rough time for the boys. But, like, for G2, at this stage, you kind of got to get past it, right? Like, it's a 5-week hangover from first hand. Like, how long does this continue to go?
It's not a hangover. It's just a classic G2 slump in the regular season here. But I actually like this take, because G2 losing to Fnatic was something. But for me, you're on SK on the other side, who... It's do or die for them. They have to show up or go home. We're not going to see them for a couple weeks now. Now is the time to show something, I guess.
I mean, the pressure is on them. And I think, in a way, it's good that they're up against the G2 that maybe isn't as serious as the G2 would normally be. But it's a lot of coping, right? Like, we're trying to find the silver lining for this team, because SK is having such a tough time. And if they lose this series, it feels all but done.
But let's stay on the cope angle, though, because if I look at some specific matchups, I want to look at the bot lane here, because for SK, the shining light of this team for now, I feel like, is Yopa. So who is better? A good performing Yopa or a slumping Hansama? What do we think? This is not a 6-7.
But is Hansama slumping? I don't think Hansama is slumping.
No.
So I think Hansama any day of the week.
I'm not so sure. I got a little bit of a hot take. I think Yopa is one of our best performing AD carries at the moment. Okay. I think this man has been absolutely insane. His team gives him nothing. He has the lowest bot percentage for support proximity percentage of anyone in the bot lane. He doesn't get any help down here. And this man is still churning out like highest DPS in games, has consistently got highest gold. Like, this man has been absolutely absurd. You can see he starts low. And I think this has opened up an entirely new story for me with AD carries. Because in the past, I'd look at an AD carry and go, oh, if you have a lead, you should be able to carry. With Yopa, I go, you have a deficit and you're able to carry. Like, this is now a new tier of like being able to do it. Because Gumayushi told me that AD carries were like the egg in the ramen. They're the little guy on top. But instead, when I look at Yopa, he's got one hand on the broth that he's stirring. He's got another hand that's tossing noodles. He's got his toes are turning the heat. Like, this man is doing everything to make sure this ramen's coming together for SK.
The thing is, though, then Hansama is the perfectly marinated egg that is just, you bite into it and it just elevates the whole experience. I'm leaning as Hansama. It was the most difficult thing I've ever done in League of Legends. Like, you cannot play against him.
Yeah, but he has the support.
That's true.
Does Yopa not?
No, he's got mid lane.
That's fair enough. But okay, well then Hansama has a support, so it's going to be 2v1. GG.
I mean, yes, but I think, like, hang on. I want to show you what Yopa can do from a deficit, because this fight that he had in the Ezreal, which may be the creme de la creme of this man's performance, has been absolutely absurd. Because when you look at this, we can see as the fight starts to kick off, they're in the Barn Pit, things are looking a little dicey for him. You got as this is going to come off, immediately you're going to see this Pantheon ult that starts to come through and puts a ton of pressure onto Yopa. But as we start to play it out, you see he immediately arcane shifts into the back of the pit, which then creates this little pocket that he's going to be able to play through in the back of the pit here that constantly he's going to use to thread in and out of this fight. And it's some of the most absurd Ezreal play I've seen in a long time. So as the fight kicks off, you see here comes this Pantheon ult. He ends up arcane shifting into the back and immediately is setting himself up to play safe in behind his carries, making sure that there's no way that anyone can really follow up. But what he's keeping track of is the amount of cooldown that you get off of the items that he has. With the Endless Hunger giving you a bunch of CDR, the Spear of Shojin as well, as long as you're landing Qs, your Arcane Shift is on an absurdly short cooldown. And that's exactly what Yoppa's going to use. He immediately is going to, when he gets it, hop back over the wall and be able to throw a ton of damage over the wall throughout this fight. And now, as we start to go through, you'll see he hops over the wall, is consistently able to position. He throws this huge ultimate straight across the team, which as this goes, causes this Zhonya's from the enemy mid laner. The second he sees that, he's going back in. This man knows exactly what he has to do to play out this fight. He's dancing on them, he's moving on them, he's making sure that he does not get shut down at any point in time. The man's a beast.
Are you kidding me? Let's watch this.
Yeah, no,
let's
he's
watch
so
this.
good.
Okay, let's watch this from the real carry.
Show me
POV
what
here.
it is. Show me what it is.
Because if we watch this from the person who did the most damage in this team fight, the real person that's an actual win condition for SK is Wunder in the top lane, going up against his replacement, right? So he has a pretty tough TF game, but in this team fight with the full build TF, he does so much damage. Now, it's not mechanical, it's not flashy, it doesn't have to be. Just look at how much damage he's doing. His auto attacks, auto, again. He continues to ramp up so much damage while his Ezreal is dashing around, doing a whole lot of things. Wunder is the one that is actually doing all the damage in this team fight, even though he doesn't get all of the kills. So if SK is going to win, it's not going to be because of Yoppa. He's not going to stand a chance against Hansama. It's going to be Wunder.
The man's dancing on him. I don't know what he means. It's insane.
But when I picked TF, I was like, this is the worst TF.
And if he can do that on the worst TF game?
This is the hardest TF game I'm ever going to play. But I was like,
I didn't think he'd keep complaining, to be honest. I thought he would just have the one line.
I mean,
but yeah, if it's that bad of a TF game and he still carries the team fights, imagine him in a good game.
Maybe that's the difference. I prefer mechanical plays. He prefers people who are able to right-click, you know? Maybe that's just it.
Yeah, but it's rarely...
I prefer people who get the job done, okay?
It's rarely a top and AD carry difference in League of Legends. So what is it going to come down to in this game? If you're SK, if you're the underdogs, because G2, they can always show up. What do you want to do as SK today?
I think it has to be a focus on bot lane. I think you have to try and get some. Yeah, I think it's try and control both your mid and boss. Make sure that they're not blowing the game open too far, particularly in the mid lane. Because the last time these two teams faced off against each other, there was an Aurelion Sol that didn't look so hot by the 3rd level. So I think make sure mid doesn't fall apart. Try and play for these team fights. And honestly, if Yoppa can get that Ezreal, I think it's your best bet.
Yeah, I'm going to slightly disagree with you, Rob, but also agree a bit. But I have my contention. I think it's really all about the mid and the top, right? Rather than the bot lane. I think bot lane is just going to be a farm fest with Hansama slightly winning out. But then in mid lane, it's really the leader show either way, right? It's going to be the reason they win or lose. And then it's once that has already happened, then it's up to Wunder to try to salvage the wreckage and try to make something good out of it. But if it's a man that can salvage the bits and pieces, I think Wunder and Mickey, they're pretty familiar with this type of language.
I'm actually told that it's dead even in chat, which is not something I expected ahead of this game. So Casters, what do you think?
I tend not to think, I'm going to be honest, Law. We'll see what happens in the series. We are very thankful to be joined by Paris. Congratulations on your series.
Thank you.
How did it feel taking down Giant X?
It feels good. I don't think I won against Giant X since I joined the LEC. It was my first one. I'm happy.
Quick question, how was the first game for you?
Like, first game, it started well until this Jackie's guy went in fog, you know? It was unplayable afterwards. Like,
I was at first when you walked into river around your chickens and you just got caught, and after that it was unplayable. I looked at you every single fight and then you saw get blown up.
I kind of have an excuse. I go to my Raptor and I say, where's LeBlanc to my Poby? And Poby says, he based.
Okay, so it's Poby's fault. Now we found the culprits.
Always mid lane fault. As we get into SK versus G2 to round out day 1 here of week 4 of LEC Spring. You're currently 2nd in the table. And we have G2 who've been struggling a little bit at 1 and 2, and SK who've been struggling a lot at 2 and 4. What are your expectations going into a series like this, Paris?
My expectation is G2 is winning.
Bold.
Like, when I look at both teams, SK needs to make the game like full fiesta, in my opinion, and neither needs to carry or lose the game. Like that's what they do, I think.
Okay.
I think against Caps it will be a bit hard. He's like really good mechanically,
So
and he's the goal.
you think the players to just camp Caps, pretty much, or pray?
Yeah, I think if I have leader, I would camp mid and try to get him lead so he can carry. Or maybe actually, to be honest, Yopa is playing well.
Yeah.
Maybe if they scale, maybe Yopa can carry with like Yunara, maybe Ezreal, like he did.
So we go into a draft. I imagine you prep for every team, but I guess prepping for SK is very different from prepping to another team. Do you think there's any like specific mindset you have coming in? Like, do you want to deny leader champions, or do you just want to like stop the kind of synergy champions to whatever leader wants to play?
You usually think about leader champions, but you don't care about it too much. Like there is a reason those champions are not being played.
Yeah.
They are mostly useless champion if you don't give them too many kills. But when they get it, they kind of carry it. You just know and you play like your own game. You just try to not make it fiesta. Maybe you can care about Wunder as well. This guy is picking anyway every game.
Yeah.
It's a bit annoying. But I think it's not big difference between other teams, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. So we are into picks and bans. SK on the blue side here, going to get rid of Jarvan and Azir. They'll have first pick. G2 on the red are going to get rid of Rumble. No real surprises there. And the Ryze as well. Leader, we talk about his unconventional champion pool. He is a pretty good Ryze as well. When he started off, Ryze and Aurelia were his main two champs.
That is right. I mean, he played a lot of Katarina as well in solo if you go back all those days.
True, yeah.
But it is really Ryze that was like his go-to mage when he didn't want to play the melees. So looking ahead now, it will be an Ezreal first pick. Another thing that you guys, or not maybe you guys, that was picked first pick in your game one as well.
It was Samdi.
Yeah, we picked.
Yeah, you guys picked it. So is this kind of where the meta is heading now when like Ashe Seraphine is out? Or is this just a personal preference?
I think it kind of does. Right now, Ezreal, Ashe is really OP for both matchups, and you are strong in all the time in the game.
Yeah.
If you have two items, first it's kind of GG. Like Ezreal can carry every fight when he has first item and second item. Third item you scale as well. Maybe at 5 you kind of fall behind compared to other carries, but it's like strong champion early. Yes, good champion.
What do you think makes him so strong at the moment? Because like Ezreal can sometimes struggle with things like wave push, especially if he's matched into something that has like really good wave push. What is it right now that means that Ezreal is just in a really good spot?
I think most of the time Ezreal is lane bully, and you try to get strong support with him. Like I picked Nami.
Yeah.
We push lane. I think we didn't play good enough, to be honest. I think we should bully them a bit more. It's like you get push, you get early reject, and you get first item first. And when you have Trinity, it's really OP. You want to take skirmishes when you have Trinity. And second item as well, maybe Ezreal has the best spikes on AD carry. So it makes him strong.
That makes sense.
So it's all about translating your early push into like a one-item spike and then forcing fights pretty much when you play Ezreal.
Yeah.
And just having control, I guess. So we will see the Pantheon locked in here together with the Varus, which could go any role, to be honest, these days, but it's conventionally an AD carry.
Yeah, it works really well for long.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see Varus top again. That champion is really cringe. Will be a Gnar blind though for Wunder. Pretty classic, but also quite bold to pick so early with everything up and available. And Broken Blade is known to have some weird counter picks.
Yeah, we'll see where he goes with it. We're also wondering about support. We saw support picked quite often early in your series, Paris. Yeah. Here we're seeing it kind of relegated to the second rotations. Do you think there's a priority on getting like a good enchanter support at the moment? Things like the Nami, the Karma, the Seraphine, the Lulu, in fact?
Yeah, I think SKSI should look to get Nami or Karma, or otherwise I will be kind of sad with Ezreal. If you don't take range and enchanter support with carry AD carries, it kind of like loses value. Like you usually want to bully them, but when you have melee champion like Rel, Alistar, Nautilus, you just hope for good team fights, and that's not a good plan right now.
That makes sense. That makes sense. The Yasuo is the pick. You talked about Broken Blade's flexibility into the top lane. This will be Yasuo top into the Gnar. It's something we've seen BB bring out a couple of times. Moving into the second phase of bans, we have the option of pinching the mid lane pool or pinching those supports, and it seems like G2 have decided we don't want the Ezreal getting an easy push lane with something like the Karma or perhaps the Nami banned out. Is there anything you'd be thinking of expecting those enchanter bans, Paris? You'd be saying, oh, I'd really like to get this on 4 if I'm SK in this situation?
I think there is only Nami that is kind of strong with Ezreal right now. Other than that, I think probably it will be random melee champion that will maybe play with Nocturne, like maybe Rakan, Rel, who wants to go in and kill enemy backline. And if they ban Nami, I don't think they will find anything good.
So seeing the Poppy ban, do you expect that to be a Poppy support ban? What are you kind of trying to set up here? Could this be like a Rel on 4 together with the Yasuo or like a Rakan? Because it seems like they're kind of going away from the Enchanters if they're banning the Poppy.
When Nami was open, I wouldn't go Rel. Because probably they will get hard bullied in lane.
Yeah, so it's just a clear Nami on 4 here, kind of.
Yeah, probably they should.
We will see where it goes, because the Poppy ban really surprises me. The Poppy ban feels like it's really setting up something specific, because it's not going to be Poppy top or jungle.
I think it's not for support pick. I think it's for Yasuo and Pantheon to be safe in teamfights. Like playing Dash champions into not Ezreal, it's really hard. Like you don't want to play Rel into this.
Oh, so you think actually, like even if you pick like Varus and an Enchanter, you can go Ezreal and Poppy, and you'll be fine in lane just because of Ezreal's lane prowess?
No, you won't be fine.
Okay.
Varus will bully because whoever has the Enchanter support and the other side has midi is hard lane.
Yeah, I see.
Could still look for something like the Nico if you really wanted, like, not a true enchanter, but range and a little bit of poke. Instead, it's going to be the Alistar for G2. And SK looking towards a melee support as well. Sight we don't often see. Double melees in bot lane.
I think it's because this happened to us as well when we played against SK. When they were Yasuo, Nami kind of lost value. Actually, I forgot about that. Yeah. Because when I was playing Nami, this guy just win walls and Nami is useless.
I mean, it's the same when you play Ornn. Like you're looking for your Ornn ult in the fight, and you're gonna make a montage ult, and it's just a win wall box the entire thing. It's really frustrating to play against.
Yeah.
As we see the Bard here, so we have Ezreal Bard versus Varus Alistar, and I would assume the Ezreal Bard would be having a lot of early push.
Yeah.
And kind of make life difficult for Varus in the early game, but I don't know what your take would be on it.
Yeah, they will get bullied hard until level 3. They should. After first phase, Varus Alistar can win, but if Ezreal Bard doesn't drop the ball, keep the tempo up, keep the wave push up, Bard can go anywhere in the map. Mid-top, run one time, Ezreal can clear wave with ulti. I think if you play good with Ezreal Bard, should be a good draft for you.
Yeah.
Puts a lot of pressure on Mickey. Again, like he's so often he's the captain of this team and so often the guy that needs to make things happen across the map. Leader going for something a little bit more conventional with the Aurora mid into the RE here for Caps, which is picked up last. How are you feeling about these two compositions, Paris? If you had to pick a side, ignoring nameplates, obviously, because we know which side you pick with nameplates, which side would you want to play?
I think SK draft, Bard kinda OP into Yasuo with Nocturne, so Pantheon cannot like, oh, I will match Nocturne, but no, Bard is there as well. It's also winning bot, Bard can always go mid and NA as well, but it's also harder to play. Right team goes mid-late game, easier to play this fight with Alistar. You just combo someone and you try to burst them. But I think SK is better draft.
Okay. Well, if SK don't win now, we're just going to call you out, Paris, okay? We're going to be like, hey, Paris said obviously this is a much better draft. No way SK can lose from here. We've said that many times.
Paris said on cast that SK would steamroll G2 game 1 here, clearly.
G3 trying to beat G2. Yoppa is playing really well at the moment, though. We saw the Ezreal pentakill last week. We'll see if he can continue to do that. G2 sitting at 1 and 2. They tend to make finals when they go 1 and 2. In fact, they have made 100% of the finals of a regular season when they have gone 1 and 2. They've won 3 times and placed second twice. So, although it is a slow start for our reigning champions, the expectations is that G2 will once again make it to playoffs. They have a lot of games coming up with the road shows, and we'll see how well they can do. SK trying to set up something around the mid lane, but I don't really expect they're going to find anything unless Caps oversteps, which he doesn't with the Foxfire to walk away.
I want to see how Leader navigates his early matchup, because to me it's all about if you can land these Q auto Qs on Ari and kind of get those electrocute chunks, then suddenly the matchup turns out really well. But knowing Caps, he's quite agile, he's good at dodge, but the first one will connect there, and Aurora is very strong in lane. We do expect Aurora to get pushed in almost most matchups unless just severely outranged. But what I'm more curious about, Varus, is bot lane, because you said that the Varus Alistar will get pushed in. Yeah. I wonder, do you think that Varus and Alistar can play on the bounce if they preserve enough HP early game?
Yes, but I think SK is already showed the laning phase kinda. They went mid to catch someone off guard, I guess. But when you're in lane, first push, it's really OP to poke them in like level 1. Yeah. Ezreal, that's like where you strong the most, but they didn't go to push. They kind of choked, like not choked, they kind of choked their level 1. I think it's going fine for G2 right now.
Yeah. Do you think it's bad to crash 2 in general in this matchup? Because usually, like, if you crash 3, I guess you get more time to poke in than ICS. But now, if you crash 2, suddenly Alistar can maybe walk up with a combo here. Do you think it's suboptimal?
Yes, but not crashing 2 is hard because you always hit enemy.
Yeah.
And when you hit enemy, mean aggro you.
Yeah.
So it kind of crashes, but you want to get more HP from them, but they didn't get enough.
Yeah, not being in the bush early on in the lane makes it quite difficult to actually get any of that poke, right? And Alistar not a champion until he hits level 2. Although, you know, you can headbutt an AD carry away from a minion or something. Not going to do too much work. As we see BB in the top lane on his signature Yasuo into Wonder's Gnar. To G2 or ex-G2 top laners. Wonder obviously presiding over G2's eras of dominance across the years. We've seen BB has had a bit of a struggle so far this year, I think.
I mean, we saw him play this matchup into Naknako, and it looked kind of sketchy for him until Naknako just stayed and did not base for like 3 minutes.
Yes,
so
with the like tower dive.
Yeah, so it kind of got back into the game. So I want to see if he took some learnings. One learning that I did realize is that usually when G2 played Yasuo into Gnar, they kind of just picked it for fun, and they just like didn't really care about the comp. But now they really did secure the Alistar, which I think will be crucial in team fights. I don't think Yasuo without any kind of CC setup is very useful. So I want to see BB have a little bit more impact on this counter pick, because if he just goes even with the Gnar, in general, if Gnar gets to plated steel caps and is even, he's super fine in his matchup. It's all about kind of denying that first base being very good. Like if Yasuo gets the Berserkers and Gnar sits on like components or boots and cloth armor, then it's pretty tricky.
Generally, the charm. Yeah, it should be fine. Although having to stay for this wave is going to be a little bit difficult with Skumon coming around the corner. Can contest those Razor Beaks now. Instead decides just to put down the ward, and Skeens will take the Razors away. I wanted to ask you a question, Paris. Whenever I play Bard, I get way too caught up in the minigame of collecting chimes. And so I leave my AD carry alone for a long time. How do I stop doing that? How do I decide when I should go and get chimes and when I should be in the lane?
You usually look at your bot wave. If it's slow pushing the enemy, you don't want to go around top at all. You can go maximum, but you need to go bot to help him crash.
But isn't it my AD carry's fault for pushing in the wave when he shouldn't be pushing in the wave?
Sometimes, but I see a lot of Bard players doing mistake, like not in official game, pro players doing well usually. But in solo queue, I can see some Bards are trolling their macro where they want to move.
Have I played solo queue against you? Because that feels like a direct call out on that one.
Kind of sounds like you had an agenda coming in with this question, Medic. It seems like you wanted an answer that did you not get and then try to fish for it.
I'm an okay support, right? Like, you know, mid-master Pika sort of thing, and I know how to play most supports relatively okay. But on Bard and on Pike, my brain just goes into this other dimension of, oh, there are chimes? Oh, I can go and find stuff? Oh, I can go out on the map? And I'm always like, oh, the movement speed from the chimes will get me back in time to make sure the wave's fine. But yeah, I think that's good insight. Thank you, Paris. At the moment, we see Yoppa with a slight lead, but nothing too consequential. Is that all just down to the level 1 and then not getting enough poke down?
A bit. I think SK should not be happy with this laning phase so far, because Bard is playing Ignite as well. It's to bully lane, actually.
Also electrocutes.
Yeah, like electric, you kind of have to, I think. You can get a spell book, but it's useless most of the time.
It's weak in lane, yeah.
Yeah. I think G2 was really happy right now. After level 4, they can win, but Hansama gave them a good trade.
It is hard to trade effectively into Hansama with double Ruby Crystal on the Varus as his first 2 items.
It seems to be the meta in G2 right now, as they have been enamored by gems lately. The gems are truly outrageous, as all of them are just stacking Ruby Crystals. Yeah. Maybe some tech behind the scenes they've discovered. They're all just matching jewelry, perhaps? Or it's just a coincidence? Is this something you're doing? Like, are you all buying Ruby Crystals as well, Barry?
No, I see it kind of the first time. I guess he's going experimental hex take.
Yeah, hex plate,
hex plate, yeah.
Apparently that's what he does in solo queue as well. For
I mean, that or Heartsteel, right? We do not know.
Heartsteel, dude.
Like, I think it kind of makes sense to not play into Nocturne Aura, to be honest. I respect it. But he will just have low damage. He probably don't do any damage in early fights right now.
You see trades happening in the mid lane. Neither going between worlds as they look for Skumon, who has to flash away. Dashes back in with the shield bolt. Caps will get 1 in response. Has 3 Spirit Rush charges if you want to chase Skeens any further here. Using the Foxfire for that extra damage. Gets out of the fear tether. Another Spirit Rush. Has 1 more left. Needs to land a charm. Good Shroud of Darkness out of Skeens. Makes it a 1-for-1 in mid.
It was a close one. I think Leader actually ends up missing the Q flash onto Pantheon, not allowing him to get the reset and then stealth out. So it was a really close call there by SK, but still a good practice pick onto Skumon. Now no flash on him.
Oh, Mickey.
Mickey is Mickeying. He's looking here. No
Magical
flash.
journey.
I mean, no dash on Caps.
Yeah, I mean, he can do a ton. Look at that, man. Look at the damage. Oh. Mickey keeps Caps around. Caps is used to having Mickey in his lane, obviously.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I think Caps is used to having most supports in his lane.
But I think I will be happy as a lover right now. Bard is half HP, no mana.
Oh, flash!
Oh my
never mind! They go in! Perhaps engaging now would not be the right choice as we have roast beef for SK.
And Paris, are you still happy if you're LeBron? Okay, can I get an update there 10 seconds later?
Not anymore.
That's your first caster cursed ever. And I think that you should be proud of this very moment. You caster cursed LeBron.
Man.
Mickey's the god, I guess. Like, he saw the angle and he insta took it. I think it was really well played.
I was going to ask you about that. Obviously, we'll have another look at the replay. It is just a good flash Cosmic Binding. Like, anticipating them there, you have the Paranoia follow-up, Shusho Barrage comes out. There's really nothing G2 can do in that situation other than not be there, or maybe flash the initial Cosmic Binding out of Labrov. I was going to ask you, you were playing through BDS Academy for a while, right? Then joined BDS.
Yeah.
Across your career, we've seen you grow from strength to strength. Are there any support through in EU or around the world that have really helped inspire you, or you've used as tools to help your development?
I think I kind of a basic answer. Like, it must be Keria, or if you want someone from EU, it's Mikex. Both pretty good. Mikex kind of fall down a bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, lately. But you usually watch just Keria and say, oh my god, how good is this guy? Like,
you watched his Pike the other day?
Yeah, I did.
Man.
Wow. And I remember my Pike gameplay. It didn't look same champion to me.
I mean, not everyone can be carrier. Not everyone has T1 as their teammates, right? So,
what was it said about the Caitlyn and the Varus support? You are not T1, you are not carrier. You do not have Zeus and Faker as your solo laners. Do not pick Caitlyn support.
Have you ever you thought about any AD carry supports? You got anything cooking in the tank? Cheeky Kalista?
I have a bit, but it's like probably Fearless third game or 4 or 5 games.
I don't want you to give up any of your draft stuff, right?
But if you do that in first 2 games, you will lose the game.
Okay. Oh, between worlds goes leaders. He looks for Caps, 2-fold Hex, just short of connecting there. But SK with a 1.5k gold lead early on in this game. And before we let you go, Paris, how are you feeling about your prediction that SK would dominate this game and this series after looking at the draft?
I think SK might win this game. But GT is the best side laners in terms of macro. I think they might choke in the mid game. But so far they played well. They can snowball the game. And if they do, they will win this game.
Oh, and how do they snowball it from here?
Catch sides, Nocturne Bard. Like if I'm Yasuo, I'm really scared to play this game.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, Finn, we'll hold down your mute button. Quickly, is there anything you want to say to your fans, the Na'Vi fans out there before we let you go?
Thank you for supporting. Next week we will do even better performance. Just watch us.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun seeing you in every. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. Finn, we'll hold down your mute button for you so you can take off your headset. Thank you very much, Paris, man. It's very, very nice to have your insight.
Always amazing hearing from pro players. I think their insight is just unmatched and super cool to hear from Paris as we see him living now. Thank you so much. As we are now looking at this game from a different angle, as Labrov might be caught out here.
Level 5, doesn't have that Unbreakable Will, has to flash away. SK have had a really strong start to this game, dude.
I mean, they're putting a lot of pressure right now. I mean, even Wunder top, he's completely even with his Yasuo. This Yasuo has not really found any lane leads right now, so if you're an SK fan, you're quite happy right now with how this game is looking. I think Mickey's early game has been sublime, despite that level 1 that maybe did not go as they maybe wanted. He has still been very active on the map, catching out both Labrov and Caps. And leaders still keeping the pressure up, still landing those chunks and keeping Caps in lane.
And series like this, games like this, are so important for SK because they only have 3 series left as Broken Blade looks for Wunder towards the top side. G2, KC, and Vitality. There's the last breath going in. Wunder should just be able to walk this one out, though. Broken Blade doesn't have the damage. SK really need 2 wins out of those 3 remaining series if they're going to make playoffs. And Mickey actually had a great quote about making playoffs this last week. Said, yeah, if we don't make playoffs again, it's been a bit of a failure.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think it's
very fair.
very
fair. I think Mickey comes in with every project with very high expectations because he is used to the best. He's used to winning. And if he doesn't win, he will be disappointed by nature. So to not make playoffs 2 times in a row, I think he would see as a huge personal failure. So
especially since he was pivotal to building this team and deciding who he wants on his team.
He built it plank by plank. And definitely we'll see if it goes down with the ship. But I think so far the ship is floating and the ship is looking nice against G2.
I do like the fact we say the ship is floating, and I agree with you. But that is kind of the only purpose of a ship, right? Float and move somewhere.
Yeah, man.
So right now it is doing its purpose. As the charm comes out, they look for the paranoia on towards the back line. Fear Tether's still going to go off here. No flash, no escape left for Skewmon as Caps still has 2 Spirit Rush charges available to him. Wonder with that Hyper Proc taking a lot of Caps' HP, who just wants to clear out the wave. Again, SK almost extend their lead to 2,000 gold ahead.
I mean, it's Skewmon that keeps walking up without Labro by his side, getting chunked, or even went on here by Skeens. I think the Paranoias have been amazing together with Mickey. You see the support jungle by SK just being so in sync, and you can't really say the same for G2. I think Labrov and Skewmon, there's some disjointedness in their map movements as now Wunder wants to check what Broken Blade is doing. Broken Blade does not have a lot of strong items right now, sitting on a Vamp Scepter and a Cull, so...
Yeah, it has the Zerkers at least, you know. With that Blade of the Rune King is really the spike for Yasuo. That's where you feel like you're a champion, similar to his brother Yone. We have Yoppa already with a Trinity Force complete and almost 1,000 gold lead. Paris enlightened us on the spiking capabilities of the Ezreal. Or it's a little bit of a risk when you have a Chain of Corruption, Headbutt Pulverize combination from the Alistar, as Wonder continues to chip away at BB. Don't know if the Wind Wall is being used, but Wonder looking for that Hyper. Oh, there's the Wind Wall, and Wonder will be sad that he doesn't get his Boomerang back for a while.
He'll just base and TP back and catch that wave, but still Wonder showing that the matchup is not really going as maybe BB would have hoped. Strong laning by Wunder as Skeens. You're on a pink ward, buddy. I do not know if you're aware of it.
Might just be a bait, though. Mickey looking for Labrov. Cosmic Binding against the wall there. That's a pixel that I didn't know existed. Smite comes out from Skewmon as he takes the red buff. Yoppa trying to get across as well.
Look at Leader.
Has the flash. Leader's on his way across. Skewmon now caught out behind enemy lines. Goes in with a shield bolt. There is the weirding to dodge the charm knockback. And now Labrov is not in the best of shapes. Hun Summer caught with a tempered fate. Can Yoppa get here? Labrov is going further forward, looking for Caps. Chain of Corruption as well, shut down for G2. Yoppa was unable to join in time, and because of that, G2 can make it a 1-for-1.
I'm really surprised G2 gets a trade kill there. I thought it was really deep when they go all the way into the red side jungle, and Cats did not even have Spirit Rushes. Now Wunder is the one going on the aggressiveness here on Broken Blade. Does have a boulder, but Wind Wall is up, will be blocked here, but can just pick that up and then chase.
Yeah,
Nocturne is hovering around.
Yeah, he's nearby. Doesn't have the paranoia right now. We'll have another look at this. I really think it's about whether Yoppa can get to this play in time or not. And I feel like he's kind of gated out from it.
He also had very low mana right now, Joppa, so he's not super compelled to move here. But Mickey is first. And here Leader made a really nice buffer on the E, on the charm here. Gets that up, gets a double slow. And here I thought the play was over. But Leader W's forward, not super aware of where Hansama is, but the chains of corruption here off the Alistar combo and stun will be the end of Leader, and a 1-for-1 plus a shutdown.
All credit to G2 for taking that. Caps Rod of Ages complete means that he's not going to die to that burst, and something we talked about earlier today is the ability of the RE to survive through the Aurora on a side lane is really modified by whether or not she has this extra health from the Rod of Ages. So Caps going it here. I don't mind too much. I think you have enough burst from the rest of the composition to not really need the RE burst damage, and he's kind of just trying to deal with the fact that Leader can chunk him out in a side lane, and then you have a Tempered Fate and a Paranoia follow-up. TP coming out. Grand Star falling as well. Yeah, Leader, I'm afraid that's not where you want to be, as Skewmon takes the kill, gets his first of the game.
Now
Meanwhile,
is there a cross map here?
They go in with the Paranoia onto Broken Blade, who's going to flash away. Mickey chasing in with a Magical Journey as well. They need to be careful because Labrov is on that flank. Cosmic Binding not going to hit. Chain of Corruption flashed away by Mickey. And Labrov was here in time. If SK had got any deeper, could have been their downfall. And now the gold lead swinging back.
Maybe can stop here. BB from entering top here. He has Mega, but BB has
tough, man.
Quite a lot of health and that shield up. Doesn't have flash, but still not really finding a cross map. Will be a pick onto Leader and a flash burn by Mickey, so a big win for G2 all across the board.
And Broken Blade burned its flash as well, so the mid lane trade was equivalent exchange of two summons.
Some entropy here.
Yes, yeah. Now we need the couple of brothers. Leader looking for Caps. Dragon taken by G2, and the gold lead that was 2k a couple of minutes ago down to 0.3 thousand gold. The Dragon a piece, and G2 have stabilized their sinking ship, and SK need to pick up the pieces, looking a bit more like Theseus than any ship I'd want to sail on.
Yes, Skeens will pick up this, but he doesn't have ult to join her as Broken weaves out of the big Nard.
The old hands, man. The old hands just not getting enough off in time.
It's the young hands of Broken Blade that dodges the Nard masterfully.
Ah, true. I don't actually even know their respective ages. They must be quite close.
I think Wunder's 26, BB's 25.
Okay.
27, I mean.
That 1 year is the 2 years is the difference.
It is, yeah.
Tempered Fate for Mickey. Again, arthritis in his fingers. Can't expect him to hit that. Now Skewmon goes in with the Shieldbot Chain of Corruption there for the follow-up, and Mickey is just done for. G2 constantly finding picks, and you need to get the buckets out because someone's got to be bailing here for SK.
And we loved what SK was doing in the early game. They looked so synchronized, every single play, finding Skewmon, Labrov, and Caps. But now it is actually G2 that has woken up and is attacking SK in the disjointedness. It's leader falling on the side lane, Flash is being burnt on the other side, and now they're just getting picked off by the onslaught of G2. One after one.
Yeah, it's the level of coordination that G2 can bring to a game like this, even when they do fall behind in the early game, and the level of discoordination we have seen from SK from time to time this split. 2-4, they were able to pick up a couple of wins, but the expectation still is that they end up in our bottom 4. They need to do something pretty special. They're going to get some series wins in the last couple of the split.
And they have 3 more games, so a game win against, or a series win against G2 would be monumental, obviously, for their chances. Let's see the Gnar into stun,
into Cosmic Binding. Really nicely done there by SK. Grand Starfall coming in with a TP as well, though they need to be careful because Labrov is on the flank. Good Cosmic Binding again from Mickey, and he might just sacrifice himself for the good of the cause. A top lane for support, still a trade you take for SK. You got a Grand Starfall and a TP out of it as well.
I mean, it's a 1-for-1, but the Aurora is pushing bot for free. G2 had the members advantage there. Caps actually TP'd up, so might just be the tower here for leader. I mean, BB does have TP in 15 seconds, might be able to get down there, but now Wunder's here. He has a big shield, but he's a mini-Gnar.
Skewmon tanking the tower, didn't really want to do that, could have waited for the wave, but the blast cone was popped, and Skeens is here to defend. Wunder on the chase, chipping away at Labrov's health bar, but he still has that unbreakable will, that Alistar. A lot tankier than he appears right now. We'll have another look at this play. Great Cosmic Binding here from Mickey off the minion. Clips him and then gets the stun against the wall.
Clean, simple, fantastic CC chain here. Despite the backup coming from G2, they got one. And the fact that Wunder gets out is just big. The flash from the charm, as Mickey will be the victim, but I don't think he minds. Mickey, the kind of guy that just likes dying and making plays, so he's in his element right now on this little Barduni.
Yeah, that has a 200 gold lead when the chaos finished for him alongside that Blood Song support item. A lead as well for Skeens, but you have to look at the mid lane. Caps, Lichbane, Rod of Ages, starting to put some damage behind the tankiness on this Roa Ari. 800 gold lead for him. Next Drake up in a minute 30, so still a while on it. And we also have a Rift Herald in the pocket of Skeens if he wants to try and crack that mid lane turret. 2 items complete on both the AD carries. Hans Summer with the Ginsu's Experimental, and Trinity Force Manamune almost stacked for Yoppa.
Yeah, landing assignments might be a little bit awkward here. Putting the Warden's Mail, plated Steel Caps into the Aura is a little bit tougher for Wunder, but he does have the level lead thanks to the top lane quest. He's going to take it over to 15 just soon. And I think Aurora struggles a little bit against Yasuo, so probably want to switch these back if you are SK. Kind of give yourself a little bit more opportunity, but it is still the side lanes we will be looking at for both these colors, because we have the Pantheon on one side and the Nocturne on the other side. So really that is where the fights will be happening, especially with the Bard and Alistar just roaming around. So it's all about how you coordinate and set up your sides for success here.
Yeah.
As now G2 is rotating over to get this tower while the Aurora is pushing out bot. They have a numbers advantage, and SK rightfully respects.
G2 also using about a 45-second window that they had there with the wave being so far pushed in bot lane. They knew, well, Broken Blade can catch that in a couple of waves time, right? You need leader to actually get through those next 2 waves. BB now using the time he had to move up towards that top side, forcing Wunder away because of the numbers disadvantage. And now Broken Blade is here in time to catch the wave. Leader needs to be careful, as you say. The Tiamat Blade of the Ruin King. The leader goes between worlds, dodges back in as well. Don't think he really expected that. As Labrov here, getting the Mega Blast Cone, gets himself to safety. True Shot Barrage just to chip away at the health bar of Labrov with a good Aegis Assault out of Skewmon. He didn't take any damage.
Still doesn't feel great though, because Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds and you don't have the Between Worlds now on leader, but it does get a good chunk onto Caps to compensate for it. So Wunder has moved down here initially, but now he moved back top lane to get his tower. It looks like SK will be giving this Dragon for a little bit of gold and a control in the top side, so probably the right call to make.
Yeah, no camps for them to take on that top side, though those were cleared out by G2, so it is purely the tier 1 and some camps of their own. Yoppa now going back, going to spend some of his gold. Skeens almost at that second completed item, but again, it feels like with the game pace slowing down, it really favors G2, just because of the way they play. SK tend to struggle in these more movement-orientated games, macro-orientated games. I mean, macro always exists, but you guys know what I mean. As the Tempered Fate from Mickey doesn't find caps, Wonder still chasing. Boomerang will get the slow, Cosmic Binding doesn't get the clip. And there's the charm onto the Gnar. Headbutt pulverize out of LeBron, and Wonder goes pop with the Chain of Corruption piercing arrow. G2 CC chain just too good.
Just caps, man. His movement is way too good. Sidesteps the Tempered Fate without ulting, sidesteps the Cosmic Binding there, and then Wonder is like, okay, we should get his ult at least.
Starfall behind enemy lines here. There's the charm again with the Spirit Rush forward. G2 find another TP from leader, but it only goes towards the top side. Schemes going in with the Paranoia, and the immediate clap back by G2. They lose their cow, but they'll take the knockdown for it. Yopper dodges away from the charm, still uses the cleanse, expecting to be hit, and Scumon's here. Yopper, there be monsters in your jungle. You can't step forward there. Too greedy from the AD carry out of SK after seeing his team die around him. Decided to sacrifice himself on the altar too.
The jungle is dark and full of terrors, and the terrors are right now G2, as we see Caps here weaving back and forth. And look at Wunder eating the charm in the face. I know you like Caps so much, I know you're teammates, but don't let him charm you like that, because Hansama is behind with the Chain of Corruption, and this extended fight just turns into misery and despair for SK as they dive here with the Pantheon ult. There's just nothing SK can do without their man in the top lane, because he is so much of their front line.
Yeah, Alistair tanking with Unbreakable Will here. Again, the paranoia in onto Caps is just a misplay. Gotta say it. They do get the Alistair for it, but after that, like, why is Yopper stepping here? I don't get it.
I respect the confidence. I feel like there is a lot of desperation right now in SK's gaming, because they are just seeing their teammates fall and they're like, okay, we gotta get something back. It's a sunk cost fallacy.
That's their name.
Yeah.
Sunk cost gaming.
Oh,
it's true.
Okay. As Labra walks in and gets a chunk. Now we do have Baron in the back of G2. Let's see how they use it. Sending Caps now top to hold against Wunder, as now they're looking mid.
Paranoia just goes forward.
Style.
Tempered Fate will stop the last breath. Cosmic Binding not going to find the sun, and with Caps here, Yopper short to die, you have to feel. Caps takes it, between worlds goes leader. But his friends have been sent to the afterlife. As while all of this was happening, G2 still pushing in the bot side. Wonder trying to get something back on the top. It's not going too well. Wonder going for the Randuin second here as well. There's not a huge amount of crit on G2.
There's Thundersky and Yasuo. I mean, it's true, it blocks Thundersky's first ult, okay?
It's true. It's I mean, that is true.
Big damage reduction. It's a bit sad for Wunder, I think, seeing the solo laners of G2 make montages 2v4. I think he remembers those days fondly as he's pushing into the side of the towers, but now he's
okay,
the flank here.
It's a 3v4. It's a 3v4. LeBron flashes onto Leader. Chain of Corruption doesn't get the stun. The trample does come out. Leader forced away. Now it's a 4v1 as Mickey is caught out going a bit too deep. And with Broken Blade TPing in, G2 might just look to end it here. 25 minutes on the clock. Yopper, oh, the Steel Tempest almost clips his heels, doesn't quite do it. Baron buff up for the next 50 seconds.
Oh, they want to try something here. I don't know if this is the real play to go for. It's barely a normal wave here, no cannon minions to siege with, but they really want, really out for blood here. Maybe we're waiting out. Look at Labra.
Walks all the way around him, man. Goes for Yopper. No last bet follow-up. Wonder with a 4-man Gnar. And now G2 are on the retreat. The wind wall coming out. Paranoia goes in as well as Wonder gets the kill onto Scumon. G2 are going to try and turn it around as Skeens goes down. The Tempered Fate hits no one. LeBron falls low and Hansama follows him. The flank from the Alistair was not too consequential in the end as G2 lose 3 and SK bite back in this game.
Lavrov is smiling. He knew that was a Sven flank as Mickey may be in danger here.
Oh, Mickey, man. Like, you know someone's doing the red buff and you're still like, I can Cosmic Binding.
Maybe he doesn't have Q3 stacked. That's what he was thinking. As we look at this Alistair flank, he's gonna do the loopest of rounds here. Maybe looking for something with Yasuo, but I don't think Broken Blade wanted to follow this.
G2 got really distracted at that moment, man. Just the immediate Gnar from Wonder continues to perform even here on SK. And after that, you can see G2 are like, maybe we can fight back a little bit, maybe we can find something, but LeBron has no Unbreakable Will, and Hans has no way out.
An altruistic ending attempt here by G2. Giving SK a little bit to chew on while they wait for the 4th dragon to spawn. That will be in 4 seconds. do not think SK has the tools to contest this, so probably will just be taking a little bit of vision, trying to set up these defensive control points that maybe they can find a flank on later. Maybe they can find one fight to bring them back into this game, because right now it's looking very dire for them.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough. Like, you look at the gold lead and you say it's 2.3k, and it's like, well, that's not too massive, you know, it's not too huge. And then you look at the rest of the team, it's like, well, Wonder has a bit of a lead, and Schemes has a bit of a lead, and Leader's only 1,000 gold behind. Maybe we can win, but you look at how the fight's been going, and you say, whoa, that's pretty impossible, it feels.
I think 1k gold lead on Caps counts as like 3k on European soil.
Ah, okay.
So technically they're 5k gold down almost.
That makes sense. And two extra Drakes, like, we don't always talk about the value of individual Drakes, but they are still pretty powerful in and of their own right, as LeBron looks for Yopper. There's the Paranoia follow-up. Wonder's on the flank. Okay. LeBron with a knockback onto Schemes. Mikhails gets him out of the charm, and SK get another kill. LeBron, I mean, that was a little deep, my friend.
You gotta be careful about playing with your food right now, G2. Okay, I know it's looking like a done and dusted game, but the Nexus has not fallen quite yet. There's still a lot of resets on an Aurora, still a lot of damage in Yoppa, and Wunder with 3 items is not something to scoff at.
Yeah, Leader's at 3 items as well as is Yoppa, so if they can find some poke in these fights, there's still quite a few possibilities for SK to get back into the game, and perhaps we were a little bit preemptive with us calling the game over. Perhaps G2 were a little bit preemptive going for the double Nexus tower dive when they really didn't need to.
Woulda, shoulda, Medic. That's all that it's about right now. As Hansama is stepping up in this mid wave. Caps wants to look for something here. Wants to charm Mickey. But Mickey declines.
He's immune to his charms now. Caps, all those years together, you can't get me with one of those. I know your wiles, I know your ways.
I know your moves.
Oh, I know where you learned this one from G2 as well. That's a typical Fnatic death push if I've ever seen one. No one steps into it though, as the bot lane wave is pushed up, which is big because the super minion's still going down there for the next 50 seconds.
Keep coming out here for Wunder. SK really wants to force something right here, right now.
Wonder doesn't have the Mega Knight built up at all. Mickey trying to step in from the side. Control ward in the bush could be cleared out by G2.
By stepping up so boldly 1v5 here. Just daring them to go on him. He's daring LeBron to flash combo with it. He's gonna react to it.
He has a locket, and Mikhail's on CD right now. So there we go. LeBron goes in. Last breath for the follow-up. Tempered Fate. Leader caught in there. Crown Starfall onto the backline. Great charm onto Leader, who tries to get away with Between Worlds. Paranoia onto the backline. The Schemes falls low as well. Wonder looking to the Gnar into the wall. Only finds one with a stun. Yopper trying to open up, but he just doesn't have the damage to get through Caps. A triple for Caps, looking to make it 4. He'll take down Mickey for the Quadra, and the Penta is on the horizon. Caps on the chase. Yopper tries to escape, but Caps finds the Penta. 9, 1, and 6 on the army to close out the game.
I told you, man, 1k gold in Caps' pocket counts as 3k. You know it's Caps on Ori. He always makes montages happen, and it's a beautiful penta kill secured by Caps as G2 now turn into the Baron and will look at the Nexus towers and say, we're not diving you today, but we will take you down anyway.
Yeah, deciding they didn't quite have enough time to push all the way through the Nexus. A couple of pings coming out on the ward that Leader could TP to. He's going down towards the bottom side to clean up that inhibitor wave. Let's have another look at Caps here.
So look at his charm here on Aurora, completely nullifying all attempts of escape. He ends up going down due to the Foxfire, and now he's just playing front to back Ari. He's just killing whatever is in front of him. Okay, knocked him down. Ezreal used E. Okay, I got Gnar by mistake. I'm gonna go even more. And this is where he's calling for pentakill. I just know G2 comes in now. Okay, penta, 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 penta. And they're all doing their best to give it to him because you know it's Caps. You know every single penta is his to take.
Flashes for the Orb of Deception at the end, claims the pentakill. And immediately says, hell, we can push mid, we can push mid.
No, we let BB die first, you know? So, we can't. I think we can.
Did you see he immediately ping BB 3 times as soon as they got out of the fight? Yeah. He was like, pentakill, BB. He's dead, man, why?
And you also see like the instant lock. Oh, no, we can't.
No, we can't.
You know someone is calling friend, and he's like, no. Instant lock back, we do Baron, we're gonna siege this top lane tower. Caps is looking for a flank from mid lane, currently pushing in Wunder.
And just another feather in Caps' cap there. He is tied first with Reckless and Ice for pentakills in the LEC now with his Penta number 6.
Pentakills.
Yeah, Ice was the beneficiary of quite a lot of Aphelios pentakills, if I remember correctly.
And Jinx.
And Jinx, yeah.
Jinx and Aphelios.
He does pop off, though. The guy knows how to get 5 kills in a short period of time. Windwall stops the True Shot barrage. G2 still pushing in with his Baron power play for the next minute and 40 seconds. Caps is in the mid lane, and Leader's going to try and deal with him, but it's going to be pretty difficult to deal with Caps right now, as he's sitting on a completed Rabadons alongside 3 other items. And yeah, Leader, it's going to be tough, man.
Right now he's fishing for skill shots. You're hoping you get some chunks. That was a decent chunk here on Caps. Looks like G2 might back off because you have soul points.
Caps doesn't have flash. Spirit Rush away. Wonder Boomerang doesn't find his mark as Caps uses Spirit Rush, but that delays the push. G2's going to have to wait. There is a Chem Drake for them. They want to go over and try and claim that soul, as they've claimed quite a few souls so far this game. 30 kills in 32 minutes between these two teams.
Yeah, Xur looks like they are gonna give it over. Yeah, despite Caps not having ult, they don't feel brave enough to face check that jungle of G2. Will just be the Chemtech Soul. I think they're trying to get the Cyrildas on Ezreal right now to kind of give him that extra damage to go through the front line of G2, because right now it feels like SK is lacking a little bit of damage in this fight. They don't really have the damage to get through the front line with that Pantheon E, the Pantheon GA, and Caps.
Yeah, where are you finding the damage though? Yopper has the last whisper, you can build that up towards the Cyrildas. Leader, maybe if he gets another item, can start to burst people, but there's not too many easy burstable targets, right? As you say, Skuma has GA, Hunsummer has Zhonya's, Labrov is a cow. Broken Blade shouldn't really be in a spot where he can be burst, and it also has that passive for the extra shield if he does take a bit of damage.
There's cows qualified as tanky these days.
Have you ever been close to a cow?
They are quite intimidating.
They're pretty big, man. Yeah. And this is a bull as well.
Oh, it's a bull, yeah.
Even Daedalus couldn't fight this one.
And he has a Seeks. Like, if I saw a real cow with a Seeks, I'd think twice.
Yeah, it's just a big slow zone around him. He moves and you're just like running for the hills.
Yeah.
You're petrified.
It's G2 playing it slow. Not trying to repeat the previous mistakes of diving the Nexus towers.
This is quite slow though. I guess how do you do it? You take inhibitor bot, that's 5 minutes on the inhib respawn, so Wonder has to push this out. You then play 2 waves?
Yeah.
Just top mid?
You run all the way up here, you get your wards here. I can draw.
There's a small circle tool that you can just do this.
Fantastic, I love small circles. So you just want to get your wards here, here, everywhere, basically in the jungle there, and you're good to go. I'm not gonna try to draw anymore, it's not really working out for me, so yeah, G2 go mid, lead Caps mid, he has flank on top, go 4 people, top siege.
Okay.
Easy. Wait for super minion to hit Nexus tower bot, and then go. Press buttons.
How do you do that though if Wonder's just pushing out bot side?
Well, if he's pushing out bot, then they're not defending, so now...
You try and take a 4v5.
Well, if SK is trying to hold their jungle when they're pushing, then that would be an avenue to punish them. Sneaky. Will piece out.
Okay, Wonder continues to push in the bot side. We need more circles, man. I feel like they're dictating what G2 are going to do. Labrov in mid puts a ward down. Possible flank ward.
Burner here.
It is.
I think they're just waiting for Baron.
I think that too, and I'm like... I think the problem was, right, we were 25 minutes into the game, and G2, they saw that they could win, and then they lost the fight. And since then, they're like, okay, we only take the win when we can get the win.
Yeah.
Right? And I understand that. From a mentality of a team sitting at 1 and 2, where you do need to win, you know, probably 4 series, maybe 5 series to make it into our playoffs, I get it that you want to win.
So getting a pentakill and losing is a bit embarrassing.
Cosmic Binding, Yopper looking for the damage, Doom on there to block.
It was nice by Mickey. Caps was really confident because he had the Banshees, so Mickey actually did flash out to Cosmic Binding to get the Banshees off.
That was nice.
But Caps digital out.
You say losing when you get a pentakill is embarrassing. I believe, and I'm trying to remember exactly what series it was an MSI 2019. And I know we're not allowed to talk about 2019 all the time, but Wonder Rise got a pentakill and they lost that series.
That was against the Buffaloes or the Flash Wolves?
I think it was Flash Wolves, but I can't remember exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of the... It sticks in my head as someone getting a pentakill and losing.
I also remember Ezreal pentakill against Uzi around here as well. Got a pentakill on Ezreal against RNG, ended up losing the game sadly. There's some noticeable encounters.
That would be a great YouTube series, man. Or just a good YouTube video.
Yeah.
Like the pentas that... It didn't lose you the game. You can think of a better title than that, but... Penta losers, no.
We're workshopping it.
Pentronics, no. Caps. Oh, charm. That was a nice between worlds, actually, leader.
Yeah, I mean, he got charmed and ends up walking into the wall, getting ported out. But still, a charm for an ult is not a bad trade for the Ari.
Not at all, not at all. Spirit Rush coming up for Caps now as well. 1 second on the Baron. That's where we're going to go.
So SK has been having a lot of time to think and ponder about how they want to approach this eventual fight that will be happening.
Yeah.
So I want to see some flanks here. Look at this ward that I'm going to highlight right here. This ward. This ward, as I'm successfully drawing, this will make or break the SK defense.
You can also see SK trying to get a little bit of vision around the blue side jungle for G2 in case we get to an Elder fight.
Yeah.
Because there is a possibility, and having a ward behind, as you can see, I'll highlight it for you guys. You see this ward here? Wow, look at that circle, isn't that amazingly drawn? That ward could be impactful. It shouldn't be.
My circle was organic and
I actually prefer your way of telestrating. I just think it's a funny joke for me to use the actual circles. It could be impactful if we get 90 seconds further along the line and G2 decide to fight around it. But they still have Baron for 2.5 minutes.
I really wish G2 does something with this Baron. I don't want to see G2 just wait out this Baron and just go Elder, because I don't think they can actually end with an Elder without the Baron. So I want to see them siege here.
I think the thing is, if they play an Elder, SK will feel like they have to fight and take the fight. Hans Summer chipped down with the weirding and twofold Hex. Between worlds back up for leader. True Shot Rush came out as well. Caps now going back to the mid lane, which has been cleared out by Wonder. It's a 4v4 if they want to take it. Wonder has the TP as well. Caps doesn't have teleport, but does have Spirit Rush. Wonder now goes Mega, but walks over a lot of vision to get towards topside, and G2 will back away.
And SK are pushing back G2 despite them having Baron, despite them having Soul. It's a little bit confusing how they're trying to end this game right now.
Okay,
the game is quite slow still.
I'm just going to make sure that no fight is happening. Okay, I want to call this out, right? Is this SK playing well, or is this G2 actually just not doing what they should do with their lead? Because I'm not sure.
So I will tell you exactly what the problem is, okay? So they have Yasuo top.
Yeah.
The Yasuo top should be split pushing bot.
Sure.
The Yasuo top is scared about Nocturne. So the Yasuo goes to hold his teammates' hands.
Yep.
But suddenly you have a Yasuo that doesn't really contribute in a siege.
Yeah.
That is not applying any side lane pressure because it's got a Nocturne. That is just like, he's a cool samurai, I guess, but it's not doing a lot for the siege.
So how do you fix that? Like, should G2 just say Broken Blade, go to a side lane?
So I think the fix is to just send BB bot and have Caps shadow behind him.
That makes sense.
And make him play like a crazy man, because you do have the Pantheon ult. You do have a lot of backup should they go on him.
Elder Drake has been begun by G2. Caps looking for the charm. Shroud of Darkness coming out from Skeens. Yoppa and Mickey on the flank now. Elder Drake down to the 8,000 as they go for the all in onto Yoppa, who can make chaos out of it between worlds. Goes leader, knocked up immediately, trying to survive invisible here. Wonder charmed as he jumps in with the Meganar and can't get that ultimate off. Yoppa being caught out by Broken Blade as well, who's forced to dash away. Wonder falling low. Caps takes him. Another Spirit Rush for Caps. Good double Cosmic Binding. Yoppa dashing away. Caps on the flank again. And Mickey meets his maker. A double for Caps as Skeens will be put into the GA. A Spirit Rush available for Caps. He makes it a triple. The only reason it's not a double penta is, well, Skewon takes that one, and leaders run back to the fountain.
And in the end, the fight happens that we expected. Eventually, SK crumbles to the team fight composition that is G2. They could not end the game via side lanes, but when it comes to the team fights, they are unmatched. And it's led by Caps and Ari, a 12-1-8 performance with a penta-kill to boot and a clean 1-0 victory.
SK went out to an early lead, but G2 didn't really give them anything for the rest of the game. G2 1-0 up. Took them a little bit longer than they'd like. We'll see if they can speed things up for game 2.
So I do wonder where we go for draft now, because the Yasuo is taken out from leader by BP. So we're now gonna send it to Jack. That's gonna break down G2's macro play.
Thank you very much, Finn. Now, earlier today, we talked a lot about shifting. And today I want to break down a different concept called overloading. I'm going to type the whole thing here. Not the best handwriting, but, you know, I was a pro player, not an artist. Okay, overloading, as you can clearly see written out here. What does it mean, and what does it differ from shifting? So when you're shifting, it's all about taking pressure from one spot to another by moving everybody up. But with overloading, it's all about one person having deep push on one side and then using that to create a numbers advantage on the opposite side. So in this play, we can see that BB has gotten a really, really deep push on bot, as our observers show very beautifully here. And leader's actually choosing to slow push the wave or even freeze it, which allows BB to have a lot of time. Now, what does BB do with this? He stays in the top side and continues pressuring. And now what this allows is for the rest of G2 to pick up a free tower and a Rift Herald so that they can just chill on top side essentially. And then when BB eventually goes back to bot, he doesn't really lose much of anything. And the big benefit of this is that when you're able to get that deep push, you can see that BB even forces leader out. You get to generate a lot of pressure on one side of the map with only really one person's involvement. You could see that this was pretty much only Broken Blade that did everything, and the team could just coordinate around him. While with the shift, it's really all about the team working in cohesion. Now, funnily enough, I actually learned about this concept from Faker, who was incredibly good at doing this very thing. But Caps might be Faker. We'll have to see in that second game, coming right up after a quick break.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Baby, cause I'm been crushing. My body wanna talk. What was that?
Whoops. Wrong word.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
dodges away from the charm, still uses the cleanse, expected to be hit, and Scumon's here. Yopper, there be monsters in your jungle.
I'm up in 2 seconds, I'm up in 2 seconds.
Yeah. No, 3 seconds from my ult, 3 seconds from my ult.
I can't really play this.
1 second from my ult.
Okay. Look after.
Alistar 1 HP. Alistar dead.
Nice.
Nice one. I'll flash him, I'll flash him. Come.
Yeah.
On hit. All you caps.
Okay. Nice.
Hey, I wish my team was like that.
Nice.
It's the strength to be with that. I'll kill him.
Okay.
Another one.
Rudy, why are you stealing?
Is the hangover finally fading away for G2 Esports here as they grab the first game against SK Gaming? Short fact is that Caps was actually clapping a lot of people, 5 to be exact, in the penta kill he got.
Yeah, and you could see it in the call there. Like, they were kind of fishing for a second one. It felt like Caps was taking over this game, which was kind of surprising because from the get-go, it felt a little bit like SK had figured stuff out. But as soon as we got to the mid-game, this man was a menace. He was constantly hitting the charms. He was always in the face of SK. He just made it impossible for SK to really play out the game as they wanted to.
I mean, Caps is just the consistent factor for this team. Even when, you know, the early game, it looked a little bit shaky. SK was getting some leads. Caps stayed relevant the whole time, had a lead on leader the whole time, and just showed his dominance in team fights. And we've seen this before, right, in the Vitality series on the LeBlanc, where Caps is just, when he's on, when he has a good game, and he can mechanically outplay you in fights, he will do so handedly.
It's also, he just has such a good understanding of how to push the game forward in a positive way for G2. Like, when you look at last year when it was like Azir and this kind of meta, it would be, all right, we're behind, I'm going to go play in a side lane, I'm going to pick up all this farm, find a way to hit 6 items, and I'm going to try and carry the game through that. Now in this style of game where, you know, you're playing an Ahri who doesn't scale great, instead he's like finding these really creative pick angles and constantly playing around vision. Like, he just has such a good understanding of all the nuances of how best to perform in the game.
I love the penta stats on the graphic.
I wasn't convinced
so
that leader.
unfair.
I wasn't convinced that Caps was better than leader, but then I saw the penta stat.
Yeah, it just sold me completely. I have to say, the stats look bad, but leader was not doing as bad as we often see him do, and I feel like the state of the game for SK in general was maybe a bit more stable than I would have expected here in this matchup.
For sure. I mean, the game looked pretty good for them, all things considered. Like, Wonder surviving up against the Yasuo early levels was completely fine. Leader, like, he was a little bit behind, but the last time we saw this matchup play out, it was an absolute disaster for him. So, all things considered, SK looked decent.
Yeah, I do think the big mistake was overextending that side lane, though.
Yeah.
He got caught on bot lane, just in front of tower, and that was really where we started to see this game turn around, where SK were starting to lose control. And I think this became the theme of it. Like, you heard Paris talk about it, you did the breakdown on it. It was G2 understanding how to play out through their lanes significantly better, and also then just throwing up a win wall, which made Yoppa's Ezreal kind of useless every single team fight. So I think they just had a very clear way of, this is how SK win the game, let's shut that down.
Yeah, and we know that, especially in reactive play and punishing mistakes. We saw them doing this against Genji at first end. G2 is really, really good at this. So how do you approach next game as SK? Maybe more proactivity and less overextending as well.
In this game, they had kind of a nice winning bot matchup, which I think showed in how SK was able to play, and they were able to generate some leads bot side. I think having Wonder on a matchup where he's more in a leading position and not just losing should do him a lot of favors, because
winning matchups, good.
Yeah,
okay.
The thing is, I think BB for me has been the biggest question mark right now for G2. Like, we saw him at first stand, and while he looked good on the tanks and he was able to survive, I have yet to really see BB have real standout moments apart from on the Shen. So I feel like if you put BB in more uncomfortable positions and he's not comfortable in the laning phase, for me that's the #1 spot where you can actually get a lead as SK, and then you just gotta pray that mid lane goes well, because like that one's always difficult to say.
I did feel like there was some weird priorities in the draft though. Like, when you looked as the priority was, or the draft was coming through for SK, it was, hey, we've taken Ezreal, we're now prioritizing Nocturne second.
Yeah, I didn't get the Nocturne.
Over like Wukong and Bai and all these things, which was really bizarre to me, because like, no offense to Skeens, I don't think Nocturne by himself can do a huge amount in, especially in a game like that. And then they deprioritized the Karma, which for me is an insanely strong pick, especially with this Ezreal Karma lane. And if you want to try and like punish through bottom side, I think that is something that you can do with that pick. So I think there was just weird priorities for me in the draft. So I'd want to see something that's a bit more teamfight oriented, like bring back the vibe, bring back the Wukong in the jungle, have these things that you can then play aggressive on in team fights that enable Yoppa in the later stages of the team fight. Because it felt like this was more pick orientated, whereas when I look at a lot of the way SK's won, it's through these like, hey, we've got smart plays on side lanes, but 90% of the time it's coming back to a good team fight that Yoppa can play through.
I do have to say though, while I agree I didn't fully understand the Nocturne priority, I still preferred SK's draft overall. They had this kind of nice 1-3-1 with the Aurora and Gnar. Both Aurora and Gnar can just flank when Nocturne turns the lights off, so Nocturne doesn't just need to go in like a maniac. And I thought the Yasuo pick would kind of be G2's downfall because they didn't really have great knockups. Like, you have Ahri, you have Pantheon. Neither of those are providing a knockup. You did get the Alistar in the end, but it's still not a great Yasuo game. But throughout that, it wasn't enough for SK, which leads me to think that they really need a hard-winning draft or an explosive laning phase type of draft where you can just snowball from that.
We're going to cover draft here, of course, ahead of Game 2. And as we said, a lot of options open in the jungle department. SK have selected last pick. G2 is going to operate on blue side here. So they want to react to whatever G2 is going to throw at them here in draft. What do we think they're going to open with?
I think when you go for the last pick, like SK has gone for, that leads me to believe that maybe they want to try to look for a counter pick for Wonders. That immediately makes me quite happy. Makes a lot of sense that SK are just banning out the control mages. I think like the two priorities for me is just get Wonder on a good matchup, get Leader on a good matchup, and then bot lane should just be pretty chill and pretty equal, and Skeens should be able to then play around this mid-top and try to get those ahead.
Yeah, I think it's also when Wonder has looked best, it has been on picks like the Twisted Fate, one of the Anivia games, these kind of ones where he has like an unusual pick that he can slot into that top side and really run away with it. So I think it makes sense. I mean, you're expecting Broken Blade will probably go back towards something like the Scion or one of these more tanky orientated picks. So it opens up Wonder then to have a lot of creativity there.
I do wonder if they just take away the Yunara now, since Seraphine is out, Ezreal is out, Varus is out. And with Ezreal and Varus being out, you kind of don't value Karma that much either. So Yunara, Lulu makes sense for me to be the #1 priority, but maybe they want to try to first pick something else. It's actually going to be the Xin Zhao first pick. Quite surprising here to value that much higher, but I think they want to pick the bot lane together, which makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they wanted to actually like first pick the Lulu and then on next rotation, even if the Yunara gets taken away, you can go for something like the Xin Zhao and still have an answer like an Aphelios, something along those lines. Even the Jinx if you really wanted to. But I think it's just going to be taken away here now with the Lulu Yunara, which then leaves the Xin Zhao. Like, you'll probably respond with Corki Nami on the opposite side, but
wow,
no,
Jarvan
maybe not.
I mean, I feel like if you don't go Yunara Lulu here for SK, that tells me kind of that Mickey just really doesn't want to play Enchanters. That's at least the vibe that I'm getting. You saw it, like, he played the Bard last game, but Bard is still a lot more proactive than something like the Lulu. I'm surprised that they go for the Jarvan already without really seeing any sort of lack of mobility, but it's going to be the Lulu takeaway. So they're able to take that. I think G2 now can choose to go either something like the Corki Nami, or they could choose to take away the Yunara themselves. And with the Corki locked in, I'm assuming it's going to be a Nami on 3 here.
Yeah. Which means it will be the Yunara in the last rotation as well. So, I mean, pretty standard, as you say. I'm kind of surprised with the Jarvan as well. Like, because usually you want to see a mid laner who's not going to be able to hop out of it.
At least see one in mobile champ,
Yeah, so Corki already going to be relatively fine there. But now, unless you can hard force something like a Victor or something along these lines into the mid lane, I don't think you're in the best of spots for SK for the value that this Jarvan's going to bring. Yeah, it's a little unusual. At least you can get like follow-up with the Lulu because you can EQ in as the Jarvan, get the wall growth as you Cataclysm, which can provide a lot of CC in that regard. It just means there's a lot invested then to try and make this pick work versus it being able to work in a vacuum.
Yeah, I think it'll be a bit of like a peeling Jarvan that'll just try to EQ to help their carries when they're in trouble, and then maybe ulti and just EQ out to create space and time. As you see SK banning out top laners here, taking the Yorick. I wish I was more knowledgeable on top lane champs. I think Yorick is like a Jace ban, usually. You ban that, but
I think he's also decent into Rumble. Oh, the Rumble ban, so...
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. Like, Yorick could also be decent into Renekton to a certain extent, but...
Really?
Maybe
he survives the early lane? I would think that would be too hard, but...
I think it's once he hits level 6, the Maiden is able to do a lot of work there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the Yorick is trying to set up for. Definitely like trying to say, hey, we don't want you split pushing. But maybe it is just Wunder saying, hey, I'm going to go something like a tank here.
Could be a tank lock-in for sure. For me, when I see the Yorick, I thought of Jace, but with the Gwen now banned, thinking something like a Sion makes a lot of sense when you have the Yunara Lulu to just be a front line for them. It does mean, though, that you don't really have much split push win con of your own, but it's also a bit weird for me that they're choosing to... I mean, I guess it's not that weird. They're choosing to give counter pick to Leader, and we'll have to see what he is able to cook up on last pick, as most likely now Wunder's going to lock in a little tank on 4. G2 banning out the Sion. Could be a Cassante. Yeah, either Cassante or...
I still think they will leave the last one. Oh, they are going to go with the Jace.
Wow.
Okay.
So the Jace, the Yorick ban was for the Jace. We'll have to see what BB has into this. Now with Yasuo being gone as well, that's another option that you could play into the Jace.
I mean, they still could flex the Jace as well. I'm trying to run through my head of the AP top laners that they could take here as well.
True, actually.
With Gwen
Kennen,
gone,
you could go.
gone.
I mean, Kennen is like the premier
there.
one.
Kennen's pretty decent. But, I mean, up against Cassante, I think you're happy as the Jace there. So, yeah, I think they'll just land the Jace top then, which... I mean, surprised to see Wunder pick it up, but it is very, very strong.
Although they gave LeBlanc to Caps, incredibly good LeBlanc player. And the thing with LeBlanc is she's also very good into nearly all of Leader champ pool, because LeBlanc is really good into all assassin mid laners, because she can always kite them. And I think if Leader is forced to go something like the Galio, I mean, it makes sense for the comp of SK. I'm just not sure it makes sense for the identity of SK.
I like this one, though. I think you've got, like, it can be used both offensively and defensively. And you've got great answers for the LeBlanc when she tries to jump in, for the Zinzao as well, and rooting people. I think it then just buys a lot of space, because the Jace has a good amount of poke. You got Yunara who can try and play into that as well. Like, I think it's a nice way to round out the comp.
Yeah, I think SK have an interesting comp for sure. They have quite a bit of range. The only thing that kind of frightens me is they don't have a whole lot of front line. And it's hard for them to really go in, because if Skeens goes in, he just gets blown up. Well, I think G2, they have a little bit more tools with the Sinsao and the Cassante to buy time, while also being to poke with the Nami, LeBlanc, Corki. And Nami, LeBlanc is an absolutely deadly combo with how much burst they have, and I think it's just going to be the Caps show once more.
If you've got both Lissandra and Jarvan going at the same time, though, do you think it's possible for the Jarvan to get blown up? Because my thought is if they both go in, then you end up with the ultimate onto the LeBlanc she can't play. But we'll have to see.
It's possible.
We'll have to see what's the Caps show during Game 1, and SK are fighting for their lives here against G2 Esports. Let's see if they can take us to Game 3.
Let's see if they can. It's going to be a mammoth task for them, but the mammoths are extinct. And so it's possibly impossible. We'll see. As
it's a mammoth task or tusk?
Both. Both, man. We've been going into the caverns a little bit. Yeah. Too many mammoths there for us to deal with.
Quite a few mammoths in the caverns, yeah.
That is the problem. If you're not lusting that pull, you're in dangerous territory.
It's a dire pull for the Bears, definitely, as we load into this game. Leader on Lissandra. You know, a lot of people would say, Leader on Lissandra? That's very surprising. Me? I'm not surprised. I don't think anyone knows the power of Lissandra better than a guy that plays mostly Aurelia, Yasuo, Akali.
True.
I think a person that plays Aurelia, Yasuo, Akali knows exactly how strong a Lissandra can be. So I do like seeing it pictured by Leader. I think it fits the comp quite well.
It is the first time we've seen him play the Lissandra in his career. We almost have 3 in a row there. If you can just play the Zoe, we're on the Leader bingo chart. A diagonal is allowed in bingo?
Absolutely.
Okay, nice.
I'm not a big bingo guy, but I'm gonna assume so because it's a line.
Yeah.
So we have a Jace into a Cassante. Wunder has opted in for the grass. Is a little bit stronger in the lane, but doesn't have quite a lot of kill pressure in this matchup. He will just be pushing, poking, and plating. The triple Ps.
I've never heard it said that way before. I like the triple Ps.
Yeah.
Pushing, poking, and plating.
I thought you liked your Ps mushy, but that's...
Oh, I love mushy Ps,
That's a different question altogether.
I'm a big fan. Good fish and chips with some mushy Ps as Caps misses a minion in the mid lane. Leader with the push early on. No real surprises there.
That's the counter pick.
And although Skeens is not on vision, it will be known, assuming G2 were watching, that his Razor Beaks have been pulled around the corner there. And Leader running the bow plating, no surprises either. Overall, in the first 1 minute, 55 seconds of the game, it's a good start here for SK. Leads in every lane.
Leader did miss a melee minion there, but lands the Q onto Caps, keeps the poking going. It's one of the Ps. But Skewmon is looking for a gank. Does he have the E available here to get out?
No. Flashes from the chains, dodges the wind becomes lightning.
Is this good scouting by G2 to know that SK leader does not skill E level 3 on Lissandra? I'm almost compelled to believe so, because this gank does not make sense. Unless they just uses E, but we didn't look, and
Yeah, we didn't see if he uses E. Can we click on him quickly, observers, to see if he has E?
It doesn't have E.
Oh, huge.
So to me, this stands out as maybe scouting, maybe. Because that gank does not make sense if leader has E.
It is also leader, and if I would think, if he's playing Lissandra, would he skill E3 or would he go for the extra damage?
Double Q?
I would probably think double Q.
Yeah, the double Q is on brand, but yeah, we'll end up losing his flash there, so a little bit unfortunate. But SK Botlane did pick up the Yunara Lulu, which I was a little bit surprised that they got so late in the draft. It's a very strong combination, and I will see how they execute on it as Mickey is taking a little alcove tour. We'll walk back into the bush, but now it's Skeen's turn.
Here we
have the initiative. He is walking here unnoticed by the wards, but I do believe G2 should know about this.
Flag, drag, LeBron flashes, no flash follow from Skeens. Holds on to the summoner of his own, heal coming out as well. Oh no, it wasn't a heal, it was just the ebb and flow from LeBron. A little bit of extra health. Caps jumping in onto leader, Glacial Path looking for the follow, doesn't go. As the chains root him up. Skewmon is sprinting back towards his Razorbeaks after doing a full clear. They're back up. And he'll take those before going for his reset. So he's looking for that tunneler. The huge item purchase
Love
you can
buying
get.
tunneler first base. That feels amazing.
Extra 1,100 gold for tunneler.
Yeah, that HP and 80, baby.
Good ward from
A
leader.
little bit worried now for Labrov as Jarvan will hit level 6 because it is very scary for the Nami to outplay a Jarvan level 6 gank. We saw Paris play the Nami earlier today.
Yeah, but LeBlanc is on the Nami's team this time.
That is true. Thank the gods.
Yeah.
The fact that she does not have to play against the Caps LeBlanc, that would terrify, I think, most men.
It really would. It really would, especially with the form that Caps is on today.
Yeah.
I will say as well, you know, I was just thinking about this. A champion we don't really have in the game that I probably never going to get added to League.
Chain Lightning champion.
We have that. That's called Static Shiv. And it can proc Heartsteel on PvE.
I said champion uses Static Shiv.
Zeri,
is it that though?
Zeri's ultimate is actually just called Burst Lightning.
Okay,
so.
That's true. It's Volibear passive. Okay.
Yeah, Volibear
Make
passive
your point,
as
Medic.
well.
Sorry, I spoke over you.
A champion that entirely allows you to control a different champ. Like if my ultimate, I can use your champ.
Okay, that sounds quite OP to me.
It does sound quite OP, and also I think Riot likes people to have individual player agency, and it kind of takes away your player agency in that moment. But I think it would be interesting, right? You're playing the Lissandra, or I don't know, whatever we're going to name this champ, as the Acropism lands onto Mickey. Phosphorus Bomb as well, does do a bit of health, but he's able to shield himself with the health picks. Yeah, so you're playing this, we'll call it Lissand B. Yeah, because instead of Lissandra A, it's Lissand B.
Yeah, of course.
You're playing Lissand B, and you ult caps on the LeBlanc, and then you make him kill his own Nami.
Oh.
See, that's what I was thinking. It's a little bit like Renata ult, I guess, but that's just auto attack.
I see the vision. I am also very happy you are not a champion designer, as Leader goes for all in here.
Ring of Frost for the root. Cap still has Splash.
Whoa! Mind control! Sexpec has entered the LEC.
It's Lissand B. It's Lissand game, dude. It made Cap splash forward.
Oh my god. This is not the first time Caps has done that. And I respect him for going for the montage play. But this will be a difficult laning phase for him now without the flash against Leader with 2 Dark Seal stacks and Hextech Alternator.
Yopper with a good trade on the Hans Summer as well. Like, laning-wise, SK had a good start to both their games.
From SK Gaming in early game. But now Wunder has an Angry Man with a spear behind him, but BB's quite low in mana, but going in like that,
BB goes all out. Wunder tries to get the knockback, looking for the autos with the shield from Broken Blade. With that audacity, Wunder flashes, BB flashes at the right time. And there's the knockup from the 3 talent strikes. Skewmon gets G2 on the board in game 2.
Nice gank by Skewmon, gives BB a little bit of breathing room in his matchup. Really close there. Wunder got one more round attack in.
But Yopper's flashing forward as well. Hansama flashes away. It was close, but in the end, G2 win out on this war of the flashes. Skeens looking for Skumond, who doesn't have a flash of his own. Cataclysm available. BB like, okay, I'll leave you, and then perhaps I can TP back in. But my TP's on cooldown, by the way, Skew. As Skeens continues to trade, Dragon Strike doesn't connect.
Wait!
The flag comes
He's gaming!
No, the extra movement, the extra attack speed for Skeens is enough, man.
No, he was gaming. He had his tunnel already. He was ready to play his game, but yeah.
Man, I will tell you this. Everyone in this game is actually gaming right now.
Yeah.
Yep. SK especially so. They put it in their name.
Yes.
SK Gaming. It's in the name. We've never done that.
That went really hard.
Yeah, that was, man. That was a 9 p.m. sort of moment there for me.
It's past our bedtime. Says Caps, you see, he's struggling. Using his ult just to touch a few minions. That's the pressure leader applies right now.
Maybe it was the longest con we've ever heard and ever seen. Leader is actually god tier on all of these like utility mages. He's just been holding back his power.
I have a funny leader anecdote actually from when we played together, because when we played together in Astralis 2023, it was kind of the same where a lot of teams were like, okay, it's leader, we're gonna draft anti-leader champions.
Sure.
So at one point, Perks blind picked Lissandra against leader, and he just slammed an Aurelion Soul and completely won the game. So he's not bad mechanically, these champions. He's very good at executing on them. I think sometimes he doesn't really synergize with his team that well, has some mechanical misplays, but I do like him that he brings out these champions. The Lissandra is a really good pick this game, and he's really poised to make it worthwhile.
And Yopper with a good trade there onto Lebrov. Chucks out the Slurkle as well.
Great Slurkle,
forces Lebrov back. Caps with a little bit of vision, but he is really falling behind in this lane. 800 gold. And as you say, well, I mean, it was a 1 minion freeze, dude. On Lissandra, every freeze is a beneficial freeze, okay? That works.
The Grok, for any movement enjoyers. Okay. You didn't watch movement.
So I did for a little bit, but oh, Frozen Tomb coming out.
Groking.
Glacial path forward. Leader still looking for the chase. Chains onto him, though. There's the route. Leader.
Flash! It's the Grok solo kill by Leader. Huge play on the Caps. Caps just got solo killed by Leader.
Yeah, he's just groping all over him right now, isn't he? I did watch Moomin, but only for a couple of years. I was in Denmark from when I was 2 until I was 5. So that was kind of my Moomin era. You know, Pippi Longstockings as well was huge in those days.
As we see, all-ins on bot lane here. Corki's gun is Gatling. And snakes are rattling. Yeah,
Skumond is here as well. Broken Blade looking, trying to find the collapse. No flash on either of the junglers. TP onto the flag. No Frozen Tomb for Leader. Cataclysm down. Skumond looking for the trade with the Crescent Guard. TP taking a long time to join, but with the Glacial Path going forward. Wonder secured the kill. Leader is even there. Caps gets one in response. Both junglers down. Yopper trading down towards the bottom side. Hardaway's going to get the double knock-up. A Wild goes for knock-up counter, though. Babylon on Summer will be enough to keep him alive as Mickey flashes and can't get in range past the Valkyrie. And then Mickey dies to Lebrov. Hans and Lebrov on basically no HP. Wonder also fall on the top side of the map.
What's happening? G2 just killing them everywhere on the map. That looks so good for SK. I loved that TP play on the Jarvan flag. It looked so nice. But the greedy pathing by Skeens. And then Wunder ends up falling as well, 2 Caps, alongside the bot lane as well, perishing there in the all-in. And it's now a 600 gold lead for G2 from nowhere, it seems.
Yeah, it's gone pretty pear-shaped for SK after they had leads in most lanes early on, but Yopper losing out on the trades down towards the bottom side. Glacial path forward, Lebrov here. The jump from Caps onto Leader. Mickey here for a bit of defense. Polymorph down. Leader 2 chains on him as Lebrov takes the kill, and Mickey once again looks for the chase onto Caps, but Skumont's here to really put his face down in the dirt. Acrobatism doesn't land. Caps gets the chains though, and Mickey has no escape route. Lebrov with the double. Huge Nami now, 3-0-1.
And it's went from bad to worse. Now the only lane that was looking good for SK is slowly falling behind as the more kills is being picked up by the G2 squad. Scuman now gonna go for the Wolves. Just gonna vacuum clean that entire bot side. Do some.
Is this not just the most quintessential SK early game you've ever seen in your life? As Cataclysm goes down, Yopper gets the shutdown there, which is actually huge for him.
Lebrov had a shot on him. He was 3-0-1 on the Nami.
He's 1,000 gold ahead, man. He's the entirety of G2's gold lead. This is some ahi tuna right here, man. This is grade 5 sashimi, whatever.
That's a nice piece of fatty tuna. That just drop a munched up here, Wunder. You gotta be careful, my man. There's an angry Dane coming behind you.
Let's see what Wunder can do to try and escape the clutches of Caps.
It's a great flash.
That wasn't the best. Chain's gonna come out. Wonder's going to get rooted up. He tries to trade back in, but you can't trade into that. It's G2 get another. That goes to Caps, 3 and 2 now. And he's going to take 1 minion away from Broken Blade just to add a little bit extra gold into his pockets.
Let's roll back the tape a little bit. I think 5 minutes ago, Caps just got solo killed by Leader.
Yes.
Now he's absolutely running the map. He's got Mercs, he's got Ludens, and he's got 3 kills.
Yes, that is entirely true.
Is plot armor a thing?
No, I think SK Gaming is a thing.
Okay.
And G2 is a thing, right? And like, yeah. Caps played it well, but he has just been able to move around the map, and he went up to that fight around the first set of grubs that were happening, and he got a kill in that fight, and then got another kill out of that fight, and SK were kind of just all out of sorts after that moment. Leader not having Frozen Tomb, wasn't really able to influence the game as much as he wanted, and I think Merc Treads is also a pretty powerful pickup in these scenarios.
It's very valuable for sure, as we are still on par for 1 kill a minute.
Oh, that we are. This is our new little game we can play. Can they stay at 1 kill a minute for the rest of the game?
If I was a betting man, I would say yes.
Okay,
considering the teams we're watching right now, there's a lot of fights, a lot of flashes down, and a lot of flanking here by Broken Blade.
Wants to
no
keep it
flash
going.
on Wonder. He has Ice from Godless. Ooh, nice.
There's the slow, good sidestep as you say. Wonder looking to keep himself away from
All
the wall.
W.
Sits in the pixel. Good, knocked back onto Broken Blade, who flashes for more. Caps on his way across. Wonder, no escape. And Caps will take it with Electrocute in the end.
Man.
Yeah.
Just play safe top.
I mean, it's Caps things. The guy's like 70% win rate on this champion.
I mean, he's just everywhere on the map. He's just always finding these angles on people on the side and stepping a little bit too far forward. And a good TP by BB finds
Tidal Wave coming out. Yoppa flashing forward for Lebrov, who doesn't have heal or flash himself. Skeens coming in from the side. You're going to take the fight. Cataclysm. Hansama gets away. Skeens chases him. And Hansama survives. Oh, it's the SK fallacy. Sunk cost after sunk cost. They go for more, and in the end, it's G2 who come out on top.
It's a disaster now, BB. Oh no, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him, BB.
Across the wall. Wonder with the U-moves, can't trade in.
Oh, he would dash into the wall.
Yeah,
the wall was
unfortunate for BB.
Too fat, but still, cheeky play by BB. Denied a little bit of the wave there with the going all out. As he will probably just push out here and take a nice juicy base, or even a nice juicy tower.
Oh, you just take the tower in his face, no? Okay, decides against it. I think he's going to clear it out with the accelerated shot blast. Hansama Valkyrie forward onto Leader. Could go back in here. Frozen Tomb out. Polymorph for the follow-up, and Hansama quickly regrets his decision.
God, Joppa's belly is full of so much tuna right now. He's so fed. 2 shutdowns, first on the Nami, now on the Corki. He is actually super accelerated his game with the Lulu behind him. He actually could put on a little show here. As now there's another TP coming. The kills, it doesn't stop happening, Medic. We keep going.
He doesn't have Frozen Tomb. So it's Glacial Path into Ring of Frost, and Caps is like, okay, cool.
I got a bit excited there.
That's understandable, man.
I thought we had something.
We're over a kill a minute, you know? You expect it to continue happening.
I mean, it still looks like it. If LeBron is going to go this deep into the jungle as a Nami.
Okay. The flanking fish is the deadliest.
Yeah.
So, you know, most fishes are actually quite smart.
How smart?
Oh, I mean, they all went to school, right? So.
Could they do calculus?
Possibly. Possibly.
Damn.
So I was just setting myself up for a pun, and then you asked if fish can do calculus. I painted the corner, and you were like, okay, you can stand over there, put the dunce cap on. That's right.
Clearly this game is bringing out the best in us. As now Leader wants to defend his tower, but Caps does have the Threads of Mercury. Or as the Koreans call it, Hermes, because the Roman god of Mercury is called Hermes as well.
Hermes, yeah. Also the messenger god.
Yes.
He used to take messages between Mount Olympus and the rest of the world.
So what is it? Is Hermes the Greek name and Mercury the Roman name? I'm pretty sure.
Most of those gods are kind of one and the same.
Yeah,
let's be
exactly,
honest. It's Leader. He's going to catch out Caps. Frozen Tomb into the distortion away. Skeens him on the chase. Caps dashes back, dashes across.
No
Caps. Cataclysm and again Caps. In the end, Skeens and Leader teaming up, knowing there's only one place Caps could really jump at that point. Dashes back into a Ring of Frost, and Leader gets his 3rd of the game.
And the kills keep going. We're now at 17, at 16. Might slow down a little bit though. But who knows with SK Gaming, the sunk cost fallacy team. As we now have branded him as. The Herald will be put on mid. Don't think this tower will stand for very long. And Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds. G2 will probably try to make their way down there. And Caps does not have teleport. He does have teleport though, so he could make his way down there as Cubon has started it. And Mickey cancelled his base actually to kind of keep playing it. Yoppa was aggressive here.
Look at Hans who, Aquaprism's going to land there from LeBron as they look for the trade back. Yoppa still continues to put the damage in. I mean, you talked about the power of a Yanara with a pocket Lulu, and the Ardent Sensor and the Runans and the Kraken Slayer doing a lot of work there for Yoppa overall, but still not completely winning out the trades. It's about who he exists, and Aquaprisms exist, and Labrov on this 3-1-2 Nami is actually still in a pretty strong spot. Most kills we've ever had in the LEC on a Nami is 4, by the way. So Labrov could try and break that milestone in this game as Skimon tries to defend.
With the tower here, actually it will not, as G2 show up to defend it. And I feel like we're kind of congregating in an A-Ram situation right now as Leaders is grouping mid, Caps is pushing out bot, and now gonna look for a little pick as they want to re-enter. Make life very difficult for Leader. Yeah,
he's just making sure that Leader can't get to this wave easily, and then because they've already got those 3 grubs as well, both these towers are likely to fall. Caps might not take the bot one because Skeens is on his way across there, but still another tower going over to G2. Skeens is waiting, Caps distorts, and now we go. Caps the second distort, still has the flash as well. Caps will use it, Cataclysm for the follow-up. Leader trying to get in range, has to flash in the middle of the Cataclysm.
Right on the 18 mark.
Kill. Okay, Hans and Labrov, come on Labrov. You get both these kills, it's the most kills Nami has ever got in the LEC. Leader.
Skeens has left the building.
Half forward, tidal wave, Leader's dodging it all, as you say. Skeens is just, he's just pieced out, man. Seems like, okay, you're on your own for this one. As Hans takes the kill away from his true carry.
Will this tower fall, or is Cassante gonna Cassante all over them?
How on earth do you Cassante that? Yoppa is Yunaring all over this Cassante right now, actually. As Wonder continues to push.
Where you just say the champions are championing.
Oh, Hans is corkying this, dude. You know, one of my biggest frustrations with champion ability names, there's a couple of them, right?
Yes.
Supreme Display of Talent being Kiana's ultimate.
Yeah.
Hate that name.
Why?
Because every time they use it, you have to say Supreme Display of Talent from Elioyo or whatever.
But you know,
and then, no, but what happens is on Twitter and on the Reddit threads, everyone's like, why does Medic keep saying that Elioyo it wasn't even a good ultimate? Why is he saying he's so talented? And it's like, because it's the ability name, my dude. And the second one.
Wait, can I have a caveat?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Because one of my favorite plays ever made, I had a huge Kiana flank on mid, and I heard you screaming Supreme Display of Talent by Finn, and I thought that was so cool, but now you said you hate it.
No, I don't hate it. I'm just like, it's just annoying. I thought your favorite moment was I said it when I shouted, he's only 17 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely not 17.
No,
but yeah.
No, you weren't. The second one was Nami. What's her ultimate called?
Tidal Wave?
Tidal Wave. Tsunami is right there.
Yeah.
And we called it Tidal Wave.
I mean,
it could be called Tsunami.
I mean, that is just objectively correct, Medic.
Yeah.
But I think Tidal Wave has a
certain ring to it.
It's ethereal tone to it.
Sure.
It's very ethereal.
Sure, I'll give you that.
Tidal
It's
Wave.
like Thresh's ultimate is called the Box.
Yeah.
Could be the Threshold.
Okay, you have too much free time, Medic.
I'm a play-by-play, man. You think about how they move on the map, I think about funny word names, you know? Oh, Broken Blade stepping forward here. Is flanked by Leader as SK look to continue finding the kills. Good sidestep on the Q3.
I don't think
on
he's
his way
taking
across.
damage.
Yeah, but Yanara's on his way down, and Yanara does do a little bit more damage as BB trying to survive through this. Q1's going to leave him. Yoppa looking for the kill. BB trying to trade onto Leader, but won't be able to. Yoppa gets the shutdown. And does extend his gold lead to 640 now.
Yoppa has gotten 3 kills this game, and they've all been big shutdowns. Like, this is the fastest 3-0 Yunara I've seen in a while. He's gonna be getting those free core really fast, and he's actually growing into quite a problem.
Yeah.
I think if G2 gets to team fights, they might actually really struggle against SK comps, just because how much peel they have for Yoppa, the lockdown with Leader, and just the constant DPS of this Yunara Lulu will be really scary. So really need to clean up the rack a little bit right now and really look for these picks that really favor their comp.
And I think we have to reset a little bit as well, because it felt like G2 were just gonna, like, Caps was getting ahead, they were gonna run away with the game.
Yeah.
That's no longer the case. Like, Leader is back to 1,000 gold ahead as They dive onto Yoppa. Tidal Wave doesn't quite connect. Cataclysm on Hans Summer and LeBron's going to lock them in there. TP's coming in behind. Counter TP as well from G2 as Brokeblade looks for Leader, who is stunned up, locked up. Glacial Path gets him out though. Another auto from Hans Summer is enough to get the kill. Meanwhile, Caps is TP behind them. Never mind. We can laugh, we can meme, we can joke all we want because the SK fallacy rings true once again. G2 find 4 kills for nothing.
And it's just out of nowhere, Medic. Winner's gonna try to TP out there, but the chain and the burst.
He gets out.
It gets out, but it will be Baron after a 4 for nothing from G2. They find the angle, and this was SK's play. They wanted this. They are the ones TPing in with Lissandra, but this Lissandra has no backup. Joppa is forced back by Hansama and Labrov. And now when Leader shows up, there's no follow-up. He uses his ult here onto Hansama, but there's a cleanse. And now look as Caps is arriving in the backline and just shoots the fish in the barrel and just picks up all the remnants of the SK team comp.
Yeah, the deep TP ward there for Caps really made it impossible for SK to back away. Caps gets a double to round it out, and G2 get a 3,000 gold lead in 21-minute Baron. And yeah. So other ability names I don't like. No, just joking.
We're already back on this.
Look, man, I gave them a moment, and then the 1.1k gold lead that Leader had is now down to 250, and the gold lead that Yoppa had has immediately swung to the other direction. Hansama now 5-1 on this Corki. Skewman has 1,000 gold lead after being involved in only 9 of the 15 kills that G2 have picked up.
I will say, Nami getting so many early kills actually allowed her to get Mikhail's super early this game, alongside the Imperial Mandate. So not a bad investment against the Lissandra, because you saw in that fight, Leader tried to go and Hansama just one-shot him, but the instant Mikhails from Labrov completely saved him. So really, once again, just denying one more engage opportunity from SK. And SK, you need to go back here. You are just getting your base open there.
Yeah, I think they realize they're giving up this inhib anyway, so try and push out the mid wave as far as possible so that you don't have 2 waves coming in at the same time. They do that. That's still a minute 30 on this Baron for G2. If they all back together, they can get out for another couple of waves. That's exactly what they're going to do. There's a risk of an accelerated shock blast coming out from Wonder, but he's going to be too late to use it as SK now walk through this bot side. They'll try and push a couple of waves if they can before G2 are back out on the map to deny too much push going in here, but it's going to be tricky. Next Drake is up as well if SK want to fight around it. I mean, G2 might just take the battle, or they might just decide against it. The game is not going to be decided by a Dragon Soul, you have to think. Instead, they're going to use this Corki to push through top side and then try and play for that top lane tier 2.
Well, it's not a bad deal for SK. Sure, they got like, I think they got top lane tier 2 there. They gave up their bot lane, but now they're going to get bot lane tier 1 as well alongside a Dragon. I mean, it's not a horrible trade considering you are Baron down. So
it depends how much they lose. Right? If they lose 2 tier 2s and a tier 3 and an inhibitor, it is kind of worth. I guess your eggs are in the Yoppa basket. You say, okay, how many of the eggs do we need to crack before we can get to the delicious Yoki center?
Yes, Yoke. We don't have any Swedish top laners here, so it's all gonna be about if Leader can hold this mid, which he can. And now Yunara has base, does have Lord Dominic's regard, and let's see if G2 can actually do a siege this game without having a Yasuo.
Leader could just send it. Leader could just Glacial, or he could have taken the path Tidal Wave coming out from G2 as they realized they needed to disengage. Caps was in mid, which is why I was saying Leader could just send it there. A flash from across may have been enough, but now has to go and deal with the tier 2 in the mid lane. Caps still dashing in with the distortion. We see SK able to hold away G2 for now. They hold on to their inhibitor towers apart from that bot side one, and on the mid tier 2. The Baron about to expire for G2.
But this game could go on for quite some time. If Yunara keeps scaling up like this, she does have 3 items now. Good wave clear as well with the Runans, and G2 Siege is not fantastic. They rely on picks from Caps. They rely on their front to back in team fights with the Kusante and the Corki and Caps on a side and angle. Their Siege, not fantastic. So 2 Dragons now on SK. Baron is down for another 2.5 minutes. This will be a lot of free time for them. But this is where Caps' brilliance kicks in. This is where he finds picks that just wins the game out of nowhere. So
super important to get vision control on your flanks for SK, and that's what G2 are trying to deny. LeBlanc is much less scary when she is on vision.
Yes.
If she's in Fog of War, petrified. Absolutely terrified of her. She's not, you know, it's okay. You know where she's going to distort. Obviously can still do a lot of work, but Leader is in a similar camp. If he finds a good flank with the Glacial Path,
absolutely. I mean, he's still a really big threat. He has 3 items right now, the Rabadons. the Malignance and the Proto Belt. Does not have a lot of magic pen, but doesn't really need it considering DB's itemization. And he's not killing Broken Blade. He is trying to kill Caps or Hansama with Joppa's DPS. So it is completely fine to skip armor pen in a game like this. Magic pen.
Giving up tier 2 mid here. Yoppa trying to step forward, but you just don't have the numbers right now. Yoppa will step in. G2 should be able to take this though. Leader coming in from the side. There's tier 2 going down. It felt like the way SK were sort of pathing towards the top side, especially with Skeens over there, they weren't really going to be able to defend this tier 2 in mid. Just trying to do a little bit.
Caps here, but I don't think
it's Caps, man. Like, the guy double distorts. Cataclysm out. Cap still has flash. Like, I understand he's the isolated target, but it's a LeBlanc. It's going to be very hard to kill.
Tricky one. Tricky little mischievous man.
Is that the... Ooh, that was a tricky one, which is like, I totally disagree with the decision SK have made here to go for the LeBlanc. Or is it an actually, they didn't really have much they could do.
I don't think it's a good idea to gank a LeBlanc when she has 2 dashes on a Jarvan, because, I mean, it's not really going to go anywhere unless you are going to like flash predict her with a combo and then put it in a montage and then post it on your TikTok. I'm not sure, because I didn't really see that angle.
Okay.
But respect the hustle.
Yeah,
you need to click.
Yeah,
you
nose
need to
to the
click somewhere.
grindstone, you know, aura maxing.
Yeah.
Trying to frame Moggen.
Drop. So Joppa throws in a W, spots out a person in there, so will not face check Broken Blades Kazante.
And unfortunately, the game has slowed down from our 1 kill a minute. Now at 24 and 28. But a quick penta. Quick penta kill would even that out.
Fix that. We're almost at a really good resolution as well, 16-9. So
yeah, it's true.
Approaching that slowly.
Okay, Baron's up in 4 seconds, guys. Like we saw it in game 1 as well. Like G2 just don't see, and I understand why, right?
Yeah.
Baron here really enables them to push in. Their siege isn't amazing. There's good wave clear from SK. Like
Eyes
it makes
on Joppa
sense to go for the Baron.
Eyes on Joppa.
Eyes on Joppa, guys. Okay, he's this one here. Keep your eyes on him.
I mean, yeah, the circle won't follow him, but he's the one that he circled.
You can follow him with the circle if you really want. Baron actually pulled off here by G2 as Cap looks for the chains. Can't quite land him. Leader trying to get in with that Frozen Tomb. G2 chipped away at just a little bit. Skewmon has a Guardian Angel.
Well, SK should walk in there when Caps goes for the mid wave to try to get some control back, but Caps actually denies, or doesn't go for the mid wave, just keeps holding this position, does not want to give anything back to SK, but it's Joppa stepping up. Look, he is the front line. He's the one walking up, kind of baiting them, daring them to go on him. Caps is chunked out.
Yeah, shot loss on
40%
Caps.
on
Has
Caps.
the teleport. He can come back. He's going to go into that control ward to then TP away, knowing that he's not on vision. SK and G2 just kind of fighting over nothing. It's about pressure in mid lane and playing for the Baron. TP to the side coming in from Caps as the reset started from Leader.
The Grok.
Glacial Path out. Broken Blade chipped away at. Caps still looking to jump in. SK forced back towards their blue buff, but if G2 are here too, doesn't matter too much. There's a Drake as well to be fought over now.
You really start to feel the poke by the Corki now with the Nami E as well. Really starts hitting with those Hex Optics. The mana
resets coming out. Looks like SK have given up the ghost on the fight for the Drake. It's only second G2. They're able to poke him out a little bit, as you say.
But still, SK denied 2 minutes of Baron potentially being taken.
Yeah,
so
true.
for Cloud Soul, which is now the second one out of 4 potential one before the Soul. So, I mean, that's still a decent job by them. Like, they are still holding on, they are still farming, they're still scaling up.
I guess the only argument is Cloud slow resist is actually kind of nice into Alessandro as Skeens tries to jump onto. It's only 5%. It's not the end of the world, right? And a little bit of extra movement speed out of combat. Like you don't want to give up anything, but it was the smallest thing they could give up.
Absolutely, yeah. I think they're just waiting for Joppa's Infinity Edge right now. Really need to get those 4 core spikes if they are to fight in a 5v5, because you see Hansama already having the Infinity Edge dashes forward there with a big chunk onto Joppa.
Yeah, 4 items on Hansama is a lot of damage, and you have the Imperial Mandate on Lebrov just to boost that up a little bit more. Caps looking to see perhaps if we can catch Leader. TP coming out from Broken Blade. Mickey has to use the Wild Growth on himself and the flash away.
Yeah,
That's the problem with enchanters, man. It's so hard to walk in by yourself.
This might be the Baron start by G2. I don't see how SK contest this unless SK Skeens wants to go for a hero steal. It could loop around there, but it's so scary. You don't know which bush Caps is sitting in. You see the vision toggle.
That's actually big. They know where Caps is, so Skeens can try and flag and drag across the wall. 7,000 on the Baron. Broken Blade trying to keep him at bay. 5,000 on it now as Leader and Caps continue to trade. Vision in the pit from the flag. Skeens puts down another one. 3K on the Baron. Looking for the reset. Goes in. Flag and drag. Cataclysm. Smite lands. And it's Skumon that gets the Baron. And Skeens pays for it with his life. Wonder trying to go in as well. Almost takes down Hans Summer, but just can't quite do it. Reset coming out from Mickey.
Oh no. Oh! The sigil of malice will connect.
It got rid of Mickey's home guards, and Mickey's like, okay, I'll go back. I'll get my home guards back. It's fine.
Kudos.
Meanwhile, Leader getting
being
caught
went
out. Has to use a Frozen Tomb onto Skumon, but the chase will continue
he has
until
the
morale
charger.
improves. Flash away from Leader.
Almost gets the EW there, but Leader flashes out. Will not have that tool available for next team fight. And still, Joppa so close to his Infinity Edge. I think he's a little bit off, just a tiny bit.
It's got to be this next wave, right? You need 625 after getting all the components to finish the IE. I will say, most importantly, right? Labrov is still 2 kills away from being the killingest Nami in the history of the LEC.
If anyone ever wondered if something is on the line this game, it's the Killingest Nami award right now. Not that SK, if they lose this game, they might actually be out of playoffs. They really need this.
2 and 4. Like, they can still win their next 2 series and make it.
They can, yeah.
It's unlikely, but so is this, them winning this game.
Absolutely,
right?
and so is Nami getting 5 kills, Medic. But we still talk about it, okay?
2 kills, man. It's a possibility. Look, I gave SK my hope. They came back into the game. I was like, look, let's reset, let's be serious. And then they hard threw a team fight, 0 for 4. And so after that point, I'm like, cool. This is how you guys want to play it. This is how we're doing it, okay?
Absolutely, but now eyes on Joppa as well. Them Skeens on the flank here. Broken Blade is a little bit isolated, but I don't think he will be taking a lot of damage if this being went on.
Skeens is looking for the flank. Couldn't find it. As you say, Yoppa is at 4 items. If SK are going to have a hope, it's through that AD carry, has so often been. His pentakill on Ezreal got them into the series last week. But here, G2 pushing through 2 lanes, Baron up for the next minute. And in those 60 seconds, SK got to find something. Wild goes to the knockup on Summer. Cataclysm as well for the follow-up. They just don't have the damage. Joppa is very low on HP, down to half healed up. Where's the rest of the damage? Joppa trying to run through them. But Skumon and Caps put him in a body bag. Wonder if Mickey left alive. Not for much longer, you gotta feel. Labrov gets his 4th kill! Tied for the most kills on Nami in the LEC is G2. Take the 2-0 versus SK.
And the health bars were low, but SK's chance of winning this game is even lower as they go to 2 and 5 after a dominating performance by G2 and a masterclass by Caps once again. LeBlanc after getting solo kill, but we don't talk about that. So really beautiful play, honestly. Yep. Slow games today from G2. They really came in respectful of SK. They didn't really give them any angles in the mid to late game to kind of cheese their way back, except for that Alistar flank in game 1.
Yeah, tried to be clean when they could. You can vote for one of them in your key player of the series. Caps, Hans Summer, or LeBlanc are your options. I think Caps has to get it. The Ari and the LeBlanc performances pretty damn solid, although as you say, in lane on LeBlanc he did
also not LeBlanc with the 4-kill Nami, okay.
Look,
now
man,
it doesn't matter.
If it had been 5 kills, full on LeBlanc. But that's also being a one-game Andy, because this Alistar game, it was okay, like it was solid, but then you have the Nexus flank.
Yeah.
It's like that, you kind of baited your whole team into walking towards Anar. We're going to head over to PGL with Lord Dagda and Broken Blade. Take it away.
Yeah, first game. You can come, BB.
Yeah, go on in, man. Congrats.
Congrats. First game was interesting. Second game, not so much. Anything you have to say about today's game?
I think you had a nice summary.
That's great, thank you.
No problem.
That's what I do. What do you have to say then?
I mean, the first game was for me, it was really interesting.
For you personally?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because the early game was like not great for us. And the second game, I just played Cassandra, you know, it's just like boring.
Yeah.
But I got a lot of help. Caps helped me a lot. So that was nice. Every time he ganks top, I give him positive reassurance, you know, so he does it more.
Okay.
You understand this?
Yeah, otherwise he
So what did you say to him? Like, you're the best.
No, I'd say very nice, you know, like,
yeah.
So he keeps coming. And I mean, it worked, right?
Yeah, it worked.
I think maybe you need to add bribes. Like, mate, I'm getting you ice cream. I'm going to get your favorite crisps.
Yeah.
How do you bribe Caps, actually? How would you bribe Caps?
He loves chocolate.
Opening packs.
Chocolate.
Chocolates.
But in the split, he doesn't eat, so.
Okay. You're starving him?
No. It doesn't.
He only gets left.
Only
allowed he plays games, and then we put him back there.
All right. First game, Yasuo. Second game, Cassante. Having fun. Winning games convincingly.
Right?
A man who can do both.
Yeah.
Can you do both well, though?
I mean, we saw it, right?
I think you did all right.
Yeah. You did all right?
It was all right.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think top lane meta is a bit boring right now? We saw Varus top. I don't like Varus top.
I hate it.
Yeah, right?
But it's OP.
Okay. We saw.
Are you getting all the new Vayne top lanes because the skin?
I mean, it's rising in Prio a little bit, especially in the Asian regions.
Yeah.
So I have to take care of it.
I got it on my list, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about Varus top, actually, I saw. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about KT roster. Haha, people know it. Perfect was playing Nafiri against
I love that
against Varus. Oh, interesting.
I think Nafiri is very strong.
So playing Nafiri
in solo queue especially.
Okay.
I mean, they won the game, so maybe I can have some talks, have some meetings with the staff.
Okay.
Maybe we can get some Nafiris going.
Okay.
In LEC.
Pushing your case here. I feel like we don't have a lot of players being creative right now.
Yeah.
In LEC.
I mean, I think you're kind of stuck with, especially in bot lane.
Yeah.
Bot lane feels very standard. It's like we'll trade Corki, Nami, Yunara, Lulu. We'll go for Ashe Seraphine. Like, it just seems like the combinations are kind of solved. But at least you got a little bit on top. Like your Shen, you've still got a little bit of. I mean, you got the Yasuo. I mean, I think you've still got some good answers to a lot of stuff.
There's me. I like playing unique stuff. But most of the time it works. But I mean, I think the meta is still because of these bot combos, especially because you also need to, like, the other roles need to pick according to the bot lane meta. So I think obviously that just means we should nerf the supports.
Okay.
Right.
No, I'm a support main. If you could nerf the AD carries, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, the AD carries.
Yeah. I'm actually tired of having like really fed top laners just coming in my lane and just ruining the whole fun.
Finally, after years of top lane being starved, with XP and gold, lane swap meta, now they are strong and people are already complaining.
Go back to your cage kind of thing. We don't want you guys to have fun. Something that we've talked about at the beginning of the split, especially seeing what you guys brought back from first 10, was a lot of globals. Globals didn't become that OP or like that dominant. What do you think of that? I was expecting more.
I mean, if you ask Labrov, he will say it's very OP. I defend his case. I think they are strong. They just add, especially like when you go on stage. Today we had two globals, one our side, one their side. We have to constantly think about where the enemy jungler is, and sometimes the enemy mid lane, right? It's like people don't play as much Talia anymore, but like. When Talia was winning mid lane, you could not play the game. And it's similar with Ryze a little bit. So you see a lot of globals. Just help the team a little bit.
Okay.
And the team helps you back. It's like a back and forth.
Yeah, and then you get the positive reinforcement
Giving and
again.
receiving.
Exactly.
Good job, man. That's great. And then
All right. On words of positive reinforcement, Caps is the key player of the series today. So. What kind of words of encouragement are you going to give him?
I mean, obviously, very nice.
Bribes.
He got a pentakill. I would have stolen it, apparently, if I was alive. I don't know why he would say that. So he was actually very happy that I died in the team fight. But yeah, I mean, obviously, deserved very nice RA game.
All right.
Very nice roams on the LeBlanc. Caps very known for his LeBlanc. So yeah.
The GOAT.
Yeah.
The EU GOAT. Bibi, we want to play a game with you, actually. At the beginning of the day, we played Build Your Roster, which is something that you've played, I think, with a pop quiz with our content team. I'm going to ask you to step a bit closer to Dagda, or join in the middle, guys. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. You have a budget
15 euros.
of 15 euros to build your
15.
roster.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be really awkward if you don't take yourself.
No, I'm not going to take myself. I'm not going to take myself. Put the ego aside a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's. You know what? I will say I will see on the. Actually, I will take one. I'm going to take Caps here.
You're going to take Caps? Okay. I'll slot it into
I think that's an easy one. Let's take Caps.
All right, we'll pop him in the middle for you.
Nice.
Yeah.
The technology, man.
I know,
it's crazy.
It definitely worked the first 7 times I clicked, which was great.
All right. I'm going to go...
Oh, you got one? Okay.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, what's your mindset first? Like, are you...
I'm going to see high value for the euros.
Okay, yeah.
Obviously, we need a €1.5 player.
Yeah.
So now we have 10 euro left.
Okay.
Quick math.
Very good math, yeah.
I will take, I'm not going to take Karzi.
Oh, okay.
Just letting you know, just information.
Yeah. Okay.
I will take Parus.
Parus? Okay.
That's 2 euros.
Yeah.
It's a good deal.
That is. I did the exact same, so I'm with you on it.
All right. How about we have 8 euros?
Yeah.
8 euros.
The math is gone.
The math is.
See, this is the thing. People tell you never to do math on broadcast because it only ends poorly.
Yeah.
Every single time.
That's why I'm not saying anything right now. Yeah.
I will take Yike.
Yike for 3.
That's a steal, actually. So yeah.
See, I went for the exact same mid jungle, so I'm like right there with you. I think that's a.
And
it's
then
a solid
we
pair
have
for the money.
5 euros.
Yeah.
I have 5 left.
Yeah.
Damn.
For a top and a 80 carry.
I have 5 left.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, I'll take Super and Lot.
Super and Lot? Okay.
Pretty good, I would say.
That's pretty decent. I'm not going to lie to you. That's a pretty solid squad.
Do you think you're winning LEC with that roster?
No.
No? Okay. Fair enough.
Because I'm not on it, but it's a strong roster.
That is pretty solid.
Okay.
Strong roster.
I mean, good mid jungle. You got a solid side. Like, I'm happy. I'd be happy with that.
Nice.
Yeah.
We get a glimpse of GM Broken Blade here. I really like it. Actually, that's a pretty cool segue to the next questions I want to ask you, because I feel like we always ask you the same thing, so we want to shake things up a bit and ask you questions that we don't often hear on broadcast with you. So we saw what you would be like if you were a GM building your roster. What would you be doing if you were not a pro player?
Oh, beautiful question.
Thank you.
I already have the answer. I would love to be... there's a couple of things I would like to do in life. One is I would like to act.
No way.
Okay.
I would like to do it. I mean, I'm not saying I can do it very well. But you asked me,
doing
right?
it well right now.
You asked me. You asked me. And the second thing is I would like to be a professional pianist.
Wow.
You're really good. That's true, actually.
I don't have too much time, sadly, to practice, because obviously someone has to be a pro player, right? But that would be the 2 things I would like to be. When I was a child, I'm going to tell you, I wanted to be an architect or a chemist. So these 2 things.
That's
a
very
wild
different.
Variety, yeah.
Yeah, that's a huge range, honestly.
What type, like for acting, is it stage acting? Would it be movies? Would it be
drama, yeah. What kind of acting?
I'm not sure. My girlfriend told me I would be in comedy movies, like the character that makes people laugh.
Checks out.
I would like that, but you know, I could see more serious stuff as well. Obviously, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, we saw your role in the Top Father video from G2 Esports. You can check that out on YouTube. Sponsored
yes.
Yeah.
Very nice acting in that video.
Superb acting. Dagda, do you have any?
Together.
Yeah. Do you have any questions for Vivi?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've completely blanked now as you sent it over because I had one that was there.
Yeah.
I'm just going to give it back to you. You've
okay.
got them written down.
When do you think you were at your best?
Oof. At my best. I mean, I would say today, you know, like every day in my life, I just like try to do better every day, you know, like. And
what's
so
it like
I don't want to have the mindset of like, oh, I used to be this, I used to be that. No, it's today, you know. It's now.
Yeah.
And that is because of the mindset of, oh, I need to be better every single day. Shout out to all players who want to be pro players. This is the mindset you need. This is the grind set you need.
Yeah. And what's the hashtags that you use on Instagram when you?
I actually, like, sadly enough, like, isn't it sad? Like, I don't use it as much social media. Yeah. But yeah, maybe I'll do it in the future. Yeah. Like, I feel like there could be a connection.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to do the acting and the pianist stuff, I feel like you probably have to put it out somehow, right?
Okay, I have a question to you guys.
Okay.
If I did a podcast, you think I would have a lot of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would watch that.
Yeah.
Actually.
I really would watch that. Yeah.
Words of wisdom. I think she's saying it to be nice.
No.
I actually think it'd be decent.
No. I actually would watch this. Yeah. You have a lot of interesting things to share. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You also talk a lot of crap, which I think works well.
It works well. It sells. It actually sells. Last question I'm going to have then. You live in the present, but I want you to go back to the past for a bit. What is your biggest regret?
Oh, wow. It's a deep question. Let me. My biggest regret.
Not being able to
I
play
don't have
Rhythm.
any, because I don't live with regrets. Come on
So
now,
in my
man.
head, I was immediately going to be like, you know what, that I didn't start grinding sooner or something along these lines was going to
Yeah, okay. I
It's,
tried.
again, like a good mindset, right?
It's a very good mindset.
I'm going to give a shout out to Isma, our performance coach. He's been there with me, not from day one, but he's been there for me for a long time, longest time. It's great. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that's all for us here in the very first episode of the podcast, Words of Wisdom with Broken Blade. This is not a PGL. That was something completely different.
Yeah.
The pilot of your own show.
BGL. Yeah.
BGL, actually. Yeah. Bibi, thank you so much again for joining us. That's all for us here on this first day of week 4. We will be back tomorrow for more League of Legends. Stay tuned and be nice to each other. Bye-bye.
I gonna swing like tomato chandelier.
Nice. So Galio no flash, guys. Galio no flash. No, Galio no flash. He will die.
No place, Idra.
No place, 봤다네요.
Nice, good job. You guys are good or what? Yeah, the true is.
This is the top side, motherfuckers. I said what's up, bro? Kill us. Good job, guys. Thank you for Katie. 감사합니다.
As the trades continue, barrier for barrier exchange. Noah having to flash away, and Sunday finds his second of the game. Still uses the cleanse, expecting to be hit, and Scumon's here. Yopper, there be monsters in your jungle.
I'm up to 2 seconds. Yeah. No, 3 seconds from my ult. 3 seconds from my ult.
I can't really play this.
1 second from my ult.
Okay. Look up.
Alistar 1 HP. Alistar dead.
Nice.
Nice one. One flash him. Come on. Yeah. On it. All you caps.
Okay. Nice.
Hey, I wish my team was like that.
It's the strength to be with
I'll kill him.
Another one?
Ah, really? Why is it?
Chains onto him though, there's the root leader. Oh, Flash!
It's the Gronk solo kill by leaders. Really close there. Would have got one more round attack in. But then Yopper flashing forward as well. Hansamer flashes away. It was close.
Oh, I was great. Good job, guys.
Nice, guys.